The cartoons elicited from the followers of Muhammad another one of their depraved characteristics. The pictures on TV showed totally incoherent, hate-mongering creatures with sickening, contorted faces, screaming insults and obscenities at all those who are not like them. They acted as if some people had raped their females or murdered their fathers. No one, as far as I know, has explained the underlying reasons for their disturbing behavior, which are actually based entirely upon their belief system. Let me elaborate. Throughout the Muhammadan world of today, it is believed that all of the prophets enjoy isma, that is, a divine protection against error, and that they were accordingly sinless. This is another one of the anomalies and mendacities of Muhammadan Islam, that this doctrine has been established and maintained against the very clear statements of the Quran and Hadith to the contrary. Muhammadan orthodoxy asserts that no prophet commits sin, and hence is sinless, ma'soom. Unfortunately, this dogma contradicts various crystal clear statements in the Arabic of the Quran, and of Muhammad as recorded in the traditions, as I shall recite a few examples forthwith. Muhammad 47.19. Know therefore that there is no God but Allah, and ask forgiveness for thy fault, wastaghfir li dhanbika, and for the men and women who believe. Al-Fath 48.1. Verily we have granted thee a manifest victory, that Allah may forgive thee, liyaghfira laka, thy faults, dhanbika, of the past and those to follow. Sahih al-Bukhari 9.482, narrated by Ibn Abbas. The Prophet used to invoke Allah, O Allah, forgive me my sins that I did in the past or will do in the future, and also the sins that I did in secret or in public, and that which you know better than I. One does not have to be a genius to understand these verses, recorded in perfectly clear Arabic or even in English. In the early centuries of Muhammadan Islam, however, a doctrine founded on popular sentiment and theological presuppositions arose and developed away from the teachings of the Quran and Hadith. It was first formulated in the creed known as Al-Fiqh Al-Akbar number 2, and it is there stated, all the prophets are exempt from sins, both light and grave, from unbelief and sordid deeds. The doctrine of Isma presupposes that the purpose of Al-Nubuwah, prophethood, would be defeated if the people to whom they are sent thought the prophets vulnerable to commit sins and tell falsehoods, because then they would also think the same about their teachings, their commands, and their intercessions. There are basically two reasons for the rise of this doctrine in Muhammadan Islam. Firstly, the early Muhammadans soon discovered that the Gospels, Injil, taught plainly that Jesus was the only sinless man that ever lived, and, confronted with this evidence, deemed it necessary to invent the fiction that all the prophets were sinless as well, and especially Muhammad. The thought that Jesus is superior over Muhammad was anathema that could not be tolerated. Hence, just as hundreds of miracles were manufactured and attributed to the figurehead of Muhammadan Islam to give him a status at least equal to that of Moses and Jesus, so he was also held to be sinless for exactly the same purpose. Secondly, the doctrine of revelation in Muhammadan Islam holds that the scriptures were dictated directly to the prophets by the intermediary angel Gabriel. Hence, as a consequence, the prophets had to have possessed an impeccable character, which protected them from error in their personal lives. Otherwise, they would not have been trusted to communicate Allah's impeccable revelations. This latter presupposition led perforce to the conclusion that the prophets must be sinless. The Quran clearly shows that Muhammad was a fallible and sinful creature. The conception of him as the ideal man and prototype of humanity belongs to a much later development. The acceptance of this doctrine, contradictory to the original teachings of the Quran, had moreover a dogmatic motive. It was considered indispensable to elevating the text of the Quran above all suspicion of corruption, which suspicion would not be excluded if the organ of revelation, Muhammad, were fallible. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the impeccability of Muhammad is based upon a different foundation than the Christian concept of the sinlessness of Jesus. Muhammad's impeccability is asserted only for the purpose of establishing the validity of his revelation, his Quran. Jesus' sinlessness, on the other hand, is the corollary of the affirmation of his divinity and also of the Christian understanding of the true nature of man. Prophetic protection or impeccability isma is a Muhammadan postulate in respect of revelation rather than a description of the quality of Muhammad's persona. Sahih al-Bukhari 9.381 narrated by Hudayfa. Allah's Apostle said to us, "Honesty descended from the heavens and settled in the roots of the hearts of men, faithful believers. And then the Quran was revealed and the people read the Quran and learned from it and also learned from the Sunnah. Both Quran and Sunnah strengthened their faithful believers' honesty." Sahih al-Bukhari 9.382 narrated by Abdullah. The best talk speech is Allah's book, Quran. And the best way is the way of Muhammad, his Sunnah. Before Muhammad died, he gave a sermon to his companions telling them that he was leaving them two things, his Quran and his Sunnah. Follow both. Hence, as far as his followers are concerned, Sunnah and Quran are equal. His followers hence consider Muhammad on a par with Allah. This is demonstrated by the fact that Muhammad's name and Allah's are displayed in mosques in the same size and at the same height. Also, as demonstrated in the hadiths, whereby Allah knew what Muhammad knew. Allah hated whom Muhammad hated, and Allah loved whom Muhammad loved. Furthermore, as shown in the mantra of Allah and His Messenger know best. And last but not least, the benedictions, actually an act of blasphemy over Muhammad of Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, meaning may Allah pray over Muhammad and salute him. The God of the Muhammadan Muslims, Allah, prays over and salute his own creation, Muhammad, instead of his creation praying to and blessing the name Allah. Muhammad's sinlessness makes him divine. Insulting Muhammad is hence exactly the same as insulting their God Allah and Muhammad's Quran. Hence, their aberrant and hideous behaviors as the world watches with horror and disgust. It is imperative that I must stress the following point at the start of as many chapters as possible, a fact that easily escapes the attention of people studying the subjects of Muhammad, his Quran and his Sunnah. All the information that humanity has regarding Muhammad, his alleged revelations, his deeds, his thoughts, and those whom he and his followers accuse of having been his persecutors and enemies, are bequeathed to us by one source only, that of Muhammad and his followers. Their reports about the pagan Arabs, Christian and Judaized Arabs and others, are of course self-serving and transmitted by the victors, without a single outside eyewitness report to any of them. There are no independent records from the victims of Muhammad and his followers, verifying or contesting their allegations, since these victims, pagan Arabs, Christian Arabs and Judaized Arabs, were slaughtered, forcibly converted or exiled, and any and all of their records and artifacts have been lost. Hence, not a single hadith transmitted to humanity by the Muhammadan Muslims can be considered based on any fact or reality. Having said this, when studying, and I repeat the word studying, these subjects, one can still find several nuggets of truth among the tons of rubble mendacities. The story of the Battle of the Trench has reference to it in Muhammad's Quran, but the main source comes from the reports mentioned by Muhammad ibn Ishaq in his monumental Sirat Rasulullah, as translated by Alfred Guillaume in his The Life of Muhammad. So-called believers and unbelieving kuffar, before I start exploring this battle with you, I shall remind you all once again that every single word that I shall read to you had been written by the self-serving followers of Muhammad between 140 to 300 years after the event itself, and is entirely one-sided, unsubstantiated and uncorroborated by any other eyewitness to the same event. I shall summarize this story, the details of which can be found in Alfred Guillaume's The Life of Muhammad, starting on page 450. According to the different Muslim sources, this battle allegedly occurred on the 2nd, 4th, or 9th of Shawwal, 5th Hijriya, March 627 AD. Muslim army 3,000, pagan army 24,000, Muslim martyrs none. This battle is also known by various names: Battle of Khandaq, trench, Battle of Ahzab, and Battle of Abu Sufyan. The pagans considered Islam a threat to their economic security and political supremacy in Arabia, and they could never be reconciled to its existence. They knew that if they could kill Muhammad, their interests would be safeguarded and their hegemony would be restored in Arabia. With this aim, they decided to strike a final and crushing blow upon Medina and to exterminate all Muslims. Pagan tribes outside Mecca were sharing with them the same dream. This belief brought together these tribes. A delegation from these people went to Mecca and other Arab communities during the 5th year after the Hijrah, propagating war against Muhammad and attempting to mobilize the Arab forces for the proposed war. They did not need much effort to persuade the Meccans to a military undertaking against Muhammad. Their response to the invitation was prompt, and without hesitation, they mobilized 4,000 fighters. There were clashes between the Muslims and some of the people of the book, Judaized Arabs or Jews, who were neighboring Medina, caused by their breaching of covenants with Muhammad. The following 7 tribes took part in this battle against the Muslims: Ghatfan, Salim, Asja, Asad, Tariza, Tazir, and Quraysh. This army of about 24,000 was commanded by Abu Sufyan, and the Muslim army, which numbered 3,000, was commanded by Muhammad. Muhammad received the news of the imminent invasion a few days before their arrival at Medina. He consulted his companions, and Salman al-Farisi, the Persian, counseled to dig a trench around Medina to prevent the invaders from entering it. Muhammad commanded the Muslims to implement the plan. The number of days required to dig the trench is reported to be between 6 and 20 days, as per different historical accounts. Witnessing the trench, the invaders were surprised and realized that it had become difficult for them to enter Medina. Thus, they found it necessary to besiege Medina instead of invading it directly. The siege continued for about 20 or 27 days. There were many hypocrites among the Muslims who circulated frightening rumors, which added to the fear of the Muslims. The Quran tells us of the psychological crisis with which the Muslims lived during that period. Al-Ahzab 33.10. Behold, they came upon you from above you and from below you. And when the eyes grew wild and the hearts gaped up to the throats, and you imagined various vain thoughts about Allah, the hypocrites and those in whose heart there is disease even say, Allah and His Apostle promised us nothing but delusion. Behold, a party among them said, O people of Yathrib, Medina, you cannot stand the attack, therefore turn back. They intended nothing but to flee. It is also reported in Ma'arij al-Nubuwah 4.128 that when Amr bin Abdul challenged the Muslims, Omar added to the fight by saying that Amr was such a fighter who alone fought 1,000 men at one time. Amr ibn Abdul, accompanied by Dihrar ibn al-Khattab, Akrama ibn Abu Jahl and others, sought and found a narrow place in the trench. Their horses leaped above the trench to the other side. The Muslims were in a state of shock and horror before the passage of these pagan soldiers to their side. The new danger which was presented by their passage made the morale of the Muslim much lower than before. Though the hearts of most of the Muslims were filled with fear, some of them were unshaken by the new danger. It rather made their faith stronger in Allah and His Messenger and the promised victory. There were Muslims who were ready to sacrifice themselves, and one of them, Ali bin Abi Talib, certainly was determined to try to confine the danger, then to remove it. The Quran tells us of the morale of these believers. Al-Ahzab 33.23. Among the believers are men who have been true to their covenant with Allah. Of them, some have completed their vow to the extreme, and some still wait, but they have never changed their determination in the least. Amr ibn Abdul, who crossed the trench, was well known among the Arabs. He attended the battle, boastfully making his place known to people. His very passage from one side to the other side of the trench, accompanied only by a small number of fighters, indicates that the man was extremely courageous. He was the only one from among the 24,000 fighters who tried to invade the Muslims directly, and challenged them totally while he was with them on one side. While mounting his horse, Amr went around the area of Salah, facing the Muslims and challenging them. "Is there any dueler?" He repeated this call, but there was no response on the part of the companions. Finally, Amr addressed the Muslim army as follows: "You Muslims have been made to believe that there is a Jannah. Is there anyone among you who has the courage to challenge me, so that I can kill him and send him to his Jannah?" Hearing this, Muhammad asked his companions, "Is there anyone among you who could stop this nonsense of this dog?" Ali rose up for the third time and requested permission, saying that now he cannot stop. Muhammad finally gave permission to Ali and prayed in his favor, and decorated Ali with his turban and gave him his zirah, the iron protective dress, and gave him Zulfiqar, the sword that was sent by Allah during the battle of Badr. Ali neared Amr and asked him to face him in a duel. Amr arrogantly replied, "Your father Abu Talib was a friend of mine. By Allah, I would not like to kill you." Ali replied, "But by Allah, I would love to kill you." The battle started after exchange of some harsh words. When the dust settled, Ali was seen coming out in such a way that the head of Amr was in his hands, and blood was soaking from his sword, Zulfiqar. Viewing this scene, Muhammad shouted, "Allahu Akbar, God is great." And so did the Muslims. The death of Amr was the end of the new danger. Those who were with him ran away, trying to save their skin, but most of them were killed before they could cross the other side. The death of Amr proved to the pagan army that they were unable to pass the trench again, and that what Amr could not accomplish could not be accomplished by others. By this, the pagan army had to face one of two alternatives: withdrawal or continuation of the siege until the Muslims surrender, or were forced to cross the trench and fight the pagans. The continuity of the siege of Medina was beyond the ability of the pagan army. It did not have the food supplies for 24,000 fighters and their horses and camels, which could enable them to continue the siege for several months or weeks. The Confederate army withdrew, and the Muslims passed the crisis safely. They regained their confidence concerning the future, because of failure of the Confederate forces after their biggest mobilization. The messenger said after their withdrawal, "After today we shall invade them, and they will not invade us." Let me now bring to your attention the following anomalies, absurdities, exaggerations, and inconsistencies. 1. The reason why most of the pagan Arabs were against Muhammad and his followers should be easily comprehended by any unbiased and fair-minded person. It was Muhammad and his followers who insulted, denigrated, and humiliated the religion and traditions of all the so-called unbelieving Arabs. It was Muhammad and his mercenaries who attacked without provocation and by ambush as many pagan, Christian, and Judaized Arabian tribes as they could, to plunder, pirate, slaughter, rape, and enslave. Considering these facts alone, one should not judge the pagan Arabs unjustly for attempting to defend their freedoms, their beliefs, and their tribes. Even as we speak today, Muhammad's followers aggress against all so-called unbelieving kuffar who, in attempting to defend themselves, pretend they are the victims of Islamophobia. 2. The Muslims were 3,000 spread around the perimeter of the town, while 24,000 pagans were surrounding them. 3. The trench was dry. It was not a moat, and several of the pagans were able to cross over unopposed. 4. According to the Muslim records, the pagans had 10,000 black slaves among them. How is it conceivable that all these men could not fill a stretch of any weak point with soil, so as to be able to cross over both on foot and on horse? 5. Muhammad's agents were able to repeatedly cross over to the pagans and mingle with them as spies, and as agents provocateurs, and return to report to Muhammad easily. 6. If Amr ibn Abdud and several other pagans were able to cross the ditch unopposed, why could not more of the pagans do the same and invade the Medina enclosure? 7. On page 454 of the Sirah, Ibn Ishaq reports, the apostle and polytheists remained 20 days and more, nearly a month, without fighting except for some shooting with arrows and the siege. 8. Were the pagans on a picnic? Were they so utterly cowardly or incompetent that they were willing to siege Muhammad and his followers without attempting to fight them, while their food and water resources were dwindling by the day? 9. According to Al-Mawardi's version of these events, Amr ibn Abdud issued his challenge to the Muslims on 3 successive days, and the challenge was directed at Muhammad himself, especially since his taunt was, "What is the matter when none of you will advance to get his reward from his Lord by being killed or send an enemy to hell?" 10. These were Muhammad's promises to his followers in the cause of dying for the sake of Allah in jihad. Why did Muhammad not fight Amr, but was more willing to send Ali, when according to the Arabs Amr was worth 1,000 fighters? 11. The same cowardly Muhammad who had Ali sleep in his house when he ran away at night from Mecca to Medina. The same spineless Muhammad who had his companions from the Ansar get slaughtered defending him at Uhud. The same Muhammad who showed his alleged bravery by refusing to answer Abu Sufyan's challenge again at Uhud by pretending he was dead. 12. If Amr was able to challenge the Muslims on 3 successive days in their own enclosure, why were not the pagans able to invade it? 13. Amr the pagan did not want to kill Ali, who belonged to his family, but Ali the Muslim had no qualms whatsoever regarding slaughtering any family member who did not accept Islam. 14. As always with Muhammad and his alleged revelations, all the verses quoted in his Quran were conveniently descended after the events mentioned to explain them and or justify them. 15. This encounter between the Arabs proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that they used to settle their differences by single combat and not by mass slaughter as was being waged by Muhammad and his followers. 16. Assuming these reports are correct, by what stretch of imagination can anyone call it a battle when the Muslims of 3,000 lost none and the pagans of 24,000 less than 6 over a period of 27 days? Invariably, Muhammad and his followers create their own myths and over time and repetition believe each and every which one as true. They continue to do so 1400 years later. I now leave it to you, ladies and gentlemen, to ponder and assess their stories. In this chapter, I shall reveal one of the worst contricts ever perpetrated upon the followers of Muhammad and the world by the exegetes of Islam. The fact that the expression Ar-Rahman was not and is not a characteristic, compassionate, most gracious of Allah, but was and is the actual name, not an adjective, of the supreme God of the Yemen. Muhammad hijacked the name of this deity during his early Mecca period and used it extensively in his initial verses to bring the pagan Quraysh to believe in this God. The name of Ar-Rahman, not Allah, appears in 16 Mecca surahs 65 times, and in 3 of the very early Medina surahs 3 times. I shall provide a list of all of them at the end of the chapter for your reference and verification. In almost each and every occurrence of the word Rahman or Ar-Rahman, Muslim translators deliberately pervert it into an attribute, sifa, of Allah, most gracious or most beneficent, so that the ordinary Muslims would be deceived and with them all of humanity. The reason is obvious. How could there have been 2 gods with 2 different names that Muhammad believed in? Since the Mecca verses were the very earliest alleged revelations, I shall show you that all the attributes and deeds that were later bestowed upon Allah were those that Ar-Rahman had before him. I shall demonstrate how the translators of the Quran invariably and deliberately add words to the text that are not in the Arabic of the verse, or falsify the meaning or smooth it over, so as to deceive and mislead the unwary and the unlearned in the Arabic language, be they followers of Muhammad or not. Muhammad repeatedly told his followers that war is deception. Hence, considering the fact and reality that Muhammadan Muslims are at war with 80% of humanity, all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Jews, Zoroastrians, atheists, animists, pagans, etc., they hence must use all manner of deception and subterfuge, with utter contempt for facts and reality. I shall start with the very remarkable Surah Al-Rahman, 55. Al-Rahman, Allah most gracious. It is He who has taught the Quran. This verse clearly indicates that it was Ar-Rahman who has brought down the Quran and not Allah. All the verses which follow describe Ar-Rahman's deeds, attributes and alleged revelations to Muhammad. Not once is the word Allah mentioned in this surah of 78 verses. He has created man. He has taught him speech. The sun and the moon follow courses computed. And the firmament has He raised high, and He has set up the balance. It is He who has spread out the earth for His creatures. He created man from sounding clay like unto pottery, and He created jinn from fire free of smoke. Only in Muhammad's Quran are jinn, demons, created with humanity and are parallel creatures, though invisible to them. He has let free the two bodies, Bahrain, of flowing water meeting together. I would like to read to you what the translator of this Quran, Abdullah Yusuf Ali, one of the best on this subject, explaining this verse and the following using convoluted logic with deliberate deception and misrepresentation of the facts. Maraja literally let free or let loose cattle for grazing. Bahrain, two seas or two bodies of flowing water. For Bahr is applied both to the salt sea and to rivers. But the wonderful sign is that the two bodies of water, though they pass through each other, remain distinct bodies with their distinct functions. Salt and sweet meet together, yet keep separate, as if there was a barrier or partition between them. Irrespective of the interpreter's asinine and poor attempt at explaining this verse, its meaning is still very elusive. Most important of all, the interpreter has deliberately misrepresented the meaning of the verse, because the Arabic clearly states he mixed maraja, the two seas, Bahrain, meeting together, yaltaqiyani. There is no mention of flowing water nor of their characteristics, whether salt or sweet. All of these explanations are the translator's conjecture only, and not based on the Arabic of the verses. Furthermore, the Arabic lexicons use two completely different words to describe sea, bahr, and river, shat. Hence the Quran is describing the mixing of two seas without any allusion to any river. Many of the verses in this surah make very little sense, if any, and forces the interpreter to go to extreme lengths of convoluted logic to explain them. Between them is a barrier, بينهما برزخ, which they do not transgress, لا يبغيان. The word used here, barzakhu, is translated to barrier, which is illogical. Since the Arabic of the earlier verse is crystal clear in asserting that the two seas were mixed, maraja, and were meeting together, and hence could not have had any barrier between them. Most relevant of all is the fact that this word barzakh did not exist in the Arabic language prior to its sudden and unique appearance in 3 verses in Muhammad's Quran. It is also a fact that the Muslim lexicons venture no suggestion as to its verbal root, and are unable to quote any examples of the use of this word in any Arabian old poetry, and obviously seek to interpret its meaning from the material of the Quran itself. Most modern linguists agree that it is originally a Persian word, parasang, meaning a measure of land or of roads. But for such as fear the time when they will stand before their Lord, there will be two gardens, Jannatan. In them will be maidens chaste, restraining their glances, whom no man or jinn before them has touched, yatmidahunna. Only Muhammad's Quran promises physical and not spiritual female companions for sex. To those followers of Muhammad who are predestined to the gardens, because they died in jihad, slaughtering, plundering, raping, and enslaving unbelievers. Neither the Hebrew Bible nor the New Testament ever associated such eroticism and physicality in their concept of the afterlife. Companions hurun restrained as to their glances in goodly pavilions, whom no man or jinn before them has touched, yet yatmidahunna. Blessed be the name of thy Lord, full of majesty, bounty, and honor. Without many of the explanations that are added above, any reader of the Quran should realize the incredible repetitiveness of the Quranic verses and their total lack of logic and clarity of thought. Muhammad's Quran, as a product of his twisted mental secretions, is obsessed with sex, fear, hell, submission, torture, and more sex. Muhammad's Quran, as we have proven in over 275 unchallengeable videos, contains no salvation, spirituality, compassion, or redemption. Another revealing example, Al-Isra 17.110. Say, call upon Allah or call upon Ar-Rahman. By whatever name you call upon him, it is well. For to him belong the most beautiful names, Al-Asma al-Husna. In crystal clear Arabic, the Quran asserts that both Allah and Ar-Rahman are names of gods, Asma. Allah was the name of the supreme God of the Kaaba in Mecca, and Ar-Rahman was the name of the God of the Yemenites. A further example, Al-Furqan 25.59, He who created the heavens and the earth and all that is in between in 6 days, and is firmly established on the throne of authority, Al-Rahman. Ask thou then about him of any acquainted with such things. When it is said to them, adore ye lil-Rahmani, they say, and what is Al-Rahmanu? Shall we adore that which thou commandest us? And it increases their flight from the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that the items between square parentheses are actually the false translations of the Arabic verses, since the name Allah is not mentioned, but Ar-Rahman is. This particular verse is pregnant with meaning because the Quraysh, Muhammad's tribe, do not believe in Ar-Rahman, the God of the Yemenites, and are challenging Muhammad as to why they should adore this God instead of Allah. I shall now address the surah that contains the name of Ar-Rahman the most. Surah Maryam 19 with 16 such references. Maryam 19.18. She said, I seek refuge from thee. Bil-Rahmani, come not near if thou dost fear Allah. قالت إني أعوذ بالرحمن منك إن كنت تقيا. Anyone who understands the Arabic language should be disgusted at the utter contempt with which the translator attempts to deceive the readers. The name of Allah is not in this verse, but that of Al-Rahman is. Maryam is asking for protection from Ar-Rahman against one whom she perceives as a man entering her private chambers, but who is in fact the angel Gabriel. She is asking for protection from the most powerful, the Almighty, not mercy from the Beneficent. She declares this asking for protection from Ar-Rahman to the intruder, in order also to frighten the intruder, for which situation the appellation the merciful or the most gracious would hardly instill fear, and hence is unsuitable. 19.26. And if thou dost see any man, say, I have vowed a fast to Ar-Rahman, and this day will I enter into no talk with any human being. The next few verses are about Abraham admonishing his pagan father. 19.44. O my father, serve not Satan, for Satan is a rebel against Ar-Rahman. O my father, I fear lest you will suffer the torture of Ar-Rahman, so that thou become to Satan a friend. Let us analyze this verse. Abraham is warning his father, an idol worshipper. I fear you could be struck with the wrath of Ar-Rahman, and Satan would be your guide in hell. Being struck with the wrath of Ar-Rahman is not the act of a merciful, a beneficent, or a most gracious divinity. This act does not express his mercy or beneficence. This is the act of a vengeful God, the Almighty, the ultimate authority, the all-powerful avenger. To exert wrath or cause torture do not fall under the definitions of mercy, beneficence, or graciousness. 19.61. Gardens of eternity, those which Ar-Rahman has promised to his servants. Then shall we certainly drag out from every sect all those who were worst in obstinate rebellion against Ar-Rahman. Dragging out unbelievers does not come under mercy or compassion, but under revenge and wrath. 19.78. Has he penetrated to the unseen, or has he taken a contract with Ar-Rahman? 19.85. The day we shall gather the righteous to Ar-Rahman, like a band presented before a king for honors. None shall have the power of intercession, but such a one as has received permission or promise from Ar-Rahman. They say, Ar-Rahman has begotten a son, that they should invoke a son for Ar-Rahman, for it is not consonant with the majesty of Ar-Rahman that he should beget a son. Not one of the beings in the heavens and the earth, but must come to Ar-Rahman as a servant. On those who believe and work deeds of righteousness will Ar-Rahman bestow love. Verses 85 to 96 represent the most powerful and clarifying illuminations of the meaning of the name Ar-Rahman. His name is used repeatedly and forcefully, condemning the worship of Isa, Jesus, by Christians, and any allegation that Ar-Rahman shares power with any other son or procreates. These verses, ayat, mention that the mountains, the heavens, and the earth all prostrate in awe and worship of Ar-Rahman, the Creator. They vividly describe how any blasphemy invokes his wrath. Are the above descriptions of the beneficent or most gracious divinity? Do these verses describe a benevolent benefactor as in beneficent, or a generous host as in gracious, graciously entertaining his guests? Do these verses describe a kind-hearted ruler forgiving his disobedient subjects? Do they not describe none but an all-powerful God? For a word of such magnitude, such immense significance, an inept substitute for the true meaning cannot be simply brushed off as a minor mistake. The consequences of this mistake are a chain reaction of mistakes and errors in understanding the Quran. In every instance of the usage of the name Ar-Rahman in Muhammad's Quran, the only appropriate interpretation is expressed in the name the Almighty. The so-called scholars of Islam will stoop to any abyss and use all nefarious means to mislead, distort and contort all facts and reality in defense of their indefensible, depraved cult belief system. I shall repeat the following statement yet again. The hadiths that explain to the followers of Muhammad his Quran and his Sunnah are the very same that utterly discredit Muhammad as a prophet and his Quran's alleged divine origin. Only by studying these subjects fully will one realize that Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah self-destruct. The name Ar-Rahim, the All-Merciful, is mentioned in the Quran in reference to Allah exactly twice as many times, 114 times, as the mentioning of the name Ar-Rahman, the Almighty, which is 57 times. In another clear example, we have the description in Surah Taha 1 to 5, culminating when Ar-Rahman ascends on his throne. This is the perfect image of power and authority, the assumption of full control over everything. The concept of mercy is inappropriate here, since it is not its time nor its place. Taha 20.1 Taha. We have not sent down the Quran to thee to be an occasion for thy distress, but only as an admonition to those who fear Allah. Surah Taha 20, in a sense, completes the description of Ar-Rahman in Surah Maryam 19. Even the approach to the name Ar-Rahman in this surah is preceded by fear. Verse 3. The proper attitude of the faithful people, mu'mineen, to Ar-Rahman is fear. They fear his power, not his mercy. 20.4. A revelation from him who created the earth and the heavens on high, Al-Rahman, is firmly established on the throne of authority. This verse clearly declares the authority of Ar-Rahman, not his mercy. Please remember yet again that the expression Allah most gracious is deliberately misleading, since only the name of Ar-Rahman exists in almost all of these verses. 20.6. To him belongs what is in the heavens and on the earth, and all between them, and all beneath the soil. If thou pronounce the word aloud, it is no matter, for verily he knoweth what is secret and what is yet more hidden. Allah, there is no God but He. To Him belong the most beautiful names. These verses assert. Ayah 4 clearly declares that the source of the Quran is Ar-Rahman. Ayah 5 declares His authority, not His mercy or beneficence as Ar-Rahman. Ayah 6 declares His ownership of the heavens and the earth, and all that is in between them, and what is within the earth inclusive. Ayah 7 declares His complete omniscience. This sequence is culminated in Ayah 8, where the power statement of La ilaha illallah, there is no God but Allah, is given. Its use in the Quran is always most emphatic with power. Here it completes the image of Ar-Rahman's or Allah's total authority. The cumulative effect of these words and their relationship to the name Ar-Rahman emphasizes and powerfully demonstrates to us the obvious fact that this name refers to none other than an almighty divinity. There are many appropriate places to invoke His mercy, His benevolence, and His grace, but this is not one of them. Specifically, these 8 verses very clearly show the appropriateness of the great name of Ar-Rahman to the most graphic description of His power and authority. The power and authority which solely belongs to the Almighty and not to beneficence or mercy. Taha 20.90. Aaron had already before this said to them, O my people, you are being tested in this, for verily your Lord is Ar-Rahman. So follow me and obey my command. Taha 20.108. On that day will they follow the caller straight. No crookedness can they show him. All sounds shall humble themselves in the presence of Ar-Rahman. Nothing shalt thou hear but the tramp of their feet as they march. On that day shall no intercession avail except for those for whom permission has been granted by Ar-Rahman, and whose word is acceptable to him. Verses 108 and 109 above give a devastating description of the day of judgment, and Ar-Rahman's terrifying power and authority on that day. These 2 verses are followed by verse 110, describing vividly Ar-Rahman's omniscience, and verse 111 stating that all faces will be submitted to the living, the eternal, Al-Hayy Al-Khayyum, and that those who carry the burden of even a single act of sin will be doomed. There is no reference to forgiveness, mercy, or beneficence here. This entire sequence again emphasizes the power and authority and devastating wrath of Ar-Rahman. The following are all the references to the name Ar-Rahman in the Quran. 1.1 to 19.58, 19.61 to 19.92, 1993 to 21.36, 21.42 to 26.5, 27.30 to 43.20, 43.33 to 67.19, 67.20 to 78.38. In all of these instances, the name Ar-Rahman means the Almighty. Based entirely upon the very Arabic verses of Muhammad's Quran, they very clearly prove that Ar-Rahman was the God Almighty, that Muhammad referred to when he was in Mecca, before he changed his mind to Allah shortly after escaping to Medina. Again and again I must point out that the hadiths reveal the truth about Muhammad, his Quran and his Sunnah. They utterly disprove his self-declared prophethood and the alleged divine origin of his Quran. Muhammad's Quran is as ungodly as Hitler's Mein Kampf. Almost all people in the Muhammadan Muslim world of Ummah Muhammad, as well as those who support the cause of the Palestinians anywhere in the world, do not actually know the facts behind the conflict or the origin of the names Palestine or Jew. In their erroneous perceptions, based almost entirely upon what they read or watch from a very biased media, the Palestinians are the underdog, the David against the Israeli Goliath. Three of the greatest tragedies of humanity are: 1. Ignorance of facts. 2. The refusal to learn from the best teacher of all time, history. 3. Invariably, the escape of the simplest truths from their attention. Ignorance allows the individual human being to be controlled, deceived, and manipulated by mostly selfish, arrogant, and unprincipled leaders. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Tragically, humanity assiduously repeats it in almost every generation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an unfortunate reality that the simplest truths and facts invariably escape the attention or the intellect of most human beings, as I shall presently demonstrate. Most of the peoples that we know of, such as the Sumerians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Greeks, Persians, Romans, Egyptians, Aztecs, Mayas, Chinese, Indians, Europeans, etc., have left their mark on history with their legacy of writings and their monuments, or are mentioned by their neighbors or contemporaries. The Palestinian people, obviously, if they truly existed, should also have left their mark or are mentioned by others. If our academics, historians, politicians and others are so sure that Palestine and its people go back throughout most of recorded history, one would expect them to be able to answer a few very simple and basic questions about the alleged country of Palestine and its people, the Palestinians. For example, when was the country of Palestine founded and by whom? Where did the Palestinian people originate from? What were Palestine's borders? Who were its neighbors? What language did the Palestinians speak? What writing did they use? What manuscripts or records did they leave, whether written or engraved? What was their religion? Where are their temples? What monuments attest to their existence? What was the name of their capital? Name its other major cities. What was their currency called? Are there any coins that attest to their economy? What was Palestine's form of government? Name its kings or rulers. What were their achievements? With what other people did the Palestinians interact? Where can we find any records wherein the name of the country of Palestine or its people are mentioned? What archaeological sites can one name? Where can one find the recorded history of these people? Whom did they conquer or were conquered by? Was Palestine ever recognized by a country whose existence at that time or even now leaves no room for misunderstanding? Can anyone name at least 5 Palestinian leaders before Arafat? Since there is no such recognized country today, what caused its demise and when did it occur? Those who are lamenting the low sinking of a once proud nation, please tell us, when exactly was this proud nation brought down? By whom was it brought down? Also, what was it so proud of? And here are some very important historical facts and further relevant questions. Not even under the Ottoman Empire's 500 years occupation was the name of Palestine used for any part or section of the Holy Land for administrative purposes. If there were an entity called Palestine and its people Palestinians, it would beggar logic and belief that the Muslim Ottomans would not denote the area with their name. After World War I, the British Mandate administered this very territory with the name Palestine, encompassing what is Jordan of today, as well as the territories of Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. Palestine, after all, is only a name, bequeathed to history by the victorious Romans over the Jews of Judea. Contrary to their original mandate, the British unilaterally cut off from Palestine the territory east of the Jordan River and gave it to King Abdullah of the Hashemites, 35,637 square miles. What was left of mandated Palestine, 10,330 square miles, or 22% of the original, was divided by the United Nations between the Jews and the Arabs. If there was a geographic entity with the name Palestine and its people Palestinians, why is there no mention in the United Nations documents of the Palestinian people, but only of the Jewish people? Why were those alleged Palestinian people identified only as Arabs? Why are the refugees called Arab refugees and not Palestinian refugees by the United Nations if there were a territory identified as Palestine? If the people arbitrarily and mistakenly calling themselves Palestinians are anything but generic Arabs collected from all over the Arab and Muslim world, if they really have a genuine ethnic identity that gives them the right for self-determination, why then did they not declare their independence between the years 1948 to 1967? After all, during this long period of 19 years, there were no Israelis in the West Bank or Gaza. There were no settlements and there was no so-called Jewish occupation. Why did these Palestinians not declare their independence after 1948, but allow themselves to be occupied and marginalized for 19 years by their brother Jordanians in the West Bank and their brother Egyptians in Gaza? Why did the media and academia in the West not mention or be enraged by that occupation and oppression not even once during the whole of its 19 years? Why were they deafeningly silent when the Arabs occupy the lands of other Arabs, but are indignant when anyone else occupies a square inch of any Arab or Muslim country, even when done in a justifiable war of self-defense? Why did the United Nations not have a single resolution condemning the Jordanian and Egyptian occupation of so-called Palestinian land during 19 whole years? Why did this allegedly proud and ancient people wait until after the Arabs had suffered their ignominious and devastating defeat in the 6 Days' War at the hands of Israel? Did they all of a sudden and miraculously find their alleged peoplehood and nationhood? I hope that everyone should avoid the temptation to trace the modern-day Palestinians to the biblical Philistines, because substituting etymology for history will also not work. Disgustingly, this is exactly what the present desperate Arab so-called scholars of Islam are attempting to do. If one asks the Mohammedan Muslims of 1,500 million, including the alleged Palestinians, why are they called Palestinians, the probability of getting the correct answer would be almost zero. I shall now enlighten Ummat Muhammad of 1,500 million with the following devastating and unchallengeable facts. The name Palestinian is derived from the Hebrew Bible calling the Greeks, who had settlements on the coast where Gaza is, Plishtim, almost 3,500 years ago. This name, Plishtim, can only be found in the Bible, and nowhere else, including all the records of the Arabs over the last 3,500 years. I would like to point out once more that these people, the Plishtim, were Greeks, not Arabs. After the death of King Solomon, his kingdom was divided into two states. Israel with its capital Samaria, and Judea with its capital Jerusalem. This is exactly why the Jews are called Jews. Not because their religion is Jewish, but because of the name of their country of origin, Judea. Just like the English are so called for being born in England, and the Chinese because of China. So are the Jews so called because the name of the country of their nativity was Judea. Israel was conquered and many of its people were taken as slaves by the Assyrians. Judea survived a lot of vicissitudes, but was finally subjugated by the Roman Empire as the province of Judea. So-called believers and unbelieving kuffar, please remember that Jesus died on the cross as King of the Jews, crucified by the Romans over 2,000 years ago in the kingdom of Judea, in its capital Jerusalem, and there was not a single Palestinian or a country called Palestine in sight. The ardently monotheistic Jews staged 3 major rebellions against the Roman occupation of their land and the desecration of the Temple of Solomon, the last of which was that of Bar Kokhba, 132 to 135 AD. After this bloody rebellion, the victorious Roman Emperor Hadrian purposefully changed the name of the province from Judea to Syria Palestina, and Jerusalem, its capital, to Aelia Capitolina, in an attempt to erase the historical and spiritual ties of the Jewish people to their nation. To humiliate and denigrate the rebellious Jews, he deliberately changed the name of the kingdom Judea to Syria Palestina, because as a learned man, he knew that the Philistine Greeks were among the worst enemies of the Israelites. He also changed the name of their capital Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina, thus honoring the name of his wife, Aelia. The truth should be obvious to everyone and anyone who wants to know it. The Arabs of 330 millions have never abandoned their dream of destroying Israel of 5 million Jews. They still cherish it today. Having time and again failed to achieve their evil goal by military means, they decided to fight Israel by proxy. For that purpose, they transformed the Arabs of Judea, Samaria, and Gaza into an ad hoc group, and as they publicly asserted, they cynically called it the Palestinian people. The so-called Palestinians have only one publicly and repeatedly declared motivation: the utter destruction of Israel, and that, as far as I'm concerned, is not a good enough reason to consider them a nation. It is one of the most remarkable of ironies that it was Muammar al-Gaddafi, the maverick Libyan leader who addressed a gathering of Arab heads of state summit and brought to their attention similar points that I have asked, and then adding insult to injury, said the following: the only way to achieve peace in the Middle East is for the Arab countries to acknowledge and accept Israel and to pay Israel reparations for the more than 50 years of devastation they have visited on it. 1400 years ago, Muhammad, the consummate pirate of the desert, robbed, raped, enslaved and slaughtered the pagan Arabs, Christian Arabs, and Judaized Arabs. That was not enough for him, so he graduated to plagiarizing, plundering, pirating, and or perverting. From their scriptures, traditions, and fetishes to concoct and compose his Quran, as well as a worthy ancestry for himself by pretending that all his verses were revealed to him by Allah, the supreme God of the pagan Arabs. His modern followers, the Muhammadan Arabs, in complete emulation of their mentor Muhammad and his Sunnah, concocted the myth of the so-called Palestinian people 1400 years later. Nothing ever changes in the depravities of the cult followers of Muhammad. Even after the lapse of 14 centuries, nothing ever changes. In conclusion, can anyone show the world any physical proof to indicate if there ever was an entity called Palestine and its people, the Palestinians? Can any Arab or so-called Palestinian disprove or refute anything I have just revealed, based entirely on answering the valid and logical questions that I have asked? Can any so-called Palestinian or any other human being answer the very simple but relevant questions above? I would like very much to hear from them. If not, why not? I rest my case. The issue of the Ground Zero Mosque has engendered great anger as well as an enormous number of comments for and against. What we have here are two polarized points of view, those of the politically correct and sanctimonious leftists among the academic, clerical, and political leaders of the USA contra a great number of the common men and women of America who elected them. As usual, I shall address this issue on the facts regarding the cult belief system of Muhammadan Islam. All other arguments become null and void because we have to look at this issue from the point of view of the Muslims and not our own to start with. After all, it was they who threw the gauntlet, knowing full well that there will be a strong reaction. What those who support the building, who are not Muslims, miss totally is the fact that they know very little, if anything, about the cult belief system that they are so cavalierly supporting. Personally, I was neither surprised nor shocked that Barack sided with the Muslims. Please be aware that he never renounced his Islamic faith. Was he baptized into the Christian faith? If so, when, where, and by whom? Is it logical to accept that he was a member for almost 20 years of one of the most radical, anti-white, anti-American, anti-Semitic church without learning anything? He spent most of his early life as a Muslim. He loves to hear the call for prayer by the muezzin. He extols the virtues of an Islam that does not exist in reality. He speaks of the Holy Quran, which is as holy as Hitler's Mein Kampf. He spoke about Islam's great influence in the making of the USA. Can anyone find the name of any Muslim contributing anything of value to the USA in the last 230 years? Is Barack H. Obama so ignorant that he cannot even understand that the whole of the US Constitution is based upon liberal Judeo-Christian traditions? That nothing from the depraved Sharia appears anywhere? I picked on Barack, this is his name, not Obama, because he is causing enormous damage to the great nation of the United States politically and economically. He was elected to bring the people together, but instead he is dividing them. Yes, I fully understand Barack's support for the mosque. Now let us look at the so-called liberal, politically correct media, academia, clergy, and politicians. I can guarantee that not a single one of them has actually read, let alone studied Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah. Yet these Quran ignoramus people are telling the American public that Islam is a peaceful religion, that those who disapprove of the mosque are bigots or Islamophobes. They have arrogated for themselves the high moral ground, as if all other Americans are morally and intellectually inferior to them. Well, let me tell these creatures what I know of them. They are aiding, abetting, and colluding with the very Muhammadan Muslims that want our and their destruction, who declare publicly in over 80 languages all over the world, in their TV, their mosques, their newspapers, their schools, as well as in our democracies, that the sole objective of Muhammadan Islam as ordained by Muhammad's God Allah is to Islamize the whole of humanity. That is, to bring all 80% of humanity of what they call Ummat al-Kuffar, nation of infidels, all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Zoroastrians, Jews, animists, pagans, agnostics, etc., to the abyss of Muhammadan Islam, a cult belief system that is hate-mongering, warmongering, misogynist, racist, and ungodly. I would like now to teach those politically correct, English language ignoramus so-called intellectuals that phobia, from the Greek phobos, means fear or morbid fear, is an irrational, intense, and persistent fear of certain situations, activities, things, animals, or people. Arachnophobia is fear of spiders. Acrophobia is fear of heights. These are irrational fears. But based on all of our knowledge of Muhammad's cult belief system, fearing it is totally logical and rational. In fact, it would be actually irrational not to fear his cult. Let me now address the characteristics of the male followers of Muhammad. Irrespective of culture, ethnicity, race, color, tradition, or sect, almost all male Muhammadan Muslims exhibit the following characteristics: an obscene degree of hypocrisy, mendacity, misogyny, racism, and unwarranted arrogance, compounded with a pathological and depraved indifference to logic, facts, reality, sincerity, mercy, compassion, friendship, loyalty, and language. I have no doubt that some good-hearted but uninformed people will call me hate-mongering, racist, and more. Since I have proven every single one of these adjectives in over 780 chapters on my web and over 275 videos, all they need to do is to disprove me based on knowledge. Nonetheless, I shall point out to those in doubt only 3 verses from among thousands in Muhammad's Quran and Hadiths that are similar or worse. Al-Imran 3.118. O you who believe, take not into your intimacy those outside your religion, pagans, Jews, and Christians. They will not fail to corrupt you. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O you who believe, take not the Jews and the Christians for your friends and protectors. They are but friends and protectors to each other. And he amongst you that turns to them for friendship is of them. Verily Allah guideth not a people unjust. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Five, those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which had been forbidden by Allah and his apostle, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Islam, even if they are of the people of the book, Christians and Jews, until they pay the jizya, poll tax, with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. For those ignorant people among the followers of Muhammad and their supporters who have not read, let alone studied Muhammad's Quran, this verse alone was and is a unilateral declaration of war by Muhammad 1400 years ago, not only against the Christians and Jews, but against all other human beings as well, who do not believe as he does. Throughout their history, the Muhammadan Muslims invariably converted many of the greatest cathedrals, churches or synagogues into mosques, as we recognize in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople and others. Also, according to their creed, any territory conquered by the Arabs and Muslims becomes waqf, that is, forever part of the land of Islam. What is hideous about all of this is the attitude of the American Muslims, who are claiming victimization and discrimination. Remember, I call them obscene hypocrites. Of course they are. How many churches are there in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Yemen, Qatar? Where, pray tell, is Barack's tolerant Islam? Are they not the ones who burn churches in Iraq, Nigeria, Egypt, Algeria, and others? Are not Muslims the ones who prohibit, upon pain of death, having Bibles in many of their states? Let me now address the issue of loyalty. I have asserted on numerous occasions that any and all believing or fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslims in our democracies are potentially traitors in waiting, if not already, in fact. This again sounds as if I'm brushing a whole group equally. I repeat what I said: believing or fundamentalist Muslims. Since they are believing or fundamentalist, they must abide by the dictates of Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah. By doing so, the USA becomes a territory of war or Dar al-Harb, and its people are unbelieving infidels or kuffar. The American Constitution is man-made and hence against the will of Allah.
The Muslims cannot abide by it. The politically correct will point out that there are peaceful Muslims. What they mean is that these Muslims are not suicide bombers. Well, my reply is, not yet. The proof of the pudding is in eating it, the English would say. Action and only action tells the story. Question: have the so-called peaceful Muslims ever demonstrated, either in the USA or in Europe, in the last 30 years of Islamic terror, shouting, "Not in our name"? Did they do so after 9/11? After 7/7 in London? What about Fort Hood? Why not? They cannot claim that they are afraid in our democracies, can they? Afraid of whom? After all, thousands of them were very brave in violently demonstrating in the United States and all over Europe over the cartoons. Muhammad said two things that I totally agree with and are seminal when discussing Islam. 1. He said silence means consent. 2. He said war is deception. The ground zero mosque is not going to be for religious and social purposes, but the breeding ground for more intolerance and betrayal. The Imam speaks nicely and is dressed in Western clothing. All these appearances are meaningless, because they are part and parcel of Islamic subterfuge called taqiyya. Under this rule, a Muslim can drink wine and even eat pig's meat, for as long as in his heart of hearts he is fulfilling Muhammad Qur'an's aim to subvert all others to Islam. How many times do the American people need to be massacred, humiliated and raped before they wake up to the existential threat posed by Muhammadan Islam to the whole civilized world? It is not true that the American people or the Europeans or Indians or Chinese discriminate and hate Muslims. It is Muslims who hate and discriminate against all others, for as long as they follow Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah. It is they who separate themselves from the very peoples and states that give them security, shelter, freedoms, etc., and in return they do their worst to undermine the peoples and institutions of these countries. This I call treason. Maybe you listeners have another adjective.
Dear listeners, as usual I shall relate to you, based entirely upon the Arabic Muslim sources, the moral characteristics of the alleged best male ever created, who, according to his followers, is their perfect prophet Muhammad. I would like also to address the cult followers of Muhammad, who may be shocked at my revelations, by telling them, do not threaten me with death, destruction, insults, and the torments of Allah's hell. I am only a messenger who is enlightening you with facts based entirely upon your own Arabic scriptural sources, Arabic being my mother's tongue. If right is on your side, all you have to do is to disprove me. Hence I tell you very politely, put up or forever shut up. Ahmad ibn Taymiyyah, the famous Islamic scholar, Allama, theologian and logician, who is referred to as Shaykh al-Islam, a title of superior authority on Islamic knowledge, asserted that there are many false prophets, such as Musaylimah the liar, a contemporary of Muhammad. Taymiyyah concluded that many of these so-called prophets are, in fact, possessed, and that the only way to determine the authenticity of any prophet is by examining his biography, seerah, and deeds, and see if he be found worthy of the title. Let us together use Taymiyyah's parameters regarding Muhammad and find out what the result will be. Muhammad in his Quran forbids his male followers from being in contact with their polluted females when they are in menses, having their period. Al-Baqarah 2.222. They lastly concerning women's courses say, they are a hurt and a pollution, so keep away from women in their courses and do not approach them until they are clean. Al-Ma'idah 5.6. O ye who believe,
If you are in a state of ceremonial impurity, bathe your whole body. But if you are ill, or on a journey, or one of you cometh from offices of nature, or you have been in contact with women, and you find no water, then take for yourselves clean sand or earth, and rub therewith your faces and hands. According to Muhammad's verse, washing with sand and earth is cleaner than touching a woman. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.319, narrated by Zainab bint Abi Salama. Salama said, I got my menses, nifas, while I was lying with the Prophet under a woolen sheet. So I slipped away, took the clothes for menses and put them on. Allah's Apostle said, have you got your menses? I replied, yes. Then he called me and took me with him under the woolen sheet. Salama further said, the Prophet used to kiss me while he was fasting. The Prophet and I used to take the bath of janaba, meaning ritually impure due to sexual intercourse or semen discharge, from a single pot. Muhammad was rarely averse to breaking each and every one of his instructions to his followers in his Quran. He allowed himself all human liberties while he imposed upon his followers an enormous number of restrictions, reducing their existence to be servile, submissive, and joyless creatures in life in expectation of his promised reward in the afterlife. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.298, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet and I used to take a bath from a single pot while we were junub. During the menses periods, he used to order me to put on an izar, which is a dress worn below the waist, and used to fondle me. While in i'tiqaf, that is reciting the Quran in a solitary manner, he used to bring his head near me, and I would wash it while I used to be in my periods, menses. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.309, narrated by Aisha. None of us had more than a single garment, and we used to have our menses while wearing it. Whenever it was soiled with the blood of menses, we used to apply saliva to the blood spot and rub off the blood with our nails. Sahih al-Bukhari hadith 1.497, narrated by Maymuna. The Prophet used to pray while I used to sleep beside him during my periods, menses, and in prostration his garment used to touch me. Sahih al-Bukhari 9.639, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet used to recite the Quran with his head in my lap while I used to be in my periods, having my menses. Sahih al-Bukhari hadith 1.299, narrated by Abdul Rahman bin al-Aswad. On the authority of his father, Aisha said, whenever Allah's Apostle wanted to fondle any one of us during her periods, menses, he used to order her to put on an izar and start fondling her. Aisha added, none of you could control his sexual desires as the Prophet could. Aisha's statement is interesting, since it is obvious that Muhammad could not control his desires, and that is why he needed to enjoy the bodies of his women even when they were polluted. Moreover, based on what experiences did Aisha know about the sexual abilities of other men? Although Muhammad allowed his followers a maximum of 4 wives during his lifetime, it is estimated that he was married to about 66 females. It is recorded that just before he died, he had 9 wives. Muhammad's sexual desires and infidelities are very well documented in the hadiths and are reflected just as faithfully in Muhammad's Quran. On one occasion, when Muhammad had the desperate urge to have sex with his beautiful and young Coptic Christian sex slave Maria, he told his wife Hafsa, the daughter of Umar ibn Khattab, that her father wanted to see her. She accordingly left the house to do so. It just happened that that was her slotted day to sleep with Muhammad. Knowing him well enough regarding his need to have sex, she had second thoughts and returned to her house to find Muhammad having sex with Maria in her own bed. Justifiably, she got extremely upset and would not be consoled by Muhammad's promise that if she kept her mouth shut about his infidelity, he would not have sex with Maria again. Hafsa told all his wives about his adultery, and they all revolted against his incessant philandering. As usual with Muhammad, he concocted a made-to-order revelation, Surah Al-Tahrim 66.1 to 11, and dropped this alleged new revelation on them, wherein Allah, his ever accomplice in crimes, chastises Muhammad for trying to please his wives by not sleeping around. Hence Allah threatens the wives to get in line, lest Muhammad divorces them and they all end up in his hell. Followers of Muhammad who are listening, be you male or female, what would you honestly do or think if your partner was having illicit sex in your own bed while you had been away and you found them in the act? How could any of you excuse Muhammad's behavior, considering how much you revere and slavishly try to emulate him as a paragon of virtue? Can you ever be honest with yourselves when reading about Muhammad's dissolute characteristics, not written by Zionists, Jews, Christians, Hindus, or even enemies of Islam, but based entirely upon the Arabic Islamic sources only? For how long and how far are you willing to delude yourselves by denying all facts and realities? Even the young teenage Aisha was able to repeat one of the most astute statements in all of the hadiths whenever Muhammad concocted one of his made-to-order revelations by saying to him, Al-Suyuti, Volume 6, page 629, Verily your Lord Allah is ever quick to fulfill your whims and desires. Bukhari, Volume 6, Book 60, number 311, narrated by Aisha. I used to look down upon those ladies who had given themselves to Allah's apostle, and I used to say, can a lady give herself to a man? But when Allah revealed, you, O Muhammad, can postpone the turn of whom you will, of them, your wives, and you may receive any of them whom you will, and there is no blame on you if you invite one whose turn you have set aside temporarily. 33.51 I said to the Prophet, I feel that your Lord hastens in fulfilling your wishes and desires. Allah managed to hand down quite a few made-to-order revelations that sanctions Muhammad's personal pursuit of sex to the doubters around him. Interestingly, they have become part of the eternal, infallible word of the Quran, to be memorized by generations of Muslims for whom they have no possible relevance. Al-Ahzab 33.37 But when Zayd had accomplished his want of her, we gave her to you as a wife, so that there should be no difficulty for the believers in respect of the wives of their adopted sons, when they have accomplished their want of them, and that Allah's command shall be performed. No doubt, millions of young Muslims trying to outdo one another at memorizing the Quran may have wondered about what this verse means and why it is there. In fact, this is another revelation of convenience that Allah just happened to hand down at a time when Muhammad lusted after his daughter-in-law Zainab, a state of affairs that disturbed local customs. The verse commands Muhammad to marry Zainab, following her husband's gracious divorce. As for why these verses regarding Muhammad's personal lusts should be part of the eternal word of Allah is for you to think about. Al-Ahzab 33.50 O Prophet, surely we have made lawful to you your wives, whom you have given their dowries, and those whom your right hand possesses, out of those whom Allah has given to you as prisoners of war. And a believing woman, if she gave herself to the Prophet, if the Prophet desired to marry her, especially for you, not for the rest of the believers. We know what we have ordained for them concerning their wives, and those whom their right hands possess, in order that no blame may attach to you. This is another special command that Muhammad handed down to himself, that allows virtually unlimited sex, divinely sanctioned by Allah. One assumes that this revelation was meant to assuage some sort of disgruntlement in the community over Muhammad's hedonism. Al-Ahzab 33.51 You may put off whom you please of them, and you may take to you whom you please, and whom you desire of those whom you had separated provisionally. No blame attaches to you. This is most proper, so that their eyes may be cool, and they may not grieve, and that they should be pleased. This is in reference to the situation in which Muhammad's wives were grumbling about his preference for sleeping with a slave girl, Mary the Copt, instead of them. Accordingly, Muhammad may sleep with whichever wife or slave he wishes without having to hear the others complain, as revealed in Allah's literal and perfect words to more than 1 billion Muslims. Al-Tahrim 66.1. O Prophet, why ban thou that which Allah hath made lawful for thee, seeking to please thy wives? Another remarkable verse of sexual convenience concerns the episode in which Muhammad's wives were jealous of the attention that he was giving to the Christian slave girl Maria. But, as he pointed out to them, to neglect the sexual availability of his slaves was against Allah's will for him. An-Nisa 4.24. And all married women are forbidden unto you, save those captives whom your right hands possess. Allah even permitted Muhammad and his men to rape married slaves, such as those captured in battle. Muhammad also passed down revelations from Allah that clearly condone sleeping with underage girls, even by the standard of puberty. Quran 65.4 lays down rules for divorce, one of them being that a waiting period of 3 months is established to determine that the woman is not pregnant. But the same rule applies to those too who have not had their courses, meaning girls who have not begun to menstruate. Al-Talaq 65.4. Such of your women as have passed the age of monthly courses, for them the prescribed period, if ye have any doubt, is 3 months, and for those who have no courses, it is the same. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.18, narrated by Ursa. The Prophet asked Abu Bakr for Aisha's hand in marriage. Abu Bakr said, "But I am your brother." The Prophet said, "You are my brother in Allah's religion and His book, but she is lawful for me to marry." Abu Bakr was so shocked at Muhammad's proposal to marry his child Aisha of 6 years that he told him, "But I am your brother." This word "but," which is in Arabic innama, brings out the true disbelief of Abu Bakr regarding the request, which of course turned out to be an unchallengeable demand. Abu Bakr's shock alone is evidence that what Muhammad was demanding was against the social norms of even the pigs of 1400 years ago. Since his companions actually believed him as the messenger of Allah, Muhammad was able to fulfill each and every one of his fantasies, lusts, and desires. Muhammad was able to receive alleged divine verses sanctifying them with made-to-order revelations from his accomplice, the ever-obedient and willing Allah. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.88, narrated by Ursa. The Prophet wrote the marriage contract with Aisha while she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage with her while she was 9 years old, and she remained with him for 9 years, i.e. till his death. Sahih al-Bukhari 8.151, narrated by Aisha. I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends also used to play with me. When Allah's apostle used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. The dolls were something to play with when Muhammad was not having sex with her. Ladies and gentlemen, be aware that dolls are forbidden in Muhammadan Islam for grown-ups. They were allowed for Aisha because she had not yet reached the age of puberty. Fath al-Bari, page 143, volume 13, asserts this. Muhammad's sexual antics are an embarrassment to those Muslims who are aware of them. This is particularly so for the Prophet's marriage to Aisha when she was 9 years old. The thought of a 52-year-old man sleeping and bathing with a child girl is intensely unpleasant, and it reflects the disgusting character of a sexual glutton rather than a holy man. Critics even allege that Muhammad was a pedophile. The critics are wrong, because he was not a serial child molester. Nonetheless, according to any logical, decent and moral person, Muhammad raped Aisha, since even if she were in puberty at age 9, the fact still remains that she was neither of age of consent, nor was she allowed to refuse her parents. Some Muslims respond by denying the hadith itself, which is a stupid mistake. The accounts of Muhammad having sex with a 9-year-old are no less reliable than those on which the 5 pillars of Islam are based. They have been an accepted part of tradition and did not become controversial until social mores began to change with the modern age. Zainab was in her 30s when she attracted the unquenchable lust of Muhammad. We don't know the age of Muhammad's sex slaves. They may or may not have been as young as Aisha, but there is no point in speculating. Thanks to Muhammad's lack of morals, sex with children became deeply ingrained in the Islamic tradition. For many centuries, Muslim armies would purge Christian and Hindu peasant villages of their menfolk and send the women and children to harems and the thriving child sex slave markets deep in the Islamic world. From Ayatollah Khomeini's book, Tahrir al-Masail, a man can marry a girl younger than 9 years of age, even if she is a girl still a baby being breastfed. A man, however, is prohibited from having intercourse with a girl younger than 9. Other sexual acts such as foreplay, rubbing, kissing and sodomy is allowed. A man having intercourse with a girl younger than 9 years of age has not committed a crime, but only an infraction, if the girl is not permanently damaged. If the girl, however, is permanently damaged, the man must provide for her all her life. But this girl will not count as one of the man's 4 permanent wives. He also is not permitted to marry the girl's sister. End quote. Some clerics show relative mercy on underage girls by advocating a process known as thawing that Muhammad used with Aisha from when she was 6 years old till he penetrated her at age 9. According to a recent fatwa known as 23672, the Imam answers a question. My parents married me to a young girl who has not yet reached puberty. How can I enjoy her sexually? By telling the man that he may hug her, kiss her, and ejaculate between her legs. In summary, Islam's holiest texts portray Muhammad not as a perfect man, but a sexual hedonist. Not only did he become fat from indulging in food, but his pursuit of sex was no less gluttonous. On top of it all, he used personal made-to-order revelations from Allah to justify his debauchery to the gullible masses which, to this day, continue to be venerated and memorized as if they are the holiest of utterances. Muhammad's pursuit of Zainab, the wife of his adopted son, is almost as tough for Muslims to explain. This is because it not only raises a similar question of moral character, but also casts suspicion on whether his so-called prophecies were really divine revelations or dictates of personal convenience. So controversial was Muhammad's desire to marry his adopted son's wife that he had to justify it with a stern pronouncement from Allah on the very institution of adoption, which has had tragic consequences to this day. Verses 33.4 to 5 are widely interpreted to imply that Islam is against adoption, meaning that an untold number of children in the Islamic world have been needlessly orphaned, all because Muhammad's lustful desires for a married woman went beyond even what the other 6 wives that he possessed at the time and a multitude of slaves could satisfy. Muhammad forbade his 10 widows from remarrying, even making sure that this divine order was forever preserved in the eternal word of Allah, Quran 33.53. To add insult to injury, they were all summarily disinherited from Muhammad's estate by his successor, courtesy of another divine order given to Abu Bakr from Allah. I have only dealt with Muhammad's sexual mores without referring to other unsavory characteristics, such as deceptions, betrayals of trust, assassinations, mass murder, plunder, rape, etc., which will require many more chapters addressing each of them. I leave it to those who are listening or reading my reports to decide your judgment. As far as I'm concerned, I do not have the stomach for any more than these. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I have thought about putting this video a long time ago, but was afraid that YouTube would use it as another excuse to shut us down for the third time, because the Muslims abhor and are terrified of the truth, would once more flag us down for hate speech, when in fact and reality all we are doing as usual is revealing the horrible characteristics of the foundations of their cult belief system. Observe the convulsions and conflagrations within their utterly inhumane and archaic societies, and how the so-called revolutionaries for democratic rule are assaulting foreign reporters and observers, both male and female, by shouting "Jew! Jew!" to justify their evil actions. How the tempo of attacks against Christians, their churches, and their homes has accelerated alarmingly, as well as against Hindus, Buddhists, and animists. I have thus decided, as a matter of urgency, to go ahead anyway and await whatever happens. I would like you all to understand that every single believing or fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslim must follow the two pillars that are the foundations of Sharia, Muhammad's Quran and Muhammad's Sunnah. I have already fully and comprehensively demonstrated in 780 chapters of my thesis, which you can read on my web in the name of Allah.org, that Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah are hate-mongering, war-mongering, misogynist, racist scriptures, and hence most assuredly ungodly. That Sharia is utterly incompatible with all human freedoms and dignities, and hence must never be allowed to take root in any of our democracies. Please also be aware that contrary to all of the Muslims' false propaganda, platitudes, and accusations, we do not discriminate against them, because it is they who discriminate against all of us, all those who do not believe as they do. Moreover, since Sharia incites its followers in every mosque and madrasa, religious Islamic school, to abhor, disobey, and insult our laws, institutions, constitutions, and our personal humanity, then based on the rule of law, prohibiting hate speech against other human beings, this alone should disallow Sharia's voice from ever being expressed on our soil. Considering the fact that we in the West have accepted and welcomed about 50 million of them who came begging and crawling to our countries, then their accusation that we do not allow them to integrate is utterly false. We have given them shelter, education, medication, freedom of belief and thought, financial help, etc., from our own hard-earned taxes, and they show us their gratitude by disrespecting our laws, our freedoms, our beliefs in our own countries, and undermining our hospitality, traditions, and security by attempting to bring to our shores the very depraved Sharia that they had escaped from in the first place. It is they who are not willing or able to integrate, because they are prohibited by Sharia from ever assimilating into or amongst us, the infidels. Hence, what I am about to state or reveal to you, with relevant Quranic and Hadith references, is based entirely upon the beliefs of the followers of Muhammad, and has absolutely nothing to do with hate speech, racism, or the fraudulent and Muslim self-serving term of Islamophobia. In fact, I dare any follower of Muhammad to refute anything I state and declare, not by insulting or threatening me, but with knowledge of their own scripture. The following is a list of questions that each and every one of you outside the land of Islam, that is in the territory of the infidel peoples, should ask yourselves and the Muslims. Can any believing Muslim in the land of the unbelievers be good, law-abiding, integrated and loyal citizens in our countries? Theologically, no, because Muslims submit only to Allah. As well as you know by now, Allah is originally only the name of the supreme god of pagan Arabia, among 360 other stone deities, and hence most definitely not the same as the God of Jesus, Moses, or Abraham. Religiously, no, because no other religion is accepted under Sharia except Islam, submission to Allah. Al-Imran 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him, and in the hereafter he will be in the ranks of those who have lost. Scripturally, no, because the Muslims' allegiance is to Sharia based upon Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah. Textually, no, because Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah are hate-mongering, war-mongering, misogynist, racist, and hence most definitely ungodly. Geographically, no, because Muslims bow in reverence to Mecca in Arabia, to which they turn in prayer 5 times a day. Socially, no, because the Muslims' devotion to Islam forbids them from ever making true friends with Christians or Jews. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O ye who believe, take not the Jews, Yahud, and the Christians, Nasara, for your friends and protectors. They are but friends and protectors to each other. And he amongst you that turns to them for friendship is of them. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Qatilu, fight, those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which had been forbidden by Allah and His Apostle, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Islam, even if they are of the people of the book, Christians and Jews, until they pay the jizya, onerous poll tax, with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. Loyally, no, because Muslims' allegiance is primarily to all other Muslims all over the globe. Al-Mumtahana 6.1. O ye who believe, take not my enemies and yours, Christians, Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, etc., as friends or protectors. Al-Tahrim 66.9. O Prophet, strive hard against the unbelievers and the hypocrites, Christians, Jews, and other non-Muslims, and be firm against them. Their abode is hell, an evil refuge indeed. Ishaq 2:31. Muslims are one ummah, community, to the exclusion of all men. Believers are friends of one another to the exclusion of all outsiders. Politically, no, because Muslims must take instructions from their mullahs, spiritual leaders, who teach them equal opportunity hatred for all those who are not followers of Muhammad. Currently 80% of humanity called Ummat al-Kuffar, nation of infidels, comprising all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Zoroastrians, Jews, animists, agnostics, atheists, pagans, etc. Al-Anfal 8.55. For the worst of beasts in the sight of Allah are those who reject Him. They will not believe. Al-Fath 48.13. And if any believe not in Allah and His Apostle, we have prepared for those who reject Allah a blazing fire. Domestically, no, because Muslims are instructed by Muhammad's Quran to marry up to 4 women and beat and scourge their wives when they disobey them. Al-Nisa 4.34. Men are the protectors and maintainers of women because Allah has given the one more strength than the other, and because they support them from their means. As to those women on whose part you fear disloyalty and ill conduct, admonish them, refuse to share their beds, beat them. Legally, no, because Muslims cannot accept the American or European constitutions as binding, since they are not from Allah, as well as they believe that the Bible has been corrupted and hence is now ungodly. Culturally, no, because Muslims belong to a culture that prefers death than life. Ibrahim 14.3. Those who love the life of this world more than the hereafter, who hinder men from the path of Allah and seek therein something crooked, they are astray by a long distance. Constitutionally, no, because Sharia is the nemesis of democracy. It does not allow for freedoms of religion, expression, or belief. Democracy and Islam is an oxymoron, a state of affairs that cannot possibly coexist. Every Muslim government in the world is dictatorial, autocratic, or theocratic. Spiritually, no, Because the Judeo-Christian tradition believes in a loving fatherly God, while Allah is never referred to as Heavenly Father, nor is He ever called love in the Quran's 99 excellent attributes. Moreover, Muhammad truly believed and asserted in his Quran and Sunnah that those who die in Islam are physically recreated in his whorehouse version of paradise to enjoy sexual, carnal, and sensual pleasures for eternity. 1400 years ago, Muhammad declared, "Silence means consent." Maybe this is why European and American Muslims are so definitely quiet and not speaking out about all the worldwide atrocities allegedly committed by so-called radical Muslims. Not once in the last 30 years has there been a major demonstration, whether in Europe or the USA, by the so-called silent majority Muslims, expressing their revulsion at acts of terror committed by these alleged radicals, shouting out loud, "Not in our name." Therefore, after much study, contemplation and deliberation, Europeans and Americans should be very suspicious of all Muslims in their midst, especially all organizations that call themselves Islamic. They obviously cannot be both good Muslims and loyal Europeans or Americans. Call these shocking revelations whatever you will, but these are the facts based entirely in chapter and verse upon the Muslim scripture. Europeans and Americans had better believe this. The more who understand these realities, the better it will be for our democracies and our future generations to survive the onslaught of Muhammadan Islam. The clash between Islam and the rest of humanity is most definitely not a clash of civilization, but most assuredly a clash of beliefs and cultures. Muslims have publicly and repeatedly declared their intention to Islamize Europe and the USA from within. Europeans and Americans would be utterly insane and suicidal by ignoring these warnings. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember at all times, freedom never comes free. Academia and the news media fill their pages and airtime with words that they actually neither understand nor are willing to check before using them. For example, what do they mean by the term Islamic? Do they have any clue as to who, according to the Arabic of the Quran, is a Muslim? Dictionaries tell us the following: Islamic, of or relating to or supporting Islam. Islamize, to cause to convert to Islam, to conform to Islamic law or precepts, to bring within Islam. Islamism, a set of ideologies holding that Islam is not only a religion, but also a political system that should unite Muslims all over the world. Islamist, person who espouses Islamic fundamentalist beliefs through obedience to Sharia. Not once do any of the above point out that all of these terms are actually related to Arabs, Arab culture, Arab beliefs, Arab writing, Arab thought, Arab holy places, Arab traditions, Arab dress, Arab politics, and most assuredly Arab imperialism. Let us together explore these words based on language and logic. Islam is a concept, an idea based on the belief in a one and only God to whom Muslims submit. A concept, an idea, or a belief system does not create a civilization. The greatest civilizations in history, upon which our current civilization stands, were not monotheistic, but polytheistic. No one speaks of Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, Zeusian, or Martian civilizations. Why only of so-called Islamic? Is it Arab Islamic, Persian Islamic, Afghani Islamic, Berber Islamic, Sudanese Islamic, or maybe Senegal Islamic civilizations? Hence, talking about an Islamic civilization is utterly meaningless, especially when we very well know that the conquering Arabs were mostly uncivilized, nomadic tribes. One can discuss art, science, politics, and philosophy under the umbrella of Arab Islam, all of which are not Islamic, especially since under Sharia, not a single one of these items is allowed any freedom of expression or thought. What the term Islamic actually hides misrepresents and deceives is the fact that what is called Islamic is in reality Arabized. After all, what do Muslims all over the world of different nationalities, cultures, colors, races, and original traditions have in common? They believe in an Arabian man called Muhammad, allegedly a prophet of Allah. Who is their God? Allah, the name of the supreme God of the pantheon of 360 stone gods and goddesses of the pagan Arabs in Mecca, in the peninsula of the Arabs, centuries before Muhammad was born. Where do they direct their Qibla, direction of prayers 5 times a day? To Mecca, an Arabian holy city. What is their holy book? The Quran, a book written in Arabic by Arabs and which they must read also in Arabic. Whom do they slavishly emulate? The Sunnah of the Arabian Muhammad. Where do they go for Hajj or pilgrimage? To Mecca in Arabia. What do they circumambulate 7 times during the Hajj in Mecca? The Kaaba, an Arabian shrine that was venerated by the pagan Arabs centuries before Muhammad and his Quran. What clothing do the Muslim believers, both male and female, wear? Arabian clothing as dictated by Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah. What rules do the believers follow? The Arabian Sharia. When does the history of all these conquered peoples start? Their history starts from the day they were subjugated by the Arabs, because all their history prior to that instant of time is considered Jahiliyyah, that is, days of ignorance, no matter how glorious it actually was. The Arabs very successfully and utterly covered up their imperialist track record with the term Islamic, to give it an esoteric or divine aura without bringing attention to their conquests. We are regaled by both Muslims and alleged Western scholars of Islam about Islamic civilization, Islamic art, Islamic culture, Islamic architecture, Islamic science, etc. To start with, the hordes that came out of the Arabian Peninsula in the 7th century were almost entirely illiterate tribes who had no vestige of any civilization. The Arabs' holiest shrine, the Kaaba, was a primitive and small building from piled stone without a roof, because they had no wood to build with. No civilization can ever be created from the backs of horses or camels. Civilizations are created by sedentary peoples. The Arabians were able to conquer, slaughter, subjugate, enslave, and convert millions of non-Arabian peoples on 3 continents, overcoming several of the oldest civilizations and empires in the world of that time. The Byzantine Christians, the Sassanid Persians, the Coptic Egyptians, the Iberian and French Christians, the Hindu Indians, the Buddhist Chinese, and others. So-called Islamic science was based entirely on knowledge that they built upon from earlier civilizations such as Greek, Roman, Persian, Indian, Chinese, etc., whose works were invariably translated to Arabic by Christians and Jews of the conquered lands to start with, and later on by the indigenous converts to Arabian Islam. When one studies the lives of the prominent Muslim scientists, one will find out that most of them were from among the Mawali, that is, converts to Islam and not pure Arab stock. The greatest contributors to both science and Islamic beliefs were from the Persian Empire. Moreover, almost the entirety of them were not fundamentalist believers, but worldly men, and many of them were imprisoned, exiled, or killed because they were not fulfilling Sharia. In Arabic, the word knowledge is ilm. Most people do not actually realize that in Islam, as clearly demonstrated in Hadith and Muhammad's Sunnah, ilm or knowledge does not mean arts and sciences, but only knowledge of Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah and nothing else. So-called Islamic art and architecture are replicas of the Christian Byzantine churches. They too were designed and built with the labor of the subjugated peoples. All one has to observe are the cupolas of their mosques, which are almost identical. Islamic poetry and philosophy are in fact totally un-Islamic, since they are prohibited in Sharia. The poets and philosophers under Arabian Islam were secular men who did so only under the rules of more tolerant and enlightened non-fundamentalist leaders. The entirety of North African states proclaim themselves Arab. No one even questions such a ludicrous, if not utterly asinine, declaration. How is it logical or possible for a few tens of thousands of Arabian conquerors to become more numerous than the millions they conquered? What happened to the native Egyptians, the Libyans, the original Berber? Did all these millions of people evaporate into thin air and were replaced by Arabs? Of course not. These people were Arabized by the longest lasting, 1400 years and counting, and least useful imperialist power in human history. They were forced to convert under the jizya, onerous poll tax, and everything they believed in, cherished and created was Arabized. The Arabs obliterated their previous history, prohibited them from practicing their language, destroyed their temples or replaced them with mosques, forced them to wear Arabian dress, replaced the beliefs of most of them with Arabic Islam, and brought them down to the abyss of Muhammad's Arabian Islam and Sharia. The same was done to the Persians, Indians, Buddhists and others, while Greek, Roman and even Western imperialism brought with them roads, sanitation, culture, art, science, running water, law and order. The Arabs had absolutely nothing of value to bring to the superior cultures of the conquered peoples. The Muslim Arabs, like their mentor Muhammad, were best at plundering, pirating, plagiarizing and or perverting the concepts, precepts, thoughts and ideas of their vanquished subjects and then claim them as theirs. They continue to do so as we speak. Arab imperialism is the longest lasting, the most parasitic, the most culturally devastating and the least useful in human history. Every civilization the Arabs subjugated and continue to rule under Sharia has become among the least productive, least inventive and least creative in the world. Just observe the 1500 million Arabized Muslims in 55 Muslim majority states on the globe today. Hence, Muslims are ones who follow, obey, emulate and believe in the Arabian cult of Muhammad. Although Muslims represent 20% of humanity, they have contributed less than 0.2% of all Nobel Prize winners. In conclusion, there is nothing Islamic about Islamic. Any and all terms Islamic should purely and simply be replaced by the more correct Arabized. Although I have already proven beyond a reasonable doubt in over 30 assorted chapters that Allah is most definitely not the same as the God of Abraham, Moses and Jesus, nonetheless, I believe it is also rewarding to disprove Muhammad's alleged revelations from another point of view. As usual, I shall use the very Arabic sources to disprove and demolish Muhammad's one-sided assertions that the Quran was revealed to him by an angel Gabriel over the incredibly long period of 23 years. Believers and unbelievers, please compare this ungodly lengthy period with God's revelation of the Ten Commandments and the Torah directly to Moses in 40 days and nights. Already, one should be aware that something is wrong. Let me start with the most momentous event in Muhammad's life, his alleged first encounter with an unidentified creature. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 9.111, narrated by Aisha. The commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's apostle was in the form of good righteous dreams in his sleep. He never had a dream, but that it came true like bright daylight. He used to go into seclusion in the cave of Hira, where he used to worship Allah alone, continuously for many days and nights. The angel came to him in Hira and asked him to read. The Prophet replied, "I do not know how to read." The Prophet added, "The angel caught me forcefully and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read, and again I replied, 'I do not know how to read.' Whereupon he caught me again and pressed me a second time till I could not bear it any more. He then released me and asked me again to read. But again I replied, 'I do not know how to read.' Thereupon he caught me for the third time and pressed me and then released me and said, 'Read in the name of your Lord, who has created
created man from a clot. Surah Al-Alaq 96.1. Then Allah's apostle returned with the inspiration, his neck muscles twitching with terror, till he entered upon Khadija, his first wife, and said, "Cover me, cover me." They covered him till his fear was over, and then he said, "Oh Khadija, what is wrong with me?" Then he told her everything that had happened and said, "I fear that something may happen to me." Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that in this hadith, there is no mention of who the character that so terrified Muhammad is. There is no mention of the angel Gabriel. Let us together examine this crucial hadith, since this momentous event was presumably the start of Muhammad's mission in life, to bring Islam, submission to Allah, to his pagan Arabs. The creature who appeared to him terrified him. The creature did not introduce himself. He demanded with physical violence that Muhammad should read without actually specifying what he should be reading. The creature was not making a mistake, since he repeated his demand 3 times, each of which he accompanied it with physical violence. Based on logic alone, this story reeks of error, stupidity, and even blasphemy. If Allah is the same as the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, how is it possible that he did not know that Muhammad was illiterate? After all, according to Muhammadan Muslim belief, Gabriel was only following Allah's instructions to the letter. Is it not blasphemy to imply that the all-knowing Allah, if Allah is God, made such a colossal error? Adding insult to injury, why would Gabriel demand from Muhammad to read without showing him what to read in the first place? How was Muhammad supposed to read something that did not exist? Some Muhammadans trying to circumvent this inglorious hadith by insinuating that Gabriel did not ask Muhammad to read, but to recite. Let me take them at their word and ask them the following questions. Gabriel did not indicate or reveal a verse to Muhammad to recite in the first place, did he? Moreover, Muhammad's answer, "I cannot recite," would then be an utterly stupid one, would it not? Especially since he was not deaf and dumb. How is it possible that Muhammad, the most perfect male human being, could not recite? Muhammad's logical reply should have been, "What should I recite?" Since Gabriel told him nothing to repeat after him, and most assuredly not, "I cannot recite." Hence the corollary from all the above is that the word read is what is meant, and most definitely not recite. Let us now look at the encounters by Gabriel with others as mentioned in the New Testament. Luke 1:11. Then an angel of the Lord appeared to him, standing at the right side of the altar of incense. When Zechariah saw him, he was startled and was gripped with fear. But the angel said to him, "Do not be afraid, Zechariah. Your prayer has been answered. Your wife Elizabeth will bear you a son, and you are to call him John." Zechariah asked the angel, "How can I be sure of this? I'm an old man and my wife is well along in years." The angel said to him, "I am Gabriel. I stand in the presence of God, and I have been sent to speak to you and to tell you this good news." Luke 1:26. In the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy, God sent the angel Gabriel to Nazareth, a town in Galilee, to a virgin pledged to be married to a man named Joseph, a descendant of David. The virgin's name was Mary. The angel went to her and said, "Greetings, you who are highly favored. The Lord is with you." Mary was greatly troubled at his words and wondered what kind of greeting this might be. But the angel said to her, "Do not be afraid, Mary. You have found favor with God. You will conceive and give birth to a son, and you shall call him Emmanuel." "How will this be?" Mary asked the angel, "since I'm a virgin?" The angel answered, "The Holy Spirit will come to you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. I am the Lord's servant." Mary answered, "May your word to be fulfilled." Then the angel left her. Matthew 1:20. But while he thought on these things, behold,
the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. In every single case above, Gabriel introduced himself and did not cause Zechariah or Miriam undue fear, unlike his alleged terrifying encounter with Muhammad. Even the Quran does not connect Gabriel to the first revelation in Al-Alaq 96.1 above. The Quran mentions the name Gabriel in only the 3 following verses. Al-Baqarah 2.97 say, whoever is an enemy to Gabriel, for he brings down the revelation to thy heart, by Allah's will, a confirmation of what went before, and guidance and glad tidings for those who believe. Whoever is an enemy to Allah and His angels, and apostles, to Gabriel and Michael, lo, Allah is an enemy to those who reject faith. Al-Tahrim 66.4 If ye too turn in repentance to Him, your hearts are indeed so inclined, but if you back up each other against Him, truly Allah is His protector, and Gabriel, and every righteous one among those who believe, and furthermore, the angels will back him up. There is no direct and unambiguous connection between the first verse of the alleged revelation and these verses. There is no mention of the encounter, nor the name of the Hira cave anywhere in the Quran. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 4.429, narrated by Malik bin Sa'sa. The Prophet said, while I was at the house in a state midway between sleep and wakefulness, an angel recognized me as the man lying between 2 men. A golden tray full of wisdom and belief was brought to me, and my body was cut open from the throat to the lower part of the abdomen. And then my abdomen was washed with Zamzam water, and my heart was filled with wisdom and belief. According to this hadith, the most perfect male that has ever been created, as his followers assert to humanity, was actually so full of sin and lack of belief that an angel had to operate on him, removing sin and unbelief. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 8.266, narrated by Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, O Aisha, this is Gabriel sending his greetings to you. I said, peace and Allah's mercy upon him. You see what I do not see. Dear listeners, please be aware that what humanity has regarding Muhammad's alleged encounters with Gabriel are the sole product of the assertions of one man, Muhammad, uncorroborated, unsubstantiated, and unwitnessed by any of his closest companions or most intimate wives. 1,500 million followers are brainwashed into believing the unverified words of a pathological liar called Muhammad. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 9.579, narrated by Abu Dahr. The Prophet said, Gabriel came to me and gave me the glad tidings that anyone who died without worshipping anything besides Allah would enter paradise. I asked Gabriel, even if he committed theft and even if he committed illegal sexual intercourse? He said, yes, even if he committed theft and even if he committed illegal sexual intercourse. Believers and unbelieving kuffar, how can anything so vile be considered godly? It is then not surprising at all that Muslim clerics convert inmates of prisons so easily, since these criminals are allowed free rein in criminality as long as they believe in Allah is God and Muhammad as his messenger, based entirely on the very Arabic scriptures of Muhammad and Islam, showing how hate-mongering, warmongering, misogynist, racist and vile are Muhammad, his Quran, his Sunnah and Sharia. It is more than obvious that the Quran was revealed to Muhammad by Satan pretending to be Gabriel. After all, Muhammad did fall for the alleged satanic verses that we know about. In conclusion, based on 780 chapters, 295 audio videos, and over 100 talk shows, either Satan revealed the Quran to Muhammad, or that the secretions of Muhammad's mind created the text of the Quran, but cleverly projected it into the unsuspecting mouth of Allah, the name of the supreme God of 360 stone deities of pagan Arabia, to give it the aura of sanctity and divinity.
Either way demonstrates its ungodliness. Ladies and gentlemen, believers and unbelievers, let me tell you a secret that has escaped the intellect of the followers of Muhammad for the last 1400 years, as well as the intellect of the so-called experts on Islam from both East and West. That it is as if by divine justice, haqq ilahi, or divine will, qidra ilahiyya, that the very hadiths that explain to the followers of Muhammad his Quran and Sunnah are the very same that utterly discredit Muhammad as a prophet and his Quran's alleged divine origin. For those who have either listened to my talks, read my book, or accessed my thesis in www.inthenameofallah.org should already know that everything about Muhammad and Islam is deception and trickery made up of smoke, mirrors, and darkness. Absolutely nothing about this demonic cult belief system is what appears to be. The whole lot is based upon the contortion of facts and reality, the perversion of the meaning of words, the dislocation of history, and the willful misrepresentation of the biblical narrative. As I have conclusively proven in hundreds of chapters, that Muhammad plagiarized, plundered, pirated, and or perverted every theological precept, concept, thought, or idea in his Quran from the traditions, fetishes, beliefs, and scriptures of the Christian Arabs, the Judaized Arabs, and the pagan Arabs. That the only new items in Muhammad's Quran are the ungodly, hate-mongering, war-mongering, racist, misogynist, and vile verses that fill its surahs. I have proven in chapter after chapter that Allah is not the same as the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. That Islam does not mean peace, but only submission. That any creature in the universe that declares its belief in a one and only God is automatically a Muslim and has absolutely nothing to do with Muhammad or his Quran. That jihad is not a spiritual struggle to commune with God, but eternal warfare against all humans who do not believe as Muslims do, the so-called derogatory Ummat al-Kuffar, nation of infidels. Currently, Ummat al-Kuffar is 80% of humanity, comprising all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Zoroastrians, Jews, animists, atheists, agnostics, pagans, etc. That Islamize actually means Arabize, and has nothing whatsoever to do with the concept of Islam, which is submission to the will of one God. In this chapter, I shall demolish another linguistic deception, that of so-called radical Muslims. This term is used invariably by totally ignorant people of the Arabic language and or the Quran, as well as by the willfully and criminally twisted minds of left-wing academicians, politicians, clergy, and media, aided and abetted for their own agenda by the supposed scholars of Islam. I have already incontrovertibly proven that Muhammad's Quran, his Sunnah and Sharia are hate-mongering, war-mongering, racist, misogynist, and vile. Thus, they are by and within themselves radical and have no shades. Those who are believers or fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslims must, of course, follow to the letter Allah's ungodly instructions to war against all humans until one of the following three conditions is accomplished. 1. Convert to the cult of Muhammad, whether they like it or not. 2. Submit in humiliation and degradation to Islam. 3. Be exterminated. To fully deceive and mislead humanity, the Islamists, aided and abetted by their left-leaning supporters in all levels of our democracies, blame all acts of terror committed by Muslims all over the globe upon the so-called radical or extremist Muslims, as if the majority of Muslims are peace-loving, law-abiding, integrated citizens in our democracies. President Lincoln of the USA once said, "One can deceive all the people some of the time, some of the people all the time, but not all the people all the time." With the internet and other knowledgeable people on the sordid subjects of Muhammad and Islam, we are in the third phase of the above circumstances,
Never again will the followers of Muhammad and their supporters be able to deceive all of humanity any longer. I repeat once again, Muhammad's Quran, Sunnah and Sharia are radical. They have no shades. Osama bin Laden, Al-Zawahiri, Taliban, Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, Hezbollah, Shabab, Mullahs, Ayatollahs, and the scholars of Islam are neither radical nor are they extremists. They are the true believing fundamentalists who are only slavishly and utterly without remorse following Allah's and Muhammad's instructions in his Quran and Sunnah to the letter. It is the text of the scripture that is radical. They are only the psychopathological clones of Muhammad who have no choice as believers but to emulate each and every instruction of his. Muhammad's legacy for hundreds of millions of his male followers is to turn them into hate-mongering, war-mongering, joyless, misogynist, envious, frustrated, racist, unhappy and vile creatures. The living dead. Zombies that we watch with horror their contorted and twisted faces on TV almost every single day from all corners of the earth. In fact, the truly radical Muslims are the ones who want to live in peace and harmony with Ummah al-Kuffar, hence are automatically considered apostates and not Muslims. For those who may have forgotten what Muhammad's Quran instructs its followers, or those who are new to this series and are shocked at my statements, please pay attention to the following verses from Muhammad's Quran, only a few from among thousands more of similar connotation. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Fight, qatilu, those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which had been forbidden by Allah and his apostle Muhammad, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Islam, even if they are of the people of the book, Christians and Jews, until they pay the jizya, poll tax, with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. I shall now recite it in Arabic for those who still doubt my Arabic background. قاتلوا الذين لا يؤمنون بالله ولا باليوم الآخر ولا يحرمون ما حرم الله ورسوله ولا يدينون دين الحق من الذين أوتوا الكتاب حتى يعطوا الجزية عن يد وهم صاغرون. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O ye who believe, take not the Jews, Yahud, and the Christians, Nasara, for your friends and protectors. They are but threats and protectors to each other. And he amongst you that turns to them for friendship is of them. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تتخذوا اليهود والنصارى أولياء بعضهم أولياء بعض ومن يتولهم منكم فإنه منهم إن الله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين. Al-Imran 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him, and in the hereafter he will be in the ranks of those who have lost. وَمَنْ يَبْغِي غَيْرَ الْإِسْلَامِ دِينًا فَلَنْ يُقْبَلَ مِنْهُ وَهُوَ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ. Al-Imran 3.56. As for those disbelieving infidels, pagans, Christians and Jews, I will punish them with a terrible agony in this world and the next. They have no one to help or save them. Al-Imran 3.118. O you who believe, take not into your intimacy those outside your religion, pagans, Jews and Christians. They will not fail to corrupt you. They only desire your ruin. Rank hatred has already appeared from their mouths. What their hearts conceal is far worse. And finally, Muhammad 47.4. Therefore, when you meet the unbelievers, smite at their necks. At length, when you have thoroughly subdued them, bind a bond firmly on them. I dare anyone listening to point out if there is anything ambiguous about the contents of these verses, even though they are in English. Ladies and gentlemen, Muhammad told his followers 1400 years ago that war is deception. Ummah Muhammad has been at war with Ummah al-Kuffar for the last 1400 years and continues to be. They are allowed taqiyya, which is Islamic religious subterfuge, to be conducted against all unbelievers until such time as the Muslims are strong enough to overthrow and overcome the very democracies that have given the Muslims harbor, freedom, justice, financial, educational, and health care. So much for Islamic gratitude and Muslim loyalty. It was Muslims who were celebrating all over the world the collapse of the Twin Towers and the slaughter of 3,000 American civilians. The ones who celebrated the most were the Palestinians. Not once have the so-called silent majority Muslims ever demonstrated their disgust or anger at what the alleged radicals and or so-called extremists are doing in the names of Allah and Islam. The same not so silent majority who turned out in their thousands in Europe and the USA about Muhammad's cartoons. Those followers of the religion of peace were actually demonstrating their true character with the destruction of properties and lives reflecting their anger. In the degenerate value system of Muhammad and Islam, cartoons about Muhammad are infinitely more important than the death and destruction of human lives at the hands of these so-called radical or extremist Muslims against both unbelievers as well as other believing Muslims. Not once in over 30 years of Islamic acts of terror all over the globe did these unfounded silent majority Muslims demonstrate or shout out loud, not in our name. Why? Because as Muhammad also said, silence means consent. Their deafening silence means they actually consent and support what these presumed radical or extremist Muslims are doing. I rest my case. 1,500 million followers of Muhammad totally believe that he was the most perfect male being ever created. Modest, compassionate, just, loving, merciful, moral, knowledgeable, brave, faithful, righteous, generous, truthful, and last but not least, sinless. By the way, these are also the attributes of Allah, the God of Muhammad and his followers. The question that must be asked by believers as well as unbelievers is, was Muhammad a paragon of virtue, worthy of being emulated by billions in the world? So as not to be accused of so-called Islamophobia or being anti-Muslims, I am basing this chapter on what one of the most renowned exegetes of Islam considers the attributes of a true prophet are. According to Taqi-d-Din Ahmad bin Taymiyyah, one of the great scholars of Islam, there were many false prophets, such as Musaylimah the liar, a contemporary of Muhammad. Taymiyyah concluded that many of these alleged prophets were in fact possessed, and that the only way to determine the authenticity of any prophet is by examining his seerah, that is, his biography and deeds, and find out if he be found worthy of the attribute. Ibn Kathir and other scholars of Islam assert that Muhammad was the noblest of all humanity and the greatest of prophets. Muhammad's Quran agrees. Al-Qalam 68.4. And thou, Muhammad, art an exalted standard of character. What I am about to reveal to you, ladies and gentlemen, regarding Muhammad's morality, based entirely upon the Arabic Islamic exegetical sources, are items that are so obscene, shameful, utterly disgusting and degenerate, that neither believers nor unbelievers would have accepted as true had I not based them entirely upon the authentic Islamic sources in chapter and verse. All those listening who may be in shock, incredulity, outrage and or revulsion, calm down. Double check my sources, and only if you find error or deliberate falsehood should you then have the right to take me to task. Al-Ahzab 33.50. O Prophet, we have made lawful to thee thy wives to whom thou hast paid their dowers, and those whom thy right hand possesses, out of the prisoners of war whom Allah has assigned to thee. And any believing woman who dedicates her soul to the Prophet, if the Prophet wishes to wed her, this only for thee, and not for the believers at large. In this verse, Allah, the God of Muhammad, allows only Muhammad to have as many wives and sex partners as he wants, while the same Allah limits them to 4 wives to all other male believers. Sahih al-Bukhari 7.760, narrated by Sahil. A woman came to the Prophet and said, I have come to present myself to you. Since Muhammad claimed to be the Prophet of Allah, he was in his time like the modern superstars who get the attention of thousands of females. As a superstar messenger of Allah, women wanted to be intimately associated with him and of course with his power. Then as now, they offered sex in return for a one-night stand with their idol. Muhammad, being Muhammad, had sex with as many of them as he desired. The next story is about Muhammad lusting after the young beautiful Zainab, the wife of his own adopted son Zayd bin Haritha. I shall abridge the story for brevity. The History of Al-Tabari, The Victory of Islam, Volume 8, page 23. The Messenger of Allah went to the house of Zayd bin Haritha unexpectedly and was received by his wife Zainab. She was scantily dressed only in a shift. She jumped up in haste and excited the admiration of the Messenger of Allah, so that he turned away, murmuring something that could scarcely be understood. However, he did say overtly, "Glory be to Allah the Almighty. Glory be to Allah who causes the hearts to turn." When Zayd came home, Zainab told him everything. So Zayd went to the Messenger of Allah and said, "Messenger of Allah, perhaps Zainab has excited your admiration, and so I will separate myself from her." Zayd could find no possible way to approach her after that day. He eventually separated from her and left her, and she became free. One day, while the Messenger of Allah was talking with Aisha, a fainting became over him. When he was released from it, he smiled and said, "Who will go to Zainab to tell her the good news, saying that Allah has married her to me?" Then he recited this very convenient revelation from Allah, sanctifying his lust and immorality. Al-Ahzab 33.37. Behold, thou didst say to one who had received grace from Allah and thy favor, "Retain thou in wedlock thy wife and fear Allah." But thou didst hide in thy heart that which Allah was about to make manifest. Thou didst fear the people, but it is more fitting that thou should fear Allah. Then, when Zayd had dissolved his marriage with her, with the necessary formality, we joined her in marriage to thee, in order that in future there may be no difficulty to the believers in the matter of marriage with the wives of their adopted sons, when the latter have dissolved with the necessary formality their marriage to them. And Allah's command must be fulfilled. In confirmation of this sordid story, Zainab asserted the following in Sahih al-Bukhari 9.516, narrated by Anas. Zainab used to boast before the wives of the Prophet, "You were given in marriage by your families, while I was married to the Prophet by Allah from over 7 heavens." Muhammad, the alleged paragon of virtue, changed one of the most important traditions of the pagan Arabs regarding adoptions, with his usual made-to-order revelation, just so that he can have sex with the adopted son's wife. At the same time, he destroyed forever the ability to adopt any child in Islam in the proper manner. Al-Baqarah 2:222. They ask you concerning menstruation, say it is a hurt, therefore keep away from them women during their menstruation, and do not go unto them until they have become clean. And when they have cleansed, then go into them, as Allah has ordained for you. The Quran, in very clear Arabic, forbids men and husbands from making contact, let alone having sex, with menstruating women. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.319, narrated by Zainab bint Abi Salama. Salama said, "I got my menses while I was lying with the Prophet under a woolen sheet. So I slipped away, took the clothes for menses, and put them on. Allah's Apostle said, 'Have you got your menses?' I replied, 'Yes.' Then he called me and took me with him under the woolen sheet." Salama further said, "The Prophet used to kiss me while he was fasting." Sahih al-Bukhari 1.298, narrated by Aisha. During the menses, the Prophet used to order me to put on an izar, a dress worn below the waist, and used to fondle me. While in i'tiqaf, he used to bring his head near me, and I would wash it while I used to be in my periods, menses. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.300, narrated by Maimuna. Whenever Allah's Apostle wanted to fondle any of his wives during their periods, he used to ask her to wear an izar, dress worn below the waist. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.299, narrated by Abdul Rahman bin al-Aswad, on the authority of his father. Aisha said, whenever Allah's Apostle wanted to fondle any one of us during her periods of menses, he used to order her to put on an izar and start fondling her. Sahih al-Bukhari 9.639, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet used to recite the Quran with his head in my lap while I used to be in my periods, having menses. I have deliberately quoted from several of Muhammad's wives so that no one can accuse me of being selective. Muhammad, the presumed Prophet of Allah, the virtuous, broke the very rules that his Lord Allah allegedly instructed him in the Quran, while he sent to Allah's hell any of his followers who did. I would like any of the followers of Muhammad listening to explain away the above hadiths as bequeathed to humanity not by Christian evangelists, Zionists, Jews or Hindus, but by the highest Muslim reporters. I shall now share with you one story revealing Muhammad's faithlessness towards his wives. The History of Al-Tabari, The Victory of Islam, Volume 8, page 223. It is reported that the Prophet had divided his days among his wives, and when it was the turn of Hafsa, he sent her for an errand to the house of her father Umar al-Khattab. When she took this order and went, the Prophet called his slave girl Maria the Copt, who was a gift from the king Najashi, and had sexual intercourse with her. Hafsa did not find her father and returned quickly, catching Muhammad with the slave girl on the former's bed. Muhammad quickly evicted the slave girl and told Hafsa that if she kept this between them, he would henceforth refrain from the slave girl. Hafsa was not mollified and told all the other wives about what happened. Dear listeners, we must empathize with Hafsa and the other wives who revolted against Muhammad's incessant philandering. After all, it was Hafsa's day with Muhammad, but he lied to her by sending her on a false errand and deliberately betrayed and dishonored her by having sex with Maria. As usual with Muhammad, whenever he needed to justify any and all of his nefarious deeds, he dropped on them another made-to-order revelation. Surah Al-Tahrim 66, 1-11, wherein his ever-ready accomplice Allah not only sanctifies Muhammad's infidelity, but adding insult to injury, threatens the victimized wives with either being divorced by Muhammad and or the torments of hell. Allah, in fact, chastises Muhammad for trying to please his wives by promising them not to sleep with Maria anymore. Instead of these drastic measures, the compassionate Muhammad deprived all his wives from having sex with him for a month, while he had the time of his life uninterrupted with the young and beautiful Maria, who eventually bore him a son, Ibrahim. Let me bluntly ask the believing female listeners how any of you would react if your husband or boyfriend asked you to go on an errand and then you return before your time only to find him in bed with another woman. In all honesty, what sort of man would that make him in your eyes? Worse still, if he is your prophet, whom you extol as the most perfect human, to be slavishly emulated? Remarkably, even Aisha, the teenager of 1400 years ago, was able to figure out the following fact and reality that have escaped the intellect of hundreds of millions of male followers of Muhammad by pointing out, verily your Lord Allah is ever quick to fulfill your whims and desires. Al-Suyuti, Volume 6, page 629. Whenever such verses were revealed rescuing Muhammad. There are many more sordid stories to recite, but I believe that the above are enough to ask, is Muhammad really the best male ever created? I have tirelessly demonstrated in hundreds of chapters and audio videos the relentless efforts made by the followers of Muhammad to deceive,
misinform and mislead Quran ignoramus people about the true or actual meaning of Arabic words, when these words reflect very badly upon the character, deeds, or thoughts of Muhammad. Muhammadans assiduously try to prove that their mentor and exemplar, Muhammad, was an almost perfect male being. They also relentlessly sugarcoat the meaning of words to make them sound less offensive and vile. As most of you who have read and or listened to my chapters would know, Muhammad was a child molester, a serial rapist, a pirate of the desert, a mass murderer, a pathological liar, and a debauched creature. His companions and followers tell us in the hadiths and explanations that Muhammad was such an honorable person that he invariably married his female victims. Let me share with you the true facts based on the Arabic language and hadiths, and will leave the final judgment to you individually to decide. Most of you know that language evolves and the meaning of certain words change from era to era. For example, the word gay used to mean merry or happy, which has now become associated with homosexual males, an enormous change in meaning. The same occurs in many languages, including Arabic, of course. Hence, it is vital that we must understand what a word or any word means in the days and times under investigation, which in this case is Muhammad's 7th century pagan Arabia. Once more, I must point out an extremely important piece of information, which is the fact that all that humanity has as knowledge of Arabia prior to, during, and after Muhammad are the one-sided reports bequeathed to us by the victors, Muhammad and his followers, without a shred of any other eyewitness reports to corroborate or substantiate these alleged stories. The word nikah at the time of Muhammad, and even as it is used in common Arabic today, 1400 years later, means only one thing: to have sex with. I leave it to your fertile imagination what it stands for in a vulgar way. Hence, to have sex and to rape were one and the same, since all of them involve the sexual act, while marriage is called zawaj, meaning bringing two together in wedlock. One of the most important verses in Muhammad's Quran, which proves my points, is Al-Ahzab 33.50. O Prophet, we have made lawful unto thee thy wives, azwajaka, unto whom thou hast paid their dowries, and those whom thy right hand possesses, malakat yaminuka, of those whom Allah hath given thee as spoils of war. And a believing woman, if she gives herself in wahabat nafsaha unto the Prophet, and the Prophet desire to have sex with her, yastankihaha, a privilege for thee only, not for the rest of believers. We are aware of that which we enjoined upon them concerning their wives, as wajihim, and those whom their right hand possesses, malakat aymunahum, that thou may be free from blame, for Allah is ever forgiving, merciful. I shall now recite this verse in Arabic, my mother tongue, for those still in doubt. يا أيها النبي إن أحللنا لك أزواجك التي أتيت أجرهن وما ملكت يمينك مما أفاء الله عليك وبنات عمك وبنات عمتك وبنات خالك وبنات خالاتك التي هاجرن معك وامرأة مؤمنة إن وهبت نفسها للنبي إن أراد النبي أن يستنكحها خالصة لك من دون المؤمنين قد علمنا ما فرضنا عليهم في أزواجهم وما ملكت أيمنهم لكي لا يكون عليك حرج وكان الله غفورا رحيما. In the above made to order verses, Allah, the ever obliging God of Muhammad, sanctifies for his protege Muhammad the following females. 1. Women to whom Muhammad gave dower in marriage, zawaj. 2. Those captive women that his God Allah gave to him as 20% of all booty and plunder to do with as he pleased, to rape, to turn into sex slaves, to ransom, or to sell. وَمَا مَلَكَتْ يَمِنُكَ. 3. Any and all women who offer themselves for sex with the superstar Prophet of Arabia, وَأَمْرَأَةَ إِنْ وَهَبَتْ نَفْسَهَا. This third category is not allowed to any male believer other than Muhammad. Even his child bride Aisha of 1400 years ago ingeniously observed. Sahih al-Bukhari, Hadith 6.311, narrated by Aisha. I used to look down upon those ladies who had given themselves to Allah's apostle, and I used to say, can a lady give herself to a man? But when Allah revealed, you, O Muhammad, can postpone the turn of whom you will, of them your wives, and you may receive any of them whom you will, and there is no blame on you if you invite one whose turn you have set aside temporarily. Al-Ahzab 33.51. I said to the Prophet, I feel that your Lord hastens in fulfilling all your wishes and desires. I repeat, even his teenage wife Aisha was perplexed at the alacrity with which Allah very conveniently accommodated Muhammad's wishes and desires whenever he required them by revealing an instant made-to-order verse. Let me start with his first marriage to Khadija. In her case, it was she who proposed marriage to him from a superior financial and social status. Contrary to all the reports of his followers that he loved her, she was a rich 40-year-old and he was a very poor 25 when they got married. Please be aware that all the above dates of births and deaths are estimated and were based on lunar and not solar years. Some Muslim reports say that they were married for 28 years, thus making her 68 years when she died. As a successful and independent woman, she was actually the dominant partner. She died at the estimated ages of 64 or 68, which in the unmerciful climatic and survival conditions of Arabia, she must have become very ugly indeed. Sahih al-Bukhari 5.168, narrated by Abu Hurairah. Aisha said, once Halla bint Khuwaylid, Khadija's sister, asked the permission of the Prophet to enter. On that, the Prophet remembered the way Khadija used to ask permission, and that upset him. He said, Oh Allah, Halla. So I became jealous and said, what makes you remember an old woman amongst the old women of Quraysh, an old woman with a toothless mouth of red gums, who died long ago, and in whose place Allah has given you somebody better than her? It is no wonder then that after Khadija's death, Muhammad went on a sexual rampage, molesting, enslaving, raping and having sex with every female he desired or needed, starting with his alleged marriage to the child Aisha of 6 years of age, during which time he thied her, according to the Muslim records, and finally raping her at the age of 9. So-called believers and unbelievers try to picture this distasteful historical setting. A 49-year-old man, Muhammad, asked his best friend Abu Bakr if he could have his permission to marry his 6-year-old daughter Aisha. His friend agrees. The man, Muhammad, then visits his best friend's house and speaks with the 6-year-old daughter. Her parents watch as he proposes marriage to the child. He is serious. He wants to marry the little girl and is asking for her consent. The little child says nothing. She only stares at him in silence. I assert that he raped her, because in the Arabic of the time of Muhammad, the word nakahaha is used, which means that he had sex with her. In the vulgar language of today in English, the exact literal translation starts with the letter F. Bukhari Hadith 5.234, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet engaged me when I was a girl of 6. We went to Medina and stayed at the home of Harith Khazraj. Then I got ill and my hair fell down. Later on, my hair grew again, and my mother, Rumman, came to me while I was playing in a swing with some of my girlfriends. She called me and I went to her, not knowing what she wanted to do with me. She caught me by the hand and made me stand at the door of the house. I was breathless then, and when my breathing became all right, she took some water and rubbed my face and head with it. Then she took me into the house. There in the house I saw some Ansari women who said, best wishes and Allah's blessing and a good luck. Then she entrusted me to them, and they prepared me for the marriage. Unexpectedly, Allah's messenger came to me in the afternoon, and my mother handed me over to him. And at that time, I was a girl of 9 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask each and every one of you to look at your daughters, sisters, or the daughters of relatives or friends ages 6 to 9 and convince yourselves that it's morally, biologically, intellectually, or logically correct to force or allow any of them to have sex with a man of 49 or of any age for that matter. Even if any girl has achieved puberty at the age of 6 to 11, that does not make her automatically the child of mature intellect enough to know what is right or wrong to give consent. That is why in almost every social human culture, young men and women are considered fit to make relatively rational decisions at ages from 16 onwards and not before. Sahih Muslim 8.3311. Aisha reported that Allah's Apostle married her when she was 7 years old, and she was taken to his house as a bride when she was 9, and her dolls were with her, and when the Prophet died, she was 18 years old. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 8.151, narrated by Aisha. I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends also used to play with me. When Allah's Apostle used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. The playing with the dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at that time, as she was a little girl, not yet reached the age of puberty. Fatih al-Bari, page 143, volume 13. Examining the evidence based upon the Muslim exegetes, the following conclusions become valid. 1. Islam allows sex with the pubescent children who are married. 2. Aisha was playing with dolls after she consummated her marriage with Muhammad. 3. Under Islam's rules, female children were allowed to play with dolls because they have not yet entered puberty, i.e., had not had their first menses and became biologically mature. 4. Islam allows the rape of female children by falsely and immorally calling it marriage. Therefore, the only determination that can be made is that Muhammad was having sex with Aisha while still a child, who had neither reached puberty nor had the intellect and comprehension to decide independently. The Quran allows this. Muhammad did this. Aisha stated this, and the scholars of Islam affirmed this. Tragically, Islam's female children have had to deal with this sordid, degenerate, and unholy state of affairs for 1400 years, even unto today. Before I address the rape of Safiya, I must point out to the listeners the following facts that can easily elude the attention of people who have not studied the sordid subjects of Muhammad, his Sunnah and Sharia. 1. In the Arabic language at the time of Muhammad, there are two distinct words: Zawaj, meaning marriage, and Nikah, meaning having sex, the F word in English, or to rape, a form of forceful sex. Invariably, the followers of Muhammad, in attempting to sugarcoat Muhammad's despicable deeds, they actually deliberately deceive Arabic ignoramus people by translating words falsely. For example, they translate nikah to marriage, which is not true. 2. They are so ashamed that even in the case of Aisha, they contort hadiths to make her age 19 years old, not 9 years, when Muhammad nakahaha, i.e. penetrated her. 3. If they are so shocked and ashamed, why do they continue to believe? Excellent question, to which the answer is also simple. They are utterly without logic, because the most virulent virus known to mankind is called Quran, which, when it lodges itself into the brain of its victim or host, it almost instantly eradicates the area of logic, followed by the areas dealing with compassion and mercy, turning the victim into a zombie, the living dead, that we watch with horror their actions on TV all over the world almost daily. 4. Another deceiving word used by Arab translators is that of ghazwa, which actually means ambush, raid, sudden attack on unsuspecting people. They translate it to battle as if the two opponents were aware of each other's presence and or intentions. 5. Whenever Muhammad wanted to despoil, rape, plunder and slaughter others, he pretended that he received an inspiration from his God, Allah, informing him of the intentions of his would-be victims. 6. The tribes that the Muslims called Jews were actually native aboriginal Arabs who converted willingly to the religion of the Jews, just as were the Christian Arab tribes. These were not Israelites or Europeans, but indigenous natives. They were Judaized Arabs who in Quran's very clear Arabic are called Alladina Hadu. Hence, all the hadith reports about Muhammad that humanity has are the one-sided, uncorroborated, unsubstantiated, and invariably concocted ones by Muhammad and his followers to excuse and or explain away his evil and ungodly deeds. Having set the stage, now I shall address the story as recorded by the Muhammadans in chapter and verse. I'm going to quote almost verbatim from the foremost American authority on Muhammad, Mr. Craig Wynne, in his monumental book, Prophet of Doom. I quote, "Year 7 of the Islamic era got off to a horrendous start. The Prophet, without provocation, led a terrorist raid to torment another Jewish community. Tabari 8.116, Ishaq 0.510. After his return from Hudaybiyah, Allah's Messenger marched against Khaybar. He halted with his army in a valley between the people of Khaybar and the Ghatfan tribe to prevent the latter from assisting the Jews. The motivation for the attack was obvious. Muhammad's militant and mercenary horde was up in arms over his capitulation at Hudaybiyah. Out of control, they would have turned against their warlord if he hadn't found a way to satiate their growing lust for blood, babes, and booty. For those who think this conclusion is unfair and overly cynical, consider the following facts. When the Muslims failed to capture the Meccan caravan at Badr, the Prophet stole property and possessions of the Qaynuqa Jews. Following the Uhud defeat, he immediately plundered the Nadir Jews. The siege of the trench was not only the third in a series of 4 battles without booty, it was also bloodless. So Islam's demented dictator provided slaughter, sex, and spoil by murdering, enslaving, and robbing the Qurayza Jews. The Jews had become easy prey. So following the booty-less and bloodless peace of Hudaybiyah, Muhammad set out to terrorize the only Jewish community within reach that he hadn't previously sacked and plundered, Khaybar. It was their turn to feel the wrath of Islam. Incidentally, neither Allah, Muhammad, Ishaq, Tabari, Bukhari, nor Muslim made any attempt to justify Islam's ruthless assault on the Khaybar Jews. They knew the truth and didn't try to disguise it. Islam was no longer a religion. It was a terrorist dogma. The first Muslims weren't disciples, they were mercenaries. Muhammad wasn't a prophet, he was a pirate. Allah wasn't a god, he was the devil incarnate. And together they were about to prove that they were a blight on humankind. As transparent as ever, these words directly from Muhammad's lips demonstrate that he was working for the Prince of Darkness, the great deceiver, the adversary, Satan. Ishaq 5:11. When the apostle raided a people, he waited until morning, and then he attacked. He came to Khaybar by night. When morning came, and he did not hear the call to prayer, he rode, and we rode with him. We met the workers of Khaybar coming out in the morning with their spades and baskets. When they saw the Prophet and our army, they cried, Muhammad with his force. They turned tail and fled. The apostle yelled, Allahu Akbar, Khaybar is destroyed. When we arrive at a people's square, it is a bad morning for them. There is no ambiguity in what I am reciting. The Jews of Khaybar were going about their daily life of cultivating their land without the slightest inkling that they were about to be slaughtered by Muhammad and his thugs. Had it been true that they were intending to attack Muhammad, as he and his supporters falsely claim, they would have been prepared for ambush or assault. All of the deceptions, justifications, and apologies ever spoken would be insufficient to make this horrible day appear religious. And it does not stand alone. Khaybar was but one of 75 merciless raids instigated by the first Muslims. Armed raiders attacked civilians for no other reason than to seize their possessions. Allahu Akbar was the terrorist prayer of fear, the terror verse. Ibn Ishaq's compilation of Islamic scripture, the inspired seerah or biography of the Prophet, is the earliest and most accurate accounting of Muhammad's life and of the formation of Islam. It was compiled a century before Tabari, Muslim, and Bukhari. But for those who might want to dismiss the hadith report on the basis that it sounds too condemning of the Prophet, consider these confirming words from Imam Bukhari. Of his collection, Islamic sages wrote, second only to the Quran, Bukhari's hadith is the most important book in Islam. Bukhari 5.510. Allah's apostle reached Khaybar at night. It was his habit that whenever he reached an enemy at night, he would not attack them till it was morning. When morning came, the Jews came out with their spades and baskets. When they saw the Prophet, they said, Muhammad, oh dear God, it's Muhammad and his army. The Prophet shouted, Allahu Akbar, Khaybar is destroyed. For whenever we approach a nation, evil will be the morning for those who have been warned. The Prophet had their men killed, their children and women were taken as captives. Calling the Jews a hostile nation is a farce. Muhammad and his Muslim militants, according to their own accounting, had either murdered, terrorized, enslaved, or raped tens of thousands of Jews, yet the Jews had killed but one Muslim. The more you know, the worse it gets. This is why Islamic leaders must keep good people from reading these words. It is why they lie to themselves, to our citizens, the media, and politicians alike. Islam is self-destructive, mutilating its own credibility. The warning these Jews were given before evil befell them was no different than Muslims provide today. The 9/11 terrorists shouted Allahu Akbar before they slaughtered thousands. By proclaiming the prayer of fear, Islamic terrorists tell us who they are, what they believe, who they serve, and why they kill. Tabari 8.117. Dia had asked the messenger for Safiya. Bukhari 4.143. It was then that the beauty of Safiya was described to Muhammad. Her husband had been killed, actually brutalized, so Allah's apostle selected her for himself. Ishaq 5:11. When Dia protested, wanting to keep Safiya for himself, the apostle traded for Safiya by giving Dia her two cousins. The women of Khaybar were distributed among the Muslims. Muhammad made Safiya her manumission as her mahar. Perverted is too kind a word for this man. He became the first serial rapist to call himself a prophet. And make no mistake, having sex with a captive is rape. I recognize that this is hard to believe. It's so inconsistent with our popular view of prophets and religions. Yet the bloodied and broken bodies of the Khaybar Jews, like the Qurayza before them, reveal what Islam does to men. Pure, fundamental, original, and uncorrupted Islam turns men into terrorists. They become as immoral as the beast who seduced them. The economic plight of the Islamic world is a direct result of Muhammad's unwillingness to engage in honest work. It is why the Islamic nations remain the world's least productive. In fact, Muslims as a whole are destructive economically, stifling far more commerce than they inspire. And that's because their leader was a pirate. Islam was financed by stolen booty and the slave trade. As parasites, they survived by sucking every productive host within a camel's ride dry. As a direct result of Muhammad's personal failings, the Islamic world is devoid of everything civilized people hold dear. Muslims wallow in poverty. Life isn't worth living. They have no freedom of speech or religion. With the educational process focused on Quranic studies, Muslims are among the most poorly educated and most indoctrinated people on earth. Following the example of a perverted sexist, Muslim men abuse women, and they are violent. End quotes. As I have proven beyond a shadow or even a reasonable doubt, Muhammad's Quran, his Sunnah, Sharia, and his fundamentalist believers are hate-mongering, warmongering, misogynist, racist, vile, and hence ungodly entities. On numerous talk shows with the USA, I was asked why Muslim imams are more successful in converting all types of criminals in the prison system than Christian priests. Based upon 30 years of research, the answer is actually very simple. Unfortunately, trying to convince hosts in a few minutes that my explanations are correct is difficult, even though I have been able to succeed with some of them when they spend the time reading my website in the name of Allah.org and or listening to my audio videos on Rassooli.com. I have therefore decided that I should have this matter as a separate chapter for my supporters to use at will. Let me recap some fundamentals that may have been overlooked or forgotten. 1. All the records and reports that humanity has about Muhammad, his deeds, his companions, and his thoughts have been bequeathed to us by his victorious followers, totally uncorroborated, unsubstantiated, and unwitnessed by any other human group that can only be suspect as to veracity. In a nutshell, there are no documents whatsoever supporting anything the followers of Muhammad tell us as fact. 2. The reason why humanity has no witnesses to these events is because Muhammad and his henchmen literally obliterated them, be they pagan Arabs, Judaized Arabs, or Christian Arabs. 3. As you all know by now, out of 600,000 hadiths, Al-Bukhari was able to authenticate a core of about 2,700 only. That is 0.45% from all his lifelong collection. Please remember that Al-Bukhari was not a Christian evangelist, a Zionist, or a Jew, but an Imam and a believing Muslim. Now let me point out several items that have easily been overlooked by researchers. Nowhere in the Hadiths or the Quran are we told how Umar ibn al-Khattab, Ali ibn Abi Talib, nor those of most of Muhammad's companions earned their living while supporting Muhammad against his own and theirs, kith and kin of the Quraysh. We have also been told on numerous Hadiths that Muhammad while in Medina was poor in spite of the fact that his wife Khadija was a very successful and wealthy merchant. What happened to her wealth after she died? After all, Muhammad should have inherited it. Not once did Muhammad work for a living, especially after he married the wealthy Khadija. During my research, I have not found anyone studying these subjects among the so-called scholars of Islam who ever asked these simple questions that require clear answers. When Muhammad died, he was a very wealthy man, not from his hard work or business acumen, but entirely from the booty, plunder, slaughter, and trading in slaves of the pagan, Judaized, and Christian Arabs. He was the head of the first organized crime syndicate in history and the consummate pirate of the desert. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a very important word used in Hadith called Fay, F-A-Y or F-A-I-E. Fay is Arabic for booty obtained from unbelievers, infidels. According to Muhammad bin Tahir, Fay is booty taken from a country or people who submit to Islam without resistance, as distinguished from ghanima, meaning plunder. Umar ibn al-Khattab said, "It was the special privilege of the Prophet to take booty as well as plunder, a privilege not permitted to any other prophet." Umar is correct, since no Hebrew prophet would have found doing such a thing as either moral or divinely inspired. When Muhammad conquered a town, a village, or a tribe without fighting, all the spoils, plunder, booty belonged to him personally, to dispose of as he wished, sanctions of course by Allah. He invariably used this ill-begotten wealth to bribe and entice others into his cult belief system. Muhammadan Islam was and still is about booty, plunder, enslavement, conquest, and destruction. Almost every important verse in the Quran and Hadith exhort the followers of Muhammad to direct their energies entirely for this purpose. Muhammadan Islam has no concept of salvation or redemption, as understood by the Judeo-Christian traditions or even as understood by the Buddhists or Zoroastrians. It is directed for one purpose only, to wage unrelenting war upon all of humanity until Muhammadan Islam conquers all. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 5.368, narrated by Aisha. Fatima and Al-Abbas came to Abu Bakr, claiming their inheritance of the Prophet's land of Fadak and his share from Khaybar. Abu Bakr said, I heard the Prophet saying, our property is not inherited, and whatever we leave is to be given in charity. And he refused to give them anything. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 3.283, narrated by Qatada. Anas went to the Prophet with barley bread having some dissolved fat on it. The Prophet had mortgaged his armor to a Jew in Medina and took from him some barley for his family. Anas heard him saying, the household of Muhammad did not possess even a single sa' of wheat or food grains for the evening meal, although he has 9 wives to look after. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.6, narrated by Anas. The Prophet used to go around, have sexual relations with all his wives in one night, and he had 9 wives. Muhammad must have been a superman. He was able to have the time and prowess to have sex with all 9 wives while both he and they were starving. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 9.77, narrated by Abu Huraira. While we were in the mosque, Allah's apostle came out to us and said, let us proceed to the Jews. So we went along with him till we reached Beit al-Midras, a place where the Torah used to be recited and all the Jews of the town used to gather. The Prophet stood up and addressed them, O assembly of Jews, embrace Islam and you will be safe. The Jews replied, O Abu al-Qasim, you have conveyed Allah's message to us. The Prophet said, that is what I want from you. He repeated his first statement for the second time, and they said, you have conveyed Allah's message, O Abu al-Qasim. Then he said it for the third time and added, you should know that the earth belongs to Allah and His Apostle, and I want to exile you from this land. So whoever among you owns some property can sell it. Otherwise, you should know that the earth belongs to Allah and His Apostle. Muhammad, who had his envious eyes upon the wealth of the hard-working Judaized Arabs, decided that he had the right to dispossess them by revealing his usual made-to-order revelation from his ever-obliging God, Allah. By the way, to make the record crystal clear, these Arabs that Muhammad and the Hadith called Jews were actually, like the Christian Arabs, native aboriginal Arabs, who had willingly and without the threat of death converted to the religions of the Jews and Christians, and who had more right to be in Arabia than the unemployable Muhammad and his thugs. Al-Baqarah 2.223. Your wives are as tilth unto you, so approach your tilth when or how you will. Muhammadan Islam relegates womanhood to the level of field, suitable for plowing and sowing seed, and the man as the tiller. The Muslim wife is only a sex object for the Muslim husband's pleasures and desires, when, where, and how it suits him. They can be sexually violated in any manner, time or place that the Muslim man deems fit. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1.493, narrated by Aisha. The things which annul prayer were mentioned before me, and they were a dog, a donkey, and a woman. I said, you, Muhammad, have compared us women to donkeys and dogs. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.33, narrated by Osama bin Zayd. The Prophet said, "After me, I have not left any affliction more harmful to men than women." With the above references, I have prepared the foundation to explain the title of the chapter. Who are in the prison systems? Murderers, rapists, thieves, and an assortment of violent people. Almost each and every one of the prisoners are men who believe they are superior to women in every way, who actually look at them as sex objects. These criminals also think they are entitled to rob, murder, and pillage to gain wealth. What does Muhammad's Quran tell them? Allah agrees with all their thoughts. Hence, these criminals are sanctified by Muhammad's God, Allah, to do exactly what they think they are entitled to the instant they convert to Muhammad and Islam. Muhammad's Quran is music to their ears, which makes it very difficult for Christian priests to overcome. Case closed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to ponder the following facts. Since 1973, when the Arabs started increasing the price of oil and collecting billions of dollars in revenue, they invested enormous amounts in building mosques all over the non-Muslim world in numbers that are rivaling the number of churches. Of course, these mosques are not used for truly spiritual religious purposes because, as I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Muhammadan Islam is a cult belief system and most definitely not a religion. Moreover, Islam has no concept of spirituality, otherwise their so-called martyrs, actually cowardly mass murderers, would not have believed in an afterlife full of sexual, carnal, and physical pleasures in Muhammad's whorehouse version of paradise. Spirits, as far as I understand, do not fornicate, eat, or drink. Mosques are invariably used to indoctrinate future generations of would-be mass murderers to fulfill their publicly and crystal clearly declared purpose in life, to Islamize the whole of humanity. That is, to bring down humanity to the sewer level of Sharia. I would like to remind you that Ummat Muhammad, the followers of Muhammad, are only 20% of humanity, while we, Ummat al-Kuffar, or the nation of infidels, constituting all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Zoroastrians, Jews, animists, atheists, agnostics, etc., that is, all those who do not believe as Muslims do, are 80% of humanity. Moreover, Ummah Muhammad of 1500 millions is the least productive, inventive, or creative in human history, doing its worst to subjugate, terrorize, and or exterminate 5,000 millions of Ummat al-Kuffar, who are by far the most productive, inventive, creative, and powerful in human history. Tragically, most of the Western leaders have jellyfish backbones, more willing to submit than to stand up and be counted. Having set the benchmark of where the two groups stand, let me explain to you what the causes of Muslim rage are. To start with, Ummah Muhammad is prohibited by Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah. Sunnah meaning Muhammad's behavior, thoughts, and deeds, from ever enjoying life. Unbelievable as this may sound, let me share with you the following. They are prohibited from dancing, singing, playing musical instruments, having consensual sex, sculpting or painting human or animal forms, drinking wine, gambling, reciting poetry, wearing gold or silk, having any friends other than Muslims, not hating all humans who do not believe as they do, not treating females of the human species like domestic animals, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, try to visualize what would happen to your own psyche if all the above were forced upon you. I have no doubt that each and every one of you would turn into a zombie, the living dead. That is why the male followers of Muhammad boast that Christians and Jews love life, while they love death. Is it too much to understand the warped and indoctrinated mind of a would-be martyr who looks forward to receiving after death each and every single prohibited item in life for eternity? Male Muhammadan Muslims are always in rage, irrespective of nationality, color, race, or culture, because each and every one of them is a product of exactly the same depraved Sharia indoctrination. They are in reality angry and frustrated with their own miserable existence, from which they are not allowed to escape, because they would be slaughtered by their very loving kith and kin for apostatizing. You see them demonstrating in different countries, be they from Pakistan, Afghanistan, London, or Denmark, invariably with hate-filled and contorted faces, shouting their peace-loving terror verse, Allahu Akbar, praying for the blood of Christians, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, and others. Muhammadan Muslims are the only human group who show their anger by always holding their alleged holy Quran in one hand and weapons of death and destruction in the other. It is important to point out that more Muslims are actually butchered by other Muslims than by any other human group, especially during their so-called holy month of Ramadan. They are so demonic that they are literally the only people who destroy mosques and slaughter other Muslims while shouting Allahu Akbar. Where in all the above do the left-wing liberal media, academia, and politicians find peaceful Islam? I have not been able to find out unless they are in bed with Islam or are abysmally stupid. Either way, they are traitors because they are aiding and abetting the enemies of all humanity. Muslims are angry when unbelievers defend themselves against their acts of wanton aggression. Muslims are angry for any perceived insult to Islam, while they do not hesitate to abuse, slight, and slur the beliefs of all other human beings. Muslims are angry if one makes a cartoon of Muhammad, but they do not hesitate at all from portraying other human beings as monsters and bloodthirsty aggressors. Muslims are angry if their Quran is burnt, but are more than happy to torch priests and churches, or blow up temples, or put fire to synagogues. Muslims are angry when their mass-murdering thugs are killed in self-defense, and instead of being ecstatic at the prospect of joining their alleged 72 virgins, Muslims show incredible rage. Why are Muslims so upset if the alleged martyr is dying for the sake of Allah, as he is supposed to do? Why not celebrate instead? Is it because even in the warped recesses of their indoctrinated minds, they know that the 72 virgins are a myth? In short, Muslims are angry because we, Ummat al-Kuffar, exist. Full stop. Dear listeners, I would like you to carefully ponder the following facts. Every single male believing or fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslim exhibits almost identical psychological characteristics irrespective of nationality, race, color, culture, or tradition. They demonstrate an obscene degree of hypocrisy, mendacity, racism, and unwarranted arrogance, compounded with a pathological and depraved indifference to reality, facts, mercy, compassion, friendship, loyalty, sincerity, morality, justice, or language. They are, like their mentor Muhammad before them, hate-mongering, war-mongering, racist, misogynist, vile, and hence most certainly ungodly. Those of you who may feel offended with such strong adjectives, please do us all a favor by refuting or disproving anything I reveal. While we in the West are tolerant of other cultures and beliefs, Muslims are utterly intolerant, since Sharia treats all other human beings as inferior creatures because we do not believe as they do. Finally, please listen carefully to the following words of pure wisdom and logic that our criminally negligent, politically correct leaders have not yet understood. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed, and tolerance with them. We should therefore claim, in the name of tolerance, the right not to tolerate the intolerant. This was mentioned by Karl Popper.
Universities, both secular and religious in Muslim countries, teach that democracy and democratic ideas are in the Quran, centuries before they were discovered by the West. How true are these statements?
In answer to your question, these statements are as untrue as most of what the Muhammadans tell the world about everything concerning themselves. For a start, there is no word in the Arabic language representing democracy, because the concept itself never existed in their traditions. That is why the Arab used the Greek equivalent of demokratiya to describe the state of affairs. The Muhammadans who tell us that the idea preceded the West is based on the system of Shura that was implemented centuries before Muhammad among the tribal pagan Arabs. This is a small group of leading members of a tribe who act as a council to make decisions regarding the welfare of the tribe. They were not elected by all members of the tribe, and most certainly by no females, who are not allowed to be in the council in the first place due to gender discrimination. In fact, one would find the same among the Native Americans as well as in any other human society. As usual with Muhammadans, they claim precedence over and above everybody else against logic, facts, and reality. Muhammadans love, revel, and are masters of the art of intellectual and theological masturbation. Tragically, many of our spineless and witless politically correct half-wits among the media, academia, clergy, and politicians mislead a mostly Quran and Islamic history ignoramus humanity with similar misrepresentations or outright lies out of their stupidity or of deliberate falsehood. Let us look at the facts on the ground. There are currently 57 Muslim majority states that have existed for almost 100 years. Not a single one of them can be considered a true democracy. They rule over 1,500 million Muhammadans, covering almost 28% of the land surface of the earth, without a single functioning and vibrant democracy. 750 million females under Islamic Sharia are treated with utter contempt and discrimination as one little step higher up the ladder of evolution than domestic animals. Based on this reality alone, negates them as democracies under any use of logic. Our politically correct, but utterly out of touch with facts and reality Western leaders keep telling us what I had 9 months ago euphemistically and correctly described as Arab convulsions, that these upheavals are the harbingers of Arab springtime for democracy. In spite of the publicly and repeatedly declared intentions of fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslims to Islamize the whole world under a global caliphate in 80 languages from every mosque pulpit in 180 countries, our leaders with utter contempt to facts and veracity tell us of egalitarian, just, and tolerant Islam, while under their very noses Christians, priests, and churches are slaughtered, murdered, and torched in most Muslim countries. In my country, Iraq, from an original 1.25 million Christians, one of the oldest and most vibrant in the world, has been reduced to 700,000 and downward counting due to the implementation of Sharia that discriminates and humiliates them, as well as the continuous acts of terror against them. In the so-called Muslim democracy of Palestine, the Christians, who were numerous under Israeli alleged occupation, are being eradicated in both Gaza and the West Bank without a pipsqueak from the Christian clergy around the world, politicians, the UN, or the news media. Their silence is ominous and deafening. Obama and some European leaders have supported the overthrow of Egypt's Mubarak to be soon replaced through democratic elections by the Muslim Brotherhood, whose declared intentions are to obliterate Israel and overthrow all Western vestiges anywhere in the Arab and Muslim world. They are inciting and exhorting millions of Egyptians to demonstrate to abrogate the 30 years long peace treaty with Israel. They are emulating Muhammad's peace of Hudaybiyah, an ostensibly 10 years peace treaty that Muhammad accepted when he was weak vis-a-vis his kith and kin, the Quraysh of Mecca, which is summarily abrogated a few months later when he regained his strength. Our leaders and their advisors are totally oblivious to all the lessons of history that they can get at the click of a mouse, but prefer to be blind to facts and reality. Muhammad advised his followers that war is deception, since he had unilaterally declared war 1400 years ago against all humans who do not believe as he does. Currently 80% of humanity, comprising all Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, Jews, atheists, agnostics, etc., he and his followers were and have become masters at the art of deception. I have already proven, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Muhammad, his Quran, his Sunnah, and Sharia are hate-mongering, racist, warmongering, misogynist, vile, and hence totally ungodly. Since believing Muhammadans must abide by the dictates of their God Allah in his Quran, they cannot thenceforth accept any man-made constitution or law if it is not from Allah. It is irrelevant that Muhammad's God Allah is most assuredly not the same as the God of Jesus, Moses, or Abraham, because, as I once before mentioned, the following axiom: a belief is not merely an idea the mind possesses, it is an idea that possesses the mind. Hence, from their point of view, Muhammad's Quran is divine, eternal, and unalterable. Based upon these facts, Sharia is the antithesis of democracy. Sharia is the nemesis of democracy. Sharia and democracy are a contradiction in terms, an oxymoron. Nothing good, decent, moral, just, merciful, or compassionate can ever grow under Sharia, not even a blade of grass. Already in Libya, only because of the help of America, England, and France, that the rebels against Gaddafi will win, but one should not expect any gratitude from them. On the contrary, their newly drafted constitution is going to be Islamic with Sharia as the law of the land. They will call their state the Islamic Republic of Libya. What a mortal farce! The very West, whom the followers of Muhammad loathe and hate, are handing these rebels a victory that will turn against them. Our clueless and Quran ignoramus leaders are creating Frankensteins all over the Muslim world, not one of which they will be able to control, while deceiving their peoples into a false sense of safety and achievement. As I predicted 9 months ago, the Islamists of the new Arab convulsions will exhort and incite their people to distract them from the fact that their rebellions to liberate themselves are over, by directing their hatred towards an outside but convenient enemy victim, Israel and the Christian West. The current Egyptian revolutionaries want to abrogate 30 years of no hostilities between them and Israel by finding pretext to start a war with her. The Muslim Brotherhood is fielding 1 million people demonstrate their will to force the Egyptian military to do what they, the Brotherhood, once done. The mindset among the Muslim world today is that their time has come to fulfill their dream of world domination, and the time is now. They can see how weak-kneed and spineless the Western leaders are, and the total lack of resolve among the non-Muslim heads of state to confront Islam. Because male Muhammadan Muslims cannot ever use logic, since the areas of their brain dealing with logic had been obliterated by the virulent virus of Quran, they get high and climaxed with unrealistic intellectual and theological self-inflicted hallucinations. They are already preparing to gang rape Israel to death, completely ignoring the fact that Israel is a powerful nuclear-capable state which, if and when cornered, will use any and all means to try to survive and or to bring down as many of her enemies as humanly possible. Any forthcoming major conflict in the Middle East will go nuclear in a very short time, with catastrophic consequences to all of humanity. The Arabs are totally oblivious to a nuclear scenario that will turn the Middle East to hellfires and the world to disaster. Tragically, the Western leaders are not even considering such a possibility, and this is why they are not attempting to avert the forthcoming cataclysm. 75 years ago, democratic leaders ignored what they considered the ranting of a demagogue called Hitler. Their miscalculations led to the tragic death of 55 million innocent human beings. We are witnessing today a repeat performance vis-à-vis Islamofascism. Without the slightest attempt at dramatizing, the next few months may decide the future course of human history. Based upon all the above, and more if one researches further, any human being who believes that Muhammadan Islam, Sharia or Quran can be democratic belongs to a mental asylum. In every democracy and constitutional republic on earth into which Muhammadan Muslims have immigrated, legally or illegally, and then insinuated themselves, they are attempting to introduce laws prohibiting the investigation of or discussion about Muhammadan Islam. This is with the full support and in some instances the connivance of the liberal left among our politicians, clergy, media and academia. Muhammadan Muslims know that more and more knowledgeable people like Ibn Waraq, Robert Spencer, Wafa Sultan, Brigitte Gabriel, Walid Shubat, Aryan Hirsi Ali, and many more are lecturing, talking on television and radio, revealing the facts about Muhammad, his Quran, his Sunnah, and Sharia, pointing out very clearly are hate-mongering, misogynist, racist, war-mongering, vile, and hence ungodly. All of those mentioned above, and even I, are not targeting the followers of Muhammad with our message. Why? Because it would be a total waste of time attempting to use logic on indoctrinated and brainwashed minds such as theirs. Most of us are doing our utmost to educate and enlighten 80% of current humanity who are not followers of Muhammad, whom I call Ummat al-Kuffar, nation of infidels. They will be victims of Muhammadan Islam. Ummat al-Kuffar represents 5,500,000,000 human beings who have little or no knowledge or understanding of the facts regarding the beliefs and behaviors of Muhammad's followers. Ummat al-Kuffar comprises all human beings who are not Muhammadan Muslims. Ummat al-Kuffar is made up of all Christians, all Buddhists, all Hindus, all Zoroastrians, all Jews, all animists, all atheists, all agnostics, all secularists, and all other non-Muhammadan Muslims not mentioned. That's just how pervasive this problem is. It is imperative that every and each human being that is not a Muhammadan Muslim have indelibly written, branded into his or her mind the fact that it was Muhammad and his followers who had unilaterally declared total war 1400 years ago against all human beings who did not believe as they did. Earlier in this manifesto, I mentioned by name several real authorities on the subject of Muhammadan Islam. All that we are attempting to do every time we write or speak is to defend Ummat al-Kuffar's beliefs, cultures, civilizations and freedoms from the most oppressive, racist, terroristic and demonic cultic belief system in recorded human history. Ummat Muhammad, the enemy of all humanity, is the publicly declared aggressor towards Ummat al-Kuffar. Therefore, it is legitimate morally, spiritually, logically and biologically for those within the ranks of Ummat al-Kuffar to protect themselves. Ummat Muhammad declares publicly that any attack on any Muslim anywhere in the world is an attack on all Muslims everywhere in the world. I love this sense of solidarity. Hence, likewise, we, Ummat al-Kuffar, should declare that any attack on any Christian, Buddhist, Jew, Hindu, etc. by Muslims will be considered as an attack on all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Jews, agnostics, etc. An attack against 80% of humanity. We, Ummatul Kuffar, are hence one for all and all for one. With their usual degrees of hypocrisy and mendacity, the Muhammadan Muslims prohibit all forms of freedoms of belief, thought, expression or tradition in their Sharia-compliant states. Then they complain incessantly of being the victims of hate in our democracies and constitutional republics. These same Muhammadan Muslims who assault the beliefs of all others, burn their holy scripture, kill their civilians, and torch or blow up each other's holy places in countries around the world, and then claim that they are being discriminated against. They thus compound their hypocrisy and mendacity with an abysmal degree of cowardice. No matter how painstakingly I have tried, in 30 years of research, I have failed to find any redeeming characteristic in Muhammadan Islam. Every time I thought they had reached the bottom of Muhammadan Muslim acts of terror and butchery, I was proven wrong because of new acts of wanton aggression and destruction against not only Ummatul Kuffar, but against other Islamic sects with the same abandon, even though they are labeled peaceful Islam. Although I have repeatedly stated that the followers of Muhammad are about 1,500,000,000, not once have I pointed out that the real threat to our democracies and constitutional republics is not from the 1,450,000,000 in 57 Muslim majority states, but mostly from the 50 million followers of Muhammad who reside in our democracies. The Muslims who come to our lands, which according to Islam are territories of war or Dar al-Harb, do so ostensibly to escape the wretched conditions in their Muslim Sharia-controlled countries. Tragically, they become strangers amongst us, the enemy within. Having been welcomed among us with financial, medical, social, educational, political assistance and freedom from oppression, they demonstrate their appreciation with an unbelievable degree of disloyalty, dishonesty, unfathomable ingratitude, and a total lack of logic, a point that I have repeatedly made. They invariably do their worst to bring upon themselves and their hosts the same oppressive conditions from which they were presumably escaping. I shall forever repeat the following fact. The virulent virus of Quran obliterates both the victim's or host's area of the brain that deals with logic. What follows is the eradication of the brain's areas that deal with compassion and mercy, turning those infected into a zombie, the living dead. Muhammadan Muslims accuse us, Ummat al-Kuffar, of loving life, which we do, while boasting that they, Ummat Muhammad, love death. Yet, when we kill any of them in self-defense, they demonstrate with anger and fury. Why do they do this when they tell us repeatedly that the one killed was actually looking forward to death for the sake of Allah, fi sabilillah? As I have clearly proven, no believing fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslim can ever be logical or accept facts and reality. When looking at the more meaningful and sustainable figure of 50 million Muhammadan Muslims outside Dar al-Islam, the domains of Islam, instead of 1,500,000,000, finding an equitable solution to the Islamic invasion of our democracies becomes much more solvable, but requires an unshakable and sustainable will and foresight from our leaders and peoples. The followers of Muhammad or Ummat Muhammad have their agenda of Islamizing the world publicly and repeatedly declared as dictated by Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah called Sharia. They do so without caring a jot about insulting, humiliating, threatening and terrorizing us, Ummatul Kuffar. We too, all unbelievers of Ummatul Kuffar, nation of infidels, the majority 80% of humanity, who are not Muslims, who are actually the would-be victims of Muhammadan Islam, should also have our guideline and agenda to defend our lives, our freedoms, our dignity, and our civilizations by having our own publicly declared manifesto. The following should be the foundations of Ummat al-Kuffar's manifesto. First and foremost, we, Ummat al-Kuffar, must stop any and all immigration of Muhammadan Muslims coming to us from any country on earth. Since they love Muhammad and Sharia, why do they come to our infidel and unholy shores? Second, not a single mosque should be allowed to be built or instituted on our lands until the Saudis, Kuwaitis, Omanis, Sudanis, and other such nations allow churches, cathedrals, and temples to be built on their soil first. Third, hijab and niqab are not in Muhammad's Quran. They are misogynist, man-made rules used by the Muslim males to subjugate the females of Islam in body, soul, and intellect. Therefore, they should be banned publicly, anywhere and everywhere. The secular laws of our democracies and constitutional republics must be followed. Otherwise, those who do not like them or will not follow should quietly steal away to their perceived Islamic paradise or would be sent packing. Fourth, any imam, mullah, or scholar of Islam who during a Friday sermon or any other time can be proven guilty of incitement against any other human group must be put on trial, and if found guilty be imprisoned and later returned to his perceived Islamic paradise. Fifth, no madrasas, religious Islamic schools, should be allowed to operate in a democracy, since they are used by the fundamentalists to segregate their children from the host peoples, while inculcating them to hate the very people amongst whom they reside. Sixth, no part of Sharia law should be allowed to take root in our democracies and constitutional republics. If Muhammadan Muslims want Sharia, they should not have immigrated to our lands. Sharia, as I have demonstrated conclusively, is the antithesis of democracy. Sharia is the nemesis of democracy. To speak of Sharia and democracy as though they were compatible is an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms. Sharia's roots should not be allowed to infect or soil our soil. Seventh, nothing that offends Muhammadan Muslims, such as figures of pigs, crosses, Christmas carols, the pealing of church bells, or anything else that are part and parcel of a host people, should be prohibited or removed simply because they offend Muhammadan Muslims. If they are offended, they are more than welcome to return to their countries of origin where they will not be offended. Eighth, every imam or mullah must be a naturalized citizen who speaks the host country's language, knows its constitution and traditions, and no others allowed into the country under any circumstances. Ninth, any Muhammadan Muslim who is known to be a troublemaker, no matter what his or her status may be, should not be allowed entry into our democracies. They are free to spout their venomous language within their own Muslim paradise. Tenth, all immigrants must learn the language of the host country, learn its constitution, its traditions and history before given citizenship, without regard to beliefs or backgrounds from which they come. Immigrants who were previously granted citizenship but have not learned the language should be given 3 months to do so in an intensive language class. Otherwise, their citizenship should be revoked because it is obvious they are not willing to assimilate. 11th, any immigrant who becomes a citizen of the state but later proves to be unworthy or unwilling to abide by the secular rules of law should have his or her citizenship revoked and sent back to his or her country of origin, and any immigrant who parasites itself upon the host nation should be given a reasonable period of time to find employment or suffer the consequences of deportation. 12th, each and every mosque should be monitored by the security forces and or supervised against incitement. This is most definitely not profiling or discrimination, because there is no other belief system that mandates its followers to force into conversion, to subjugate in humiliation and degradation, or to exterminate all others who do not believe as they do only Muhammad and Islam's Quran. 13th, and most important, every school and university should teach the facts about Muhammad's Quran as a mandatory subject, taught by teachers who are certified on Muhammad's Quran and Islam, none of these teachers coming from the Muslim community, hence slowly eliminating the current prevalent abysmal ignorance of these subjects. As I have repeatedly stated, banning the Quran is utterly stupid and not the solution. On the contrary, revealing the facts about Muhammad and his Quran to the whole world would be most devastating to Islamism and Ummat Muhammad, but most rewarding to Ummat al-Kuffar. It is preferable to encourage live debates between Muhammadan Muslims and non-Muslim scholars of Islam. These debates will actually help some Muhammadan Muslims change sides. All the above guidelines represent the minimum that should be implemented by all democracies to help the immigrants assimilate into the host society. Assimilation does not mean losing one's identity. It means to blend in with the people who are giving the immigrants shelter, freedom, medical, financial, and educational help. Once more, I shall recite Karl Popper's crystal clear and factual axiom. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed and tolerance with them. We should therefore claim, in the name of tolerance, the right not to tolerate the intolerant. In a nutshell, if we tolerate the intolerant Muslims to use our tolerance against us, then they will most assuredly destroy us and our tolerance. Hence, for our tolerant societies to remain tolerant, we must never tolerate Islam's intolerance. Question. According to the scholars of Muhammadan Islam, interest is prohibited. How is it possible to conduct trade in any manner without interest? Is it possible that Muhammad, who was a trader on behalf of his wife Khadija, would forbid common interest? Answer. Since 9/11, the financial world in the West has been awash with the Islamic version of commercial transactions without interest. In fact and reality, no such transactions can exist even among family and friends, because interest is exactly what makes the world trade functioning. Let me now step by step debunk this another vile conceptual Muhammadan Muslim deception to add to the others that I have already revealed regarding who Allah truly is. That Muhammadan Islam is a cult belief system and not a religion. That Islam means submission and not peace. That jihad is physical war against all unbelievers, currently 80% of humanity who are not followers of Muhammad, called Ummat al-Kuffar, or nation of infidels, plus many more such mendacities. Usury is from the Latin usura, meaning interest. It was defined originally as charging a fee for the use of money. This usually meant interest on loans, although charging a fee for changing money, as at bureau de change, is included in the original meaning. In modern terminology, usury is the action or practice of lending money at unreasonably high rates of interest. It is very important that the listener should be made aware of the following traditions regarding Muhammad and trade. According to the biography of Muhammad as accepted universally by his followers, he was taken as a youth on trading trips by his uncle Abu Talib, who had become the guardian of the orphan Muhammad. Ibn Ishaq, page 81. The following is the tradition regarding Khadija and Muhammad. Khadija, who was a successful businesswoman, needed the services of an honest individual to manage her trade. At that time, Muhammad, who was 22 years of age, was recommended as a suitable choice for the job by several notable people of Mecca. Due to his success in various commercial-related ventures, Khadija prospered in her business. From the above, one must logically assume that Muhammad had to deal with very important trading transactions, both before and after his marriage to Khadija, that required the use of interest on money, either lent or borrowed. It is a historical fact that such commercial agreements and transactions were taking place thousands of years before Muhammad. Hence, he must have understood very well that no business could be conducted without the use of the medium of interest, excepting in the cases of barter dealings. He also may have encountered cases when exorbitant interest rates were either demanded or applied. In any case, based upon Muhammad's background as a merchant, it is inconceivable that he would have prohibited the ordinary use of interest by his followers. In the Quran, interest is called riba, which is copied from the Hebrew ribit, and is vehemently condemned. In the Bible, paying interest on loans is not prohibited. What is prohibited is interest at an exorbitant and unconscionable rate. The Quran rightly condemns such rates of interest in Al-Baqarah 2.275. Those who devour usury, يَأْكُلُونَ riba, will not stand except as stands one whom the evil one by his touch has driven to madness. That is because they say trade is like usury, but Allah has permitted trade and forbidden usury. Since Allah permitted trade, and trade had been functioning with interest for several thousand years, then logic dictates that in Muhammad's mind, usury meant actually exorbitant rates of interest. Al-Baqarah 2.276. Allah will deprive usury, riba, of all blessing. Al-Imran 3.130. O ye who believe, devour not usury, riba, doubled and multiplied, but fear Allah so that you may prosper. The fact that in the verse above the terms doubled and multiplied is used with such vehemence could have only applied to exorbitant interest rates. Al-Nisa 4.161. That they, the Jews, took usury, al-riba, though they were forbidden, and that they devoured men's substance wrongfully. If usury in the above means common interest, then Muhammad's Quran falsely, ignorantly, and of course maliciously accuses the Jews of breaking their own law regarding interest. Moreover, there is no concept of usury in the Torah, since lending with interest is considered a commercial, freely agreed bilateral contract between two parties. Interest, contrary to the Quranic verse above, was not forbidden at all, especially between an Israelite and a stranger, since a stranger also would not lend money to a Jew without interest. Deuteronomy 23:20. You shall not lend upon interest to your brother, interest of money, interest of foodstuff, interest of anything that is lent upon interest. To a stranger you may lend upon interest, but to your brother you shall not lend upon interest. It should be understandable that since a non-Jew would only lend a Jew with interest, then the reciprocal should also be valid. But if usury in the earlier Quranic verses meant exorbitant interest rates, then the verse makes perfect sense, since under this circumstance it should be prohibited. It beggars belief that Muhammad, who was after all a trader before and after his marriage to Khadija, would prohibit common interest, especially concerning his own Quraysh trading tribe. There is absolutely no doubt that riba could only have meant exorbitant interest. All the misunderstandings regarding interest in trade in the Islamic world is due to the fact that unfortunately for his followers, Muhammad died before having had explained the meaning of the word to them. It was his ignorant, unlearned, and mostly illiterate companions, because they lacked his guidance, extended it in a very illogical and uninformed manner. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2830, narrated by Umar ibn al-Khattab. The last verse to be sent down was that on usury, but Allah's Messenger was taken without having expounded it to us. So leave aside usury and whatever is doubtful. Al-Khattab's comment, so leave aside usury and whatever is doubtful, is one among the most astute regarding the subject of usury. He is implying that since Muhammad had not detailed its meaning, Muhammadan scholars should not make a huge and contorted system to circumvent what should be a natural state of affairs. That is why the Muhammadan scholars, ulama, worked out an impressive but convoluted body of literature on interest to circumvent it theologically but not logically. All their contortions and shenanigans do not change an iota of the fact that interest is still collected but by another name. Thus, they try their utmost to defy the truth of a rose by any other name is still a rose. Although interest is prohibited under Sharia law for the allegedly noble reason that all earning should be as the result of one's own sweat and effort, nonetheless, based entirely upon their own Arabic historical records, Muhammad and his followers, unemployable thugs in general, found much simpler ways of enriching themselves. They did so by dispossessing, enslaving, conquering and plundering others of their produce and wealth over 3 continents for the last 1400 years. In modern times, the Muhammadans have created an elaborate methodology to circumvent this prohibition, and disguise it under an Islamic cloak of terms and financial arrangements, but with exactly the same results, which is to either pay or receive interest but under other names. What the Muhammadan records prove is that when it was applied to those who were not his followers, unbelievers, such as Jews and Christians to start with, he demanded and extorted through a poll tax called jizya, in some cases up to 50% of their produce, without any physical or financial input from him or his followers' side. The Zoroastrian Persians later suffered the same fate. This, of course, was and is not considered by the Muhammadans as an unfair or unjust deal. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2826, narrated by Abu Huraira, Allah's Messenger said, usury has 70 parts, the least important being that a man should marry his mother. The term usury used in the above context has no commercial connotation whatsoever. In fact, it is used as a means of expressing an obscene degree of immorality, that a son should marry his mother. Since no commercial transaction is involved, then usury in this instance can only confirm that its meaning applies only to exceptional cases pertaining to totally immoral and or unjust circumstances such as exorbitant interest rates. Sunan of Abu Dawood Hadith 4858, narrated by Sa'id ibn Zayd. The Prophet said, the most prevalent kind of usury is going to lengths in talking unjustly against a Muslim's honor. Once again is the term usury used without any relationship to commercial interest. Once more, it is addressing the issue of excess. Hence, based upon the Muhammadan records themselves, regarding Muhammad's trading endeavors on behalf of his wife, the commercial needs of his Quraysh tribe, and the use of the word riba to mean excess, not related to business, shows that the ignorant followers of Muhammad got it all wrong and put themselves in a totally unnecessary straitjacket. Here now are the principles of Sharia banking. Islamic banking has the same purpose as conventional banking, to make money for the banking institute by lending out capital. But because Islam forbids simply lending out money at interest, riba, Islamic rules on transactions known as fiqh al-mu'amalat have been created to avoid this problem. The basic technique to avoid the prohibition is the sharing of profit and loss via terms such as profit sharing, mudaraba, safekeeping wadiyya, joint venture musharaka, cost plus murabaha, and leasing ijar. In an Islamic mortgage transaction, instead of loaning the buyer money to purchase the item, a bank might buy the item itself from the seller and resell it to the buyer at a profit, while allowing the buyer to pay the bank in installments. However, the bank's profit cannot be made explicit, and therefore there are no additional penalties for late payment. In order to protect itself against default, the bank asks for strict collateral. The goods or land is registered to the name of the buyer from the start of the transaction. This arrangement is called murabaha. Another approach is ijara wa iqtina, which is similar to real estate leasing. Islamic banks handle loans for vehicles in a similar way, selling the vehicle at a higher than market price to the debtor and then retaining ownership of the vehicle until the loan is paid. An innovative approach applied by some banks for home loans, called musharaka al-mutanaqisa, allows for a floating rate in the form of rental. The bank and the borrower form a partnership entity, both providing capital at an agreed percentage to purchase the property. The partnership entity then rents out the property to the borrower and charges rent. The bank and the borrower will then share the proceeds from this rent based on the current equity share of the partnership. At the same time, the borrower in the partnership entity also buys the bank's share of the property at agreed installments until the full equity is transferred to the borrower and the partnership is ended. If default occurs, both the bank and the borrower receive a proportion of the proceeds from the sale of the property based on each party's current equity. This method allows for floating rates according to the current market rate, such as the VLR base lending rate, especially in a dual banking system like in Malaysia. There are several other approaches used in business transactions. Islamic banks lend their money to companies by issuing floating rate interest loans. The floating rate of interest is pegged to the company's individual rate of return. Thus, the bank's profit on the loan is equal to a certain percentage of the company's profits. Once the principal amount of the loan is repaid, the profit-sharing arrangement is concluded. This practice is called musharaka. Further, mudaraba is venture capital funding of an entrepreneur who provides labor while financing is provided by the bank so that both profit and risk are shared. Such participatory arrangements between capital and labor reflect the Islamic view that the borrower must not bear all the risk cost of a failure, resulting in a balanced distribution of income and not allowing the lender to monopolize the economy. Islamic banking is restricted to Islamically acceptable transactions, which exclude those involving alcohol, pork, gambling, etc. The aim of this is to engage in only ethical investing and moral purchasing. Islamic banking and finance databases provide more information on the subject. In theory, Islamic banking is an example of full reserve banking, with banks achieving a 100% reserve ratio. However, in practice, this is not the case, and no examples of 100% reserve banking are observed. Islamic banks have grown recently in the Muslim world, but are a very small share of the global banking system. Micro-lending institutions founded by Muslims, notably Grameen Bank, use conventional lending practices and are popular in some Muslim nations, especially Bangladesh, but some do not consider them true Islamic banking. However, Muhammad Yunus, the founder of Grameen Bank and microfinance banking, and other supporters of microfinance argue that the lack of collateral and lack of excessive interest in the microlending is consistent with the Islamic prohibition of usury, riba. Islamic banks now position themselves as a moral alternative to Western banks, and 3 in 4 Muslims in England prefer Sharia-compliant banking products over their Western banking counterparts. In Europe, Islamic banking is now reaching beyond the Muslim community, seeking to become the preferred choice of non-Muslims for banking transactions, citing their products and banking ethics are superior to the Western banking system. London alone, some 20% of inquiries into Islamic banking products is now coming from non-Muslims. As Sharia banking becomes increasingly accepted as an alternative to the Western model, the opportunity to spread Islamic ideology to non-Muslims increases. According to Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, a leading Sunni cleric, spiritual leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, and head of the Fundamentalist European Council for Fatwa and Research, foresees the introduction of Islamic banking into the West will be the vehicle through which Islam will establish a caliphate, Islamic government rule based on the Quran throughout the world. According to Helena Christofi of the Brussels Journal, replacing Western institutions with a global Islamic order is, in fact, the goal of a Qaradawi Muslim Brotherhood. According to its founder, Hassan al-Banna, the Brotherhood seeks to reclaim Islam's manifest destiny, an empire founded in the 7th century that stretched from Spain to Indonesia, and it is in 1982 secret plan exhorted its members to channel thought, education and action in order to establish an Islamic power on the earth. The Muslim Brotherhood is a central link between Islamic banking and Islamic fundamentalism. The first Islamic bankers were members of the Muslim Brotherhood who wanted to use the structural power of bank ownership to advance the fundamentalist movement in the Gulf states in the 1970s. Today, its most powerful progeny, the Kuwait Finance House, covertly finances fundamentalist groups in Kuwait and abroad. As Islamic institutions gain a financial foothold in the Western banking and investment community, they could exert political pressure or force these institutions to offer Sharia-compliant banking products, which in turn further solidifies Islamic ideology into the West. Should Sharia banking become the accepted form of commerce in the Western world, the Islamic clerics would have a powerful platform to espouse their ideology and significantly alter how life in the West is lived. The influence and control Sharia banking could impose on life in Europe and the USA, both in the governmental and private sectors, is considerable. And once financial control is wrested from the Western banking system, the golden rule of finance becomes the governor of life. The golden rule of finance simply states, he who has the gold makes the rules. For Europe, it may be too late, and the US isn't far behind unless they wake up. That is why I have repeatedly pointed out that Sharia, in any shape or form, must never be allowed to take root in our democracies, to pollute and soil our soil. Dear supporters and so-called believers, to mitigate against the real possibility of our series being arbitrarily terminated by YouTube, once again, we have had our first volume of chapters 1 to 100 published at our cost in paperback under the title Lifting the Veil, The True Faces of Muhammad and Islam. The current volume 2 of the same name contains chapters 101 to 170. Since we started our series of Idiot's Guide to Islam about 3 years ago, you have read how we have been assailed by the followers of Muhammad as liars, deceivers, idiots, stupid, racist, anti-Muslim, Islamophobes, etc., without once demonstrating to you how, where, and when we have committed these alleged heinous crimes against Muhammad and Islam. By putting our chapters in hard copy, you will have more time to look them over, check their contents against the very Muhammadan and Arabic sources that we have been using, and try to find errors or deliberate lies in them. Moreover, a hard copy allows those of you who would rather have a book to which they can refer to at any time they choose, instead of listening again and again to find a verse or an item you need. Most important of all, by having these books published, secures their existence and safeguards the enormous amount of time and effort of over 30 years that I have invested in this project without any backing of any type whatsoever from any organizations or institutions. You have all witnessed in recent years and months the repercussions meted out to those who criticize Muhammad or his Quran. Since we are treading upon the most dangerous and explosive issues of today's world, and the real possibility of severe retribution for revealing the facts and only the facts about Muhammad and his Quran, this would be our legacy in print. I have been using the plural we because what you see on the Rassooli channel or on Rassooli Live, on my blog, etc., are the productive efforts of men and women on 3 continents whom I know only by their email names. They have invested their time, their expertise, and their spirit in helping me on my mission to educate and reveal to a mostly Muhammad and Quran ignoramus humanity regarding the greatest threat to human civilization and freedom in this 21st century, namely fundamentalist Muhammadan Islam with or without weapons of mass destruction. They have also helped me create the web of Ummat al-Kuffar, or nation of infidels, because this is exactly how the Muhammadans perceive all those who do not believe as Muslims do. Ummat al-Kuffar is currently 80% of humanity, comprising all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Zoroastrians, Jews, agnostics, animists, atheists, pagans, secularists, etc. Ummat Muhammad, the Muslims, declare publicly and very loudly that any attack on any Muslims anywhere in the world is considered an attack on all Muslims everywhere in the world. We, Ummat al-Kuffar, should also unite irrespective of color, race, belief or culture, and proclaim to Ummat Muhammad very publicly and loudly that any attack on any part of Ummat al-Kuffar would be considered an attack on all of Ummat al-Kuffar. We should assert to them our motto, all for one and one for all. We, Ummat al-Kuffar, are the most productive, inventive, creative, and powerful in human history, but are threatened by 20%, 1,500 millions, called Ummat Muhammad, known also as Muslims, which is the least productive, inventive, or creative in human history. Tragically, our leaders are so comatose and stupid that they are dragging us all into the sewer of Islamization. I have dedicated this particular volume to the memory of my friend Alex, whose superb voice can be heard asking me questions in over 150 audio videos. He was actually the first to believe in my mission, and because I am technically at a loss, he selflessly spent a lot of time and effort to create, in the name of Allah, web, as well as Idiot's Guide to Islam for me. He was taken away at a very young age and is missed beyond words. As we are a very small unit, with even smaller finances to back us up, we have had to edit, correct grammatical and other errors, compose and design its contents, its covers, etc., all by ourselves. Since we do not have the resources to employ advertisers, etc., we can promote our books only in this manner so as to reach those who have listened to our chapters and found them instructive. Those of you who are very interested can order them online from Author House, our publishers, or from Amazon. We sincerely hope you will find them instructive and informative. Thank you all for your unstinting support and look forward to reading your comments, whether for or against. I would like to recapitulate upon many of the earlier 246 audio videos dealing with the sordid subjects of Muhammad, his Quran, his Sunnah, Sharia, Hadiths, and his legacy. Of course, this will entail repeating items that I had mentioned earlier. Repetition is very important for memory retention. In an adversarial confrontation, it is imperative, if not vital, to understand the psychology, beliefs, and traditions of one's adversary so as to avoid his strengths and attack his weak points, to minimize one's losses and maximize the destruction of one's enemy in the shortest possible time. Hence, knowledge of Muhammad, his Quran, his Sunnah, and the history of the Arabs is of the utmost importance in how to deal with this deadly enemy of humanity. 1,400 years ago, Muhammad unilaterally declared total and unremitting war against all humans who do not accept him as a prophet and be subservient to his God, Allah. He had thus split humanity into two irreconcilable camps. One, Dar al-Islam, territory of peace controlled by Muhammad and Muslims, his followers. Two, Dar al-Harb, territory of war, where all unbelievers, kuffar or kafirun, live. Unbelievers or kuffar are all those who do not believe that Muhammad was a prophet or that Allah is the same as the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. It is crucial that the listeners or readers bear this very simple fact in mind at all times to understand the mindset of the Muhammadans. Currently, the followers of Muhammad or Ummat Muhammad, nation of Islam, is 20% of humanity, 1,500 millions. The remaining 80%, whom I call Ummat al-Kuffar, or nation of infidels, unbelievers, as seen from the point of view of Muhammad's followers and Sharia. The would-be victims of Ummat Muhammad is made up of all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Zoroastrians, Jews, animists, atheists, agnostics, etc. That is, any and all humans who do not believe as Muhammad and Muslims do. Muhammad's Quran asserts the following. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Fight, qatilu, those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden, which has been forbidden by Allah and His Apostle Muhammad, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Islam, even if they are of the people of the book, Christians and Jews, until they pay the jizya, onerous poll tax, with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O ye who believe, take not the Jews, Yahud, and the Christians, Nasara, for your friends and protectors. They are but friends and protectors to each other. And he amongst you that turns to them for friendship is of them, unbeliever. Sharia, which is founded upon Muhammad's Quran and his Sunnah, traditions about Muhammad contained in hadiths, is hate-mongering, warmongering, misogynist, racist, and hence totally ungodly. For those politically correct or Quran ignoramus people, the following Quranic verses prove my adjectives. Al-Anfal 8.55. For the worst of beasts in the sight of Allah are those who reject him. They will not believe. La yu'minuna. Muhammad 47.4. Therefore, when you meet the unbelievers, 80% of current humanity, smite at their necks. Al-Imran 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him. Sharia gives Ummat al-Kuffar, 80% of humanity, three choices. 1. Convert to Muhammadan Islam whether they like it or not. 2. Submit to Muhammadan Islam in a humiliation and degradation forever. 3. Be exterminated. Ladies and gentlemen, calling Islam peaceful ranks as one of the most egregious lies that have ever been insinuated into the human consciousness. Anyone reading Islamic literature or watching their leaders, both secular and religious, publicly and repeatedly declaring that the sole purpose of Muhammadan Islam is to Islamize the whole of humanity should not be shocked. They assert that the Islamic flag will fly over the White House, the Houses of Parliament, the Vatican, and all other countries on earth. Their nefarious agenda is not hidden. It is flaunted every Friday sermon, from every pulpit, in every mosque around the world, whether in Muslim countries, USA, Europe, Russia, China, or wherever. They intend to bring humanity down to the abysmal darkness in which they exist. They truly believe, against all facts, reality, and logic, that they are the best of humanity just because Muhammad's Quran tells them so. Al-Imran 3.110. Ye are the best of peoples evolved for mankind, enjoining what is right, forbidding what is wrong, and believing in Allah. Al-Anfal 8.55. For the worst of beasts in the sight of Allah are those who reject him. They will not believe. La yu'minuna. The above verses remind me of Hitler's Mein Kampf, the Nazi master race creed. Let me share with you and them the following indisputable facts. Every single piece of clothing that the followers of Muhammad wear was manufactured by unbelievers with machines invented and produced by unbelievers. All forms of transport that they use were invented, manufactured, and distributed by unbelievers. All their medicine is invented, manufactured, and produced by unbelievers. Every single item of science, technology, medicine, agriculture, etc., is a product of the inventive minds of unbelievers. Not a single item of the above was invented or produced by any follower of Muhammad. They boast about Islam's contribution to algebra, medicine, astronomy, etc., while deliberately and willfully ignoring the fact that all of these contributions were built upon knowledge that they plagiarized, plundered, and or pirated from the scientific foundations of civilizations that they conquered and subjugated, be they Byzantine, Persian, Egyptian, Indian, Chinese, etc. No human being can name 10 followers of Muhammad who have contributed anything of value for the advancement and or betterment of humanity in any field of human endeavor in the last 600 years from among 2,000 million Muhammadans. In a nutshell, Ummat Muhammad is the least productive, inventive, and or creative in human history, but have the audacity to declare total war against Ummat al-Kuffar, the nation of infidels, the most productive, inventive, creative, and powerful in human history, and think they can win. Can anyone listening or reading disprove a single item I have just declared? I have absolutely no doubt that no one can. The reason why Ummat Muhammad of 1,500 millions in 57 Muslim majority states are so backward industrially, scientifically, economically, and productively is simple. The common denominator is Muhammad's Quran. Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah prohibit his followers from ever enjoying life on earth. They are prohibited from dancing, playing musical instruments, singing, reciting poetry, sculpting or painting animals or humans, gambling, drinking wine, having consensual sex, wearing gold, befriending any human being who is not a Muhammadan, obeying any law which is not Sharia, treating females as if they are domestic animals, etc. Miraculously, most of these prohibitions become null and void when the so-called martyr dies fighting fi sabilillah, in the cause of Allah, slaughtering unbelieving unarmed civilians in expectation of eternal rewards in the afterlife, in Muhammad's whorehouse version of paradise. Since their Quran contains all knowledge, how can they progress scientifically and intellectually beyond the time warp in which Muhammad chained them to 7th century Muhammad's Arabia? What has escaped the intellect of all scholars of Islam? I have not found a single one so far in the last 1400 years is the following fact. It is by divine will, qidra ilahiyya, and divine justice, haqq ilahi, that the very hadith that explain to the followers of Muhammad his Quran and Sunnah are the very same that utterly discredit Muhammad as a prophet and the alleged divine origin of his Quran. Muhammad's Quran is an ungodly scripture that was never revealed to Muhammad by any entity, and most certainly not by Gabriel or Allah, because every single letter, word, verse, ayah, and chapter surah is the sole product of Muhammad's imaginings, the secretions of his mind, representing his alter ego and or autobiography, but very cleverly projected into the unsuspecting mouths of Allah and Gabriel to give them the aura of sanctity and divinity. To utterly discredit Muhammad as a prophet and the alleged divine origin of his Quran can be achieved without violence by just revealing the facts about his cult belief system. The worst nightmare of Muhammadan Islam is knowledge of the facts. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse of Muhammadan Islam are called knowledge, 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 and knowledge. If all news media in the democracies address one chapter of Idiot's Guide to Islam a day and have questions and answers for 1 hour thereafter, as well as debate scholars of Islam on live TV, Muhammadan Islam will be the laughing stock in every country on earth. Having studied the subjects of Muhammad, his Islam, Sunnah, Hadith, etc., over a period of 30 years, I'm able to utterly discredit Muhammad and the alleged divine origin of his Quran in at least 18 different ways in less than 60 seconds each way. Whenever I mention this on numerous occasions, in my over 320 talk shows, I invariably had stunned silence on the other side in disbelief at the preposterousness of such a claim, that is, until I proved myself beyond a shadow or even a reasonable doubt based entirely upon the Arabic of Muhammad's Quran. It is imperative that the listeners or readers keep in mind that every single verse that I shall recite to you was allegedly revealed to Muhammad by the angel Gabriel at his God Allah's explicit instructions. The Muhammadan Muslims claim that Allah of the Quran is the same as the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. I shall now disabuse them of these claims in 18 examples in less than 60 seconds each, by just reciting the relevant self-destructive Quranic or Hadith verses in each case. Case 1. The Quran asserts that it was Allah who revealed the Gospels to Jesus, who is considered one of at least a dozen Hebrew, Israelite, or Jewish biblical characters as prophets. Al-Ma'idah 5.46. And in their footsteps we sent Jesus the son of Mary, confirming the Torah that had come before him. We sent him the Gospel, Injil. Therein was guidance and light and confirmation of the Torah that had come before him, a guidance and admonition to those who fear Allah. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone with 2 brain cells of logic who knows the New Testament would also know that the Gospels were never revealed to Jesus, since they were written 50 to 150 years after Jesus was dead. Hence, I raise the simplest of questions. How is it possible for Allah, if Allah were the same as the omniscient God of Abraham, Moses and Jesus, not know this fact? I raised my case. Case 2. Al-Nisa 4.157. That they said, we killed Christ Jesus, the son of Mary, the apostle of Allah. But they killed him not, nor crucified him. But so it was made to appear to them, and those who differ therein are full of doubts with knowledge, but only a conjecture to follow. For a surety they killed him not. Dear listeners or readers, as I had already demonstrated in case 1, the Quran declares that it was Allah who revealed the Gospels to Jesus, but these Gospels, all 4 of them, assert that Jesus died on the cross and was resurrected on the 3rd day, thus contradicting Allah's present revelations. Moreover, the title Christ was not part of Jesus' name because it was bestowed upon Jesus decades after his death. Once again, I would like to point out to you the obvious. If Allah were the same as the omniscient God of Jesus, Moses, and Abraham, how is it possible that he was deceiving Muhammad or being in such blatant error? After all, in case 1, Al-Ma'idah 5.46, Allah insists that it was he who revealed the Gospels to Jesus. Hence, there is absolutely no margin of error, either linguistically or logically, regarding the meaning of these verses. Moreover, Muhammad obliterates the whole concept of Christianity with this single verse, because without death and resurrection, there is no Christianity. Once again, I prove beyond a reasonable doubt, based entirely upon the Arabic scripture of Muhammad's Quran, that Allah cannot possibly be the same as the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. I rest my case once again. Case 3. Al-Imran 3.35. Behold, a woman of Imran said, O my Lord, I do dedicate unto thee what is in my womb for thy special service. So accept this of me, for thou hearest and knowest all things. Al-Tahrim 66.12. And Mary, the daughter of Imran, who guarded her chastity. Maryam 19.28. O sister of Aaron, thy father was not a man of evil, nor thy mother a woman unchaste. These verses are in gross error, since they obviously confuse Maryam, the sister of Moses and Aaron, with Maryam, the mother of Jesus, of 1,450 years later period of time. The Quranic absurdities accumulate at a phenomenal pace. The very Gabriel who revealed to Mary, Maryam, the birth of Jesus as the Savior and Redeemer of humanity, has somehow, after 600 years, forgotten his earlier mission and given Muhammad an untrue story with Allah's blessing. Case 4. The Quran considers Moses another prophet of Islam, as mentioned earlier. For those who are confused or bewildered as to how it is possible for any of the biblical characters to be Muslims centuries before Muhammad and his Quran, the answer is actually very simple. According to the Arabic language of the Quran, Islam means submission to the will of one God. Since almost all the biblical names mentioned in the Quran are of Hebrews, Israelites, or Jews, who were believers in a one and only God, then of course they were Muslims. Al-Baqarah 2.53. And remember, we gave Moses the scripture Torah and the criterion between right and wrong. Al-Qasas 28.6. To establish a firm place for them, the Israelites, in the land, and to show Pharaoh, Haman, and their hosts at their hands the very things against which they were taking precautions. In the Bible, Haman was the prime minister of Xerxes, the Persian king in the days of Queen Esther, his wife, of circa 400 BC, and not that of Pharaoh of Egypt at the time of Moses of 1400 BC. Yet again, the God of Muhammad, Allah, did not know his facts. Case 5. Maryam 19.23. And the pains of childbirth drove her to the trunk of a palm tree. She cried in her anguish, Ah, would that I had died before this, would that I had been a thing forgotten and out of sight. This is an astounding report, since according to the Gospels, as allegedly revealed to Jesus by Allah, Jesus was born in a manger or an inn, and most definitely nowhere on a palm tree anywhere in Arabia Deserta. Case 6. Al-Alaq 96.1. Proclaim in the name of thy Lord and Cherisher, who created man out of a clot of congealed blood. This alleged first verse revealed to Muhammad of the Quran contradicts the biblical creation story, since anyone who has read it would know that Adam, mankind, was created from the dust of the earth, and life was breathed into his nostrils by the Almighty. Moreover, a clot of congealed blood is dead material, and hence cannot possibly propagate life. Hence Muhammad's Quran starts, as usual, with a lie. Case 7, Al-Baqarah 2.35. We said, O Adam, dwell thou and thy wife in the garden, and eat of the bountiful things therein, but approach not this tree, or ye run into harm and transgression. Then did Satan make them slip from the garden, and get them out of the state of felicity in which they had been. We, Allah, said, Get ye down, all ye with enmity between yourselves. On earth will be your dwelling place, and your means of livelihood for a time. These are more blatantly clear contradictions with the biblical original story. A. Satan does not exist in the Torah, and was not created by God as his adversary. It was the snake who misled Eve. B. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden on earth, and not in heaven. They were ordered out of the Garden of Eden, not thrown down from the garden in heaven to earth. Case 8, Taha 20.120. But Satan whispered evil to him. He said, O Adam, shall I lead thee to the tree of eternity, and to a kingdom that never decays? Once more, we have a serious, erroneous Quranic version of the Adam and Eve story. It was the serpent, not Satan, that tempted Eve, and not Adam. A third error in this verse is that it was only the tree of knowledge that the serpent was tempting Eve with, and not the tree of life. The worst omission in the Quranic version of these events is that the name of Eve is not referred to, in spite of her centrality and enormous importance to this particular story. Case 9, Al-Baqarah 2.127. And remember, Abraham and Ismail raised the foundations of the house, the Kaaba, with this prayer, Our Lord, accept this service from us, for thou art all-hearing, all-knowing. The Quran is wrong yet again, since the biblical original story about Abraham mentions nothing of Allah, Kaaba, or Arabia, nor that Abraham and Ishmael, the first true monotheists, were ever in Mecca, 1,000 desert miles away from Canaan, to raise the foundations of a temple of idolatry. If Allah were the same as the God of Israel and Jesus, then he has been failing miserably and continuously in his attribute of being all-knowing or omniscient. Case 10, Al-Kahf 18.83. They asked thee concerning Zulqarnain, say, I will rehearse to you something of his story. Until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it set in a spring of murky water. Near it, he found a people. We said, O Zulqarnain, either to punish them or to treat them with kindness. The Quran, allegedly the greatest book of knowledge, ilm, asserts that the sun, which is 1,000,000 times the size of the earth, sets in a puddle of murky water. Case 11, Al-Isra 17.101. To Moses we did give 9 clear signs. Ask the children of Israel. Al-Naml 27.12. O Moses, now put thy hand into thy bosom, and it will come forth white, without stain, among the 9 signs to Pharaoh and his people. Even when concerning the most famous and most important set of miracles, the 10 plagues of Egypt in the Bible, the Quran gives the wrong number, 9 instead of 10, as confirmed by the children of Israel when we asked them. Furthermore, the whitening of Moses' hand is not part of the miracles of the 10 plagues. Case 12, Al-An'am 6.74. Lo, Abraham said to his father Azar, Takest thou idols for gods? Anyone who has read the Bible would know that Abraham's father was called Terah and not Azar, and nowhere therein is there mention that he was a manufacturer of idols. Case 13, Sahih Muslim Hadith 6707, narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's Messenger said, Allah the Exalted and Glorious created the clay on Saturday, and he created the mountains on Sunday, and He created the trees on Monday, and He created the things entailing labor on Tuesday, and created light on Wednesday, and He caused the animals to spread on Thursday, and created Adam after Asr on Friday, the last creation at the last hour of the hours of Friday, i.e. between afternoon and night. I refuse to even add a comment to such outrageous falsehood. Case 14, Al-Tawbah 9.30. The Jews call Uzair a son of Allah, and the Christians call Christ the son of Allah. That is a saying from their mouths. In this, they but imitate what the unbelievers of old used to say. Allah's curse be on them, how they are deluded away from the truth. $100,000 says that no human being can find such a blasphemous verse uttered or written by the most monotheistic of all peoples, the Jews, in the Bible, associating any entity with God, let alone a son. After all, according to the New Testament, Jesus was condemned to death for proclaiming to being the Son of God. Allah has told another lie. Case 15, Al-Fussilat 41.9. Say, is it that you deny Him who created the earth in 2 days? He set on the earth mountains standing firm high above it, and bestowed blessings on the earth, and measured therein all things to give them nourishment in due proportion in 4 days. So He completed them as 7 firmaments in 2 days, and He assigned to each heaven its duty and command. If one adds all the days of creation listed above, the result is 8 days instead of 7, as in the biblical original. Moreover, the Bible mentions only 1 firmament and not 7. Again and again I ask the same logical question. How is it possible to imply that the angel Gabriel, the messenger of Allah, lied and deceived Muhammad regarding these primal subjects if Allah is the same as the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus? Case 16, Al-A'raf 7.133. So we sent plagues on them, wholesale death, locusts, lice, frogs, and blood. Signs openly self-explained. The Bible describes the following plagues: water turning to blood, frogs, lice, swarm of wild beasts, epidemic, boils, hail, locusts, darkness, and finally the death of the firstborn. These are 10 plagues and not 9 or 5. Case 17, Al-A'raf 7.130. We punished the people of Pharaoh with years of drought and shortness of crops, that they might receive admonition. I would like to remind you that the stories of the 7 good and 7 bad crop years were in the days of Joseph and not Moses, a lapsed period of almost 400 years. Allah is wrong as usual yet again. Case 18, Mishkat al-Masabih, which is the improved version of Masabih al-Sunnah by Al-Tabrizi, says, a Jew came to Muhammad and asked him about the 9 wonders which appeared by the hands of Moses. Muhammad answered him, do not associate anything with Allah, do not steal, do not commit adultery, do not kill, do not take an innocent before the king to be killed, and do not practice magic, do not take interest, do not accuse an innocent woman of adultery, do not run away in battle, and especially for you, O Jews, not to work on the Sabbath. Muhammad was, of course, his usual and understandable ignorant self, in error on 5 of the items he mentioned, as well as having given the wrong answer to the question which related to the 10 plagues and not the 10 commandments. Al-Muhaddith Abdul Haq al-Dahwali remarks on this tradition that the Jew asked Muhammad about the plagues of Egypt, but Muhammad answered him in error with the 10 commandments. Conclusions. Muhammad's Quran asserts that the Torah law was revealed by Allah directly to Moses. Muhammad's Quran also asserts that the Gospels were revealed to Jesus by Allah through the angel Gabriel. If this were true, why then are all the stories above different from both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament that were revealed by Allah to Moses and Jesus? How is it logical or conceivable that if Allah were the same as the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, would not remember His own earlier revelations? How is it logical or conceivable that if Gabriel were the same as the angel who predicted the arrival of Jesus as the savior of humanity would change allegiance to Muhammad? No objective, logical, rational, and just a human being can ever believe, after listening to or reading the plethora of confusing and utterly asinine subjects being listed herein, that any omniscient, moral, just, merciful, and compassionate divinity could have ever revealed them. Is it not more logical to explain all the above abnormalities, biblical inconsistencies, historical dislocations, and theological absurdities by concluding that every single letter, word, verse, ayah, and chapter surah is to conclude that they are the sole product of Muhammad's imaginings, the secretions of his warped mind, but very cleverly projected into the unsuspecting mouths of Allah and Gabriel to give them the aura of sanctity and divinity. Thus, in an instant of clear thinking, one can understand why Allah and Gabriel are shown to be such imbeciles in Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah. In a nutshell, Muhammad, Gabriel, Allah, and Satan are all one and the same, Muhammad. Furthermore, no human being can find a single new, decent, logical, and articulate idea, thought, concept, or precept in Muhammad's Quran that is in any way, shape, or form equal to or superior to what Muhammad and his followers have invariably plagiarized, plundered, pirated, and or perverted from the stories, traditions, fetishes of the Bible and others. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the history of Muhammad and Islam, and even the Arabs and Muhammadan Muslims of today, they invariably do the same to the thoughts, ideas, concepts, inventions, etc. of other civilizations and peoples, and brazenly assert they are their own and actually believe their own concocted myths. All cases are now closed. With this chapter, I conclude the Idiot's Guide to Islam series, having thus given the listeners and or readers the most factual and comprehensive analysis, comments, and revelations of the cult of Muhammad in any medium of education or news anywhere. A new series dealing with Arab conquests and their legacy, titled In the Name of Allah, will be started in the near future. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for your support and appreciation. Dear supporters, this is the last audio video in the series Idiot's Guide to Islam, summarizing the achievements and conclusions of the 3 volumes of Lifting the Veil trilogy. This 3rd volume contains the scripts of audio videos 171 to 248. As you well know, each of the Lifting the Veil trilogy is self-contained and independent of the others. Volume 1 comprises chapters 1 to 100. Volume 2 contains chapters 101 to 170, and Volume 3 from 171 to 248. Lifting the Veil, the True Faces of Muhammad and Islam trilogy, contain the distilled and unadulterated facts about Muhammad, his Sunnah, his fundamentalist followers, Sharia, Arab Islamic imperialism, and Arab conflict with Israel and the Jews. They are the result of over 30 years of researching, comparing, contrasting, and analyzing in Arabic, my mother tongue, from the original sources of the Quran, Hadiths, Muhammad's Sunnah, Sharia, and Arab Islamic histories. Those who have listened to my series or read my articles and books would by now agree unreservedly with the following unchallengeable conclusions. 1. Muhammad and Islam is not a religion, but a cult belief system, the cult of Muhammad. 2. Islam does not mean peace, as the Muhammadan Muslims deceptively declare, but only submission, blind and unquestioning submission to Allah by the followers of Muhammad. 3. The concept of believing in a one and only God, Islam, was not invented or first thought out by Muhammad, because in fact and in reality, this primal belief system preceded Muhammad and his Quran by at least 2,500 years in the person of the Hebrew Abraham, 2,100 years by Moses and the Israelite of 12 Hebrew tribes, and last but not least, 610 years by Jesus, the Judean, and his followers. 4. Allah is most certainly not the same as the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, because Allah is only the name of the supreme God of 360 deities in stone, comprising the pantheon of pagan Arabia. 5. Allah, the supreme rock god of pagan Arabia, had 3 daughters, Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, Al-Manat, of the satanic verses controversy. 6. Muhammad is not and cannot possibly be a prophet, especially since he did not prophesy anything that came out to be true. 7. Jihad is not a spiritual struggle to commune with God, but eternal war against all humans who are not followers of Muhammad. 8. Females of the human species are considered by Muhammad and his male followers as creatures who are just one little step higher up the ladder of evolution than domestic animals. 9. The word hijab does not exist even once in Muhammad's Quran describing the covering of a woman in any way, shape, or form. 10. The name of Jerusalem that the Arabs falsely claim as their own is not even once mentioned in Muhammad's Quran, but at least 667 times in the Bible. 11. The name Palestine as a state and Palestinians as a people cannot be found anywhere in recorded history prior to their invention in 1964. 12. Muhammad unilaterally declared total war against all so-called unbelievers, kuffar or kafirun, by splitting the world 1400 years ago into 2 diametrically opposite camps. Dar al-Islam, the lands of the Muslims, against Dar al-Harb, the lands of the infidels. 13. For those who do not know, currently infidels or kuffar kafirun are 80% of humanity, comprising all Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, Jews, atheists, animists, agnostics, etc. That is all those who do not believe as Muhammadan Muslims do. 14. We, Ummah al-Kuffar, are given 3 choices by so-called peace-loving Sharia. A. Convert to Islam whether we like it or not. B. Submit to Sharia in humiliation and degradation forever. Or C. Be exterminated. These choices are declared repeatedly and in public by the leaders of Muhammadan Islam every single Friday in every single mosque in 80 languages all over the world. 15. Ummat Muhammad, the Muslims, 20% of current humanity, are the least productive, least inventive, and least creative in human history, challenging all of us of Ummat al-Kuffar, nation of infidels, 80% of humanity, who are the most productive, most inventive, most creative, and most powerful in human history. 16. Muhammad, his Quran, his Sunnah, his fundamentalist followers of Sharia are hate-mongering, war-mongering, misogynist, racist, mendacious, duplicitous, treacherous, vile, and hence totally ungodly. 17. Sharia is the nemesis of democracy. Sharia is the antithesis of all known human freedoms. To speak of Sharia and democracy is an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms. 18. Because the followers of Muhammad must abide by Sharia, they cannot ever be loyal to any political entity that has man-made laws or constitutions, because they are not from Allah. Nor can they ever be loyal to any peoples or nations that are not Muslims. This is why Muhammadan Muslims cannot ever integrate, let alone assimilate, in Europe, Americas, Russia, China, India, or wherever the nation that accepted them is not Muhammadan Muslim. They can only be either traitors in waiting or traitors in action. 19. It is by divine will, qidra ilahiyya, and divine justice, haqq or adl ilahi, that the very hadiths that explain to the followers of Muhammad his Quran and Sunnah are the very same that utterly discredit Muhammad as a prophet and the alleged divine origin of his Quran. 20. In conclusion, so-called believers and unbelievers, every letter, every word, every verse, ayah, and every chapter, surah in the Quran was not revealed by any entity called Allah or an angel Gabriel, because actually they are the sole product of Muhammad's imagination, the secretions of his warped mind, his alter ego, his autobiography, but very cleverly projected into the unsuspecting mouths of Allah and Gabriel to give them the aura of sanctity and divinity. 21. In a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, Muhammad, Allah, Gabriel and Satan are one and the same entity, Muhammad. With Allah, Gabriel and Satan as the voices over of Muhammad, the ventriloquist. To back up my assertions, statements or conclusions, I have offered more than $1 million worth of challenges to every human being hearing or reading me. Not a dime has been taken from me even after 10 years. Now that I have all my audio videos in print, the next step in accomplishing the final act of my mission of publicly and comprehensively, utterly discrediting Muhammad as a prophet and the alleged divine origin of his Quran is to have uninterrupted 15 to 30 minutes live interview on a mainline TV station. Thank you all for supporting, blessing, and appreciating my mission. IQ Rassooli, Kafir and proud.
The ripple event that started in Tunisia a few weeks ago, that toppled the government, has turned into a tsunami that is engulfing many Arab and Muslim countries. Although most of those who are demonstrating are genuinely trying to have democratic governments, what will happen will be a repeat performance of what happened in Iran under Ayatollah Khomeini. Remarkably, the fall of the Shah on the 11th of February 1979 is exactly 32 years ago to the day as the fall of Mubarak. Then, too, tens of millions of Iranians celebrated in the streets hoping for a better future. Unfortunately for them, they were duped and deceived by Khomeini, who transformed their revolution for democracy and freedom to a theocracy and subjugation. They have had instead a worse nightmare under the Mullah Sharia that is still going on 32 years later. What the media erroneously and idiotically call radical or extremist Muslims are actually the fundamentalist, true believing followers of Muhammad, the Muslim Brotherhood, who are riding the waves for free and just governments in the Arab world created almost entirely by ordinary demonstrators. These fundamentalists will take over this tidal wave in the name of Allah, creating instead theocratic governments that will be even more despicable and atrocious than the governments the people are attempting to overthrow. I predict that the so-called Islamists will take over these movements by stealth, subterfuge and violence, because the Muslim Brotherhood is the best organized as well as the most ruthless. They will, in a short period of time, literally obliterate all opponents by labeling them un-Islamic, all secular, liberal, moderate men and women, the media and academia. They will then infiltrate and take over the police and military apparatus to subjugate and terrorize the people, similar to the Nazi Germans and the Soviet Bolsheviks. What Obama, his administration and most Western leaders have still not understood, even after 1400 years of observing Islam in action, is the fact that Islamic Sharia, which every fundamentalist movement in Islam must implement, is totally incompatible with democracy. To speak of Islam and democracy is an oxymoron. Sharia is diametrically opposite to democracy. Sharia loathes, abhors, and is a nemesis of any and all human freedoms and dignities. Moreover, there is no Arabic word denoting the concept of democracy to such a degree that the Arabs used al-demokratiya from the original Greek to describe this concept. Do you need proof? Okay. Answer the following question. There are about 55 Muslim majority states in the world. Can anyone name more than one that is truly democratic? You cannot? I rest my case. The Christian Copts, 8 to 10% of Egypt's population, will suffer the most. They will be subjected to a reign of terror to make them either convert to Islam or leave their country of nativity. The same Islamic terror that is forcing my country's Iraq, ancient Christians, to leave the land of their birth. As I am speaking to you, Muslims are murdering Christians, burning churches, kidnapping and enslaving Christian girls in almost every Muslim nation, from Sudan to Nigeria, from the Philippines to Indonesia, from Pakistan to Uzbekistan and others. No one in the West has lifted or will lift a finger to help them. Obama, who praised the allegedly tolerant Islam in his Cairo speech, will do nothing. No UN resolutions will be issued in their defense. This will be the end of their beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, I predict, based entirely upon historical and theological grounds, that almost each and every one of these upheavals will lead to Islamic theocracies taking over, just like what happened in Iran and Gaza. The media in the USA and Europe, for whatever reason or agenda, are criminally negligent in not telling the American and European peoples the truth about what the Muslims are actually declaring in their own media in the Arabic language. They are thus very stupidly aiding, abetting, and colluding with the very forces that are attempting to subjugate or destroy us as well as them. The Islamists are and will always be totally anti-West. The publicly declared intentions of Islam in every country and language on earth is to Islamize the whole of humanity. Their agenda is not hidden. It is public, but most of our political leaders, media, academia, and clergy are comatose to this reality and are leading us as if sleepwalking to our destruction. There will also be the very real possibility, even I dare say a certainty, of war breaking out in the Middle East, instigated, orchestrated, and implemented by the Islamists against Israel to start with. As usual with Arabs, they create their own myths and then believe them. As we speak, they feel the time has come for eradicating Israel and its Jews. They are already discussing in their Arabic media, TV and newspapers of a similar slaughter as by the Nazis, totally ignoring the fact that the Jews of Europe were unarmed civilians who were being exterminated by the most efficient war machine of the time, while Israel has one of the best defense forces in the world. I would like our listeners to comprehend the following very disturbing and shocking figures and realities. Israel of 8,500 square miles and a Jewish population of 5.5 million is facing from Hezbollah of Lebanon alone over 50,000 rockets and missiles. This means one missile for every 110 civilians. Extrapolating the figures faced by Israel to the landmass and people of the USA, for example, show the very dreadful following numbers. Pro rata, the continental USA of 3.8 million square miles would be as if it were targeted by Canada or Mexico with 22 million missiles, and the American people of 308 million as if they were subjected to the threat of 2,790,000 missiles. If these figures are not sobering enough, I do not know what else would shock the people listening, short of a nuclear explosion by a terror group on mainland USA or in Europe. This is exactly why the USA and the Soviets had mutual assured destruction potentials, so that neither side would even contemplate a war under any logical circumstances. Dear listeners, please be aware that for the Arabs and Muslims, Israel is only the first step in Islamizing the whole world. As far as they are concerned, all humans who do not believe in Islam, that is in Muhammad and in his God Allah, are part and parcel of Ummat al-Kuffar, nation of infidels. Currently, Ummat al-Kuffar is 80% of humanity, comprised of all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Zoroastrians, Jews, animists, atheists, agnostics, pagans, etc. We are all the would-be victims of Islam and Sharia. Tragically, when dealing with Islam and Arabs, logic, facts, and reality are not computed. Based entirely upon these facts, realities, and logic, with 500 million Arabs and Muslims ganging up against 5.5 million Israelis, this war will not remain conventional. Nuclear weapons will be used, and the repercussions of this will affect the whole world. The greatest tragedy of all is the fact that the USA and Europe, at this very crucial period of history, are being led by witless, clueless, and spineless administrations. while all Americans and Europeans would be delighted to have all these demonstrators achieve truly democratic governments, tragically, all of their past history, their belief system based on Sharia, and their current behavior do not indicate that any goodwill will come out. In a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, trying to reason with and or tame Muhammad and Islam is exactly the same as attempting to turn Satan into a saint. I am truly sorry that my prognosis is so negative, and I wish to God it will be otherwise.
Wikipedia says, the term Islamofascism is a neologism which draws an analogy between the ideological characteristics of specific Islamist movements from the turn of the 21st century on, and the broad range of European fascist movements of the early 20th century, neo-fascist movements or totalitarianism. One can also explain Islamofascism that it refers to the use of the cult of Muhammad and Islam as a cover for totalitarian ideology. The term Islamofascism was first used in 1990 in Britain's independent newspaper by Scottish writer Malise Ruthven, who was writing about the way in which traditional Arab dictatorships used religious appeals in order to stay in power. Do Wahhabism, Salafism, Hezbollah, Muslim Brotherhood, and Ahmadinejad have anything in common with fascism? The answer is most definitely yes. Before I continue elaborating upon this subject, I want the listeners to be shocked into the unspoken reality and be made aware at this very beginning that all these isms are the result of total misunderstanding by most Westerners of the actual source of the disease of Muhammad and Islam. This disease has absolutely nothing to do with any type of European ideology, because the source of this disease is a virulent virus that was created by Muhammad 1400 years ago in the Arabian Peninsula called Quran. A virus so destructive that it obliterates the areas of the brain of the victim or host, dealing with logic, compassion, and mercy, turning them into zombies, the living dead. For those who are in disbelief, outrage, or shock at my statement, please listen carefully to the Quran's verses before condemning me. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Fight, qatilu, those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden, which had been forbidden by Allah and His Apostle Muhammad, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Islam, even if they are of the people of the book, Christians and Jews, until they pay the jizya, poll tax, with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O ye who believe, take not the Jews, Yahud, and the Christians, Nasara, for your friends and protectors. They are but friends and protectors to each other. And he amongst you that turns to them for friendship is of them. By any stretch of the imagination, this is a declaration of war against all those who do not believe as Muslims do. This is racism against 80% of current humanity. The similarities, if not almost identical characteristics, between Muhammad's Quran and Hitler's Mein Kampf, I have already clearly demonstrated in my chapter of the same title. Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that only 1400 years separated der Muhammad from der Hitler. Otherwise, both Quran and Mein Kampf are hate-mongering, war-mongering, racist, misogynist, vile, and hence ungodly scriptures. Al-Imran 3.19. The religion before Allah is Islam, submission to His will. Al-Imran 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him. And in the hereafter, he will be in the ranks of those who have lost. Al-Imran 3.56. As for those disbelieving infidels, Jews, Christians, pagans, etc., I will punish them with a terrible agony in this world and the next. They have no one to help or save them. Al-Imran 3.118. O ye who believe, take not into your intimacy those outside your religion, pagans, Jews, Christians, etc. They will not fail to corrupt you. They only desire your ruin. Rank hatred has already appeared from their mouths. What their hearts conceal is far worse. Here we have, from the horse's mouth, so to speak, Islam über alles, Hail Muhammad. These few verses are only the tip of a gigantic mountain of lies, deception, hate, terror, joylessness, subjugation, war, racism, historical dislocations, contortions, and stupidity. Let us now look at the similarities of European fascism and Islamic fascism. Both movements are based on a foundation of murderous violence that exalts death and destruction, but despises the life and freedom of the intellect. Both are obsessed with real and imagined humiliations and thirsty for revenge, and are obsessed and bitterly nostalgic for past empires and lost glories. Islam wants to bring back the caliphate of 1400 years ago, or subjugate Spain, Andalus, as it was under the Umayyads 700 years ago. Both exhibit the same chronic anti-Jewish paranoia. Al-Ma'idah 5.82. You will find the Jews and disbelievers the most vehement in hatred for the Muslims. Both are inclined to leader worship, Muhammad and Hitler, and to the exclusive stress on the power of one great book, Quran and Mein Kampf. Both have a strong commitment to sexual repression and the subordination and subjugation of the female and contempt for the feminine. Al-Baqarah 2.223. Your wives are a tilth unto you, so approach your tilth when or how you will. Muhammadan Islam relegates womanhood to the level of a field suitable for plowing and sowing seed, and the man as the tiller. The Muslim wife is only a sex object for the Muslim husband's pleasure and desires, when, where, and how it suits him. Sahih al-Bukhari 7.33, narrated by Osama bin Zayd. The Prophet said, "After me, I have not left any affliction more harmful to men than women." Both despise art and literature as symptoms of degeneracy and decadence. Both burn books and destroy museums and treasures. Example, the Taliban's destruction of the Buddha in Bamiyan and the looting of the Museum of History in Baghdad, Iraq. Sahih al-Bukhari 8.176, narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "It is better for any one of you that the inside of his body be filled with pus, which may consume his body, than it be filled with poetry." Both fascism and Islam are distinguished from the broader category of extreme right-wing politics by their willingness to challenge authority, defy public civility, and openly violate the law. Nazism and fascism glorify the nation-state, while Muhammadan Islam glorifies the theocratic feudal state. As to the nation-state, Al-Qaeda demands that countries like Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Egypt, and others should be dissolved into one great revived caliphate. This should remind us of Hitler's vision of a greater Germany or Mussolini's fantasy of a revived Roman Empire. Although Islam does not preach racial superiority or proposes a master race, it nonetheless claims the fascistic and racist concept of the pure and the exclusive Ummat Muhammad or Ummat al-Islam, 20% of current humanity, over the unclean all others of Ummat al-Kuffar, 80% of current humanity. For those who are unaware, Ummat al-Kuffar comprises all Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, Zoroastrians, Jews, animists, atheists, etc. That is, all those who do not believe as Muslims do. In the propaganda against Hindus and India, for example, we see what amounts to be unadulterated hatred of the other, not based on race, but purely on religious beliefs. The Arab and Muslim attitude to Jews shows clearly that an inferior or unclean race is being talked about, not of demonizing the Jews only, but also of dehumanizing them, just like what was done by Goebbels, who would be very proud indeed of their anti-Semitic cartoons. After all, it was Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, who supported Hitler's extermination of the Jews and supplied the Nazis with Muslim divisions to fight against Russia. Dear listeners, Islamofascism is equal opportunity in its modus operandi because it also attempts the destruction of Muslims of either different race or sect, with the same penchant for slaughter as those meted out to Christians, Hindus, or Jews. For example, the attempted eradication of the Hazara people of Afghanistan, who are ethnically Persian as well as religiously Shiite, a serious case of ethnic cleansing, or the mass murder, slaughter and rape of hundreds of thousands of black African Muslims in Sudan's Darfur by the lighter-skinned Arabized Sudanese. This is a case of both racial and sectarian racism. Without a shadow of a doubt, fascism, Nazism, and Islam constitute comparable threats to civilization and civilized values. Both these totalitarian systems of thought evidently suffer from a death wish. It is surely not an accident that both of them stress suicidal tactics and sacrificial ends, just as both of them would obviously rather see the destruction of their own societies than any compromise with infidels, or any dilution of the joys of absolute doctrinal orthodoxy. Thus, we have a duty to oppose and destroy these and any similar totalitarian movements. Both fascism and Islam represent a radical departure from the tradition of ultra-conservatism. The latter aims to preserve established social relations through enforcement of law and the reinforcement of authority. Both the fascist Mussolini, Hitler, and Islamist organizations, in their attempts to gain power, show no reluctance to rupture peace and repudiate parliamentary and other institutions. The fascists employed terror against both the existing political structure and society at large, as the Islamists are doing today. Islamofascism similarly pursues its aims through the willful, arbitrary, and gratuitous disruption of global society, either by terrorist conspiracy or by violation of peace between states. Al-Qaeda has recourse to the former weapon. Hezbollah and Hamas, in assaulting northern and southern Israel, used the latter. These are not acts of protest, but calculated strategies for political advantage through undiluted violence. Hezbollah showed fascist methods, both in its attempt at kidnapping of Israeli soldiers and initiating that action without any consideration for the Lebanese government of which it was a member. Indeed, Lebanese democracy is a greater enemy to Hezbollah than Israel. While European fascism was imperialistic within a certain area of the continent, Islamofascism, on the other hand, is global, since its publicly declared intention is to Islamize the whole world. In a nutshell, fear of Islam is totally rational, but not fearing Islam's clearly defined agenda is totally irrational. Having read as much as I could about these events, I would like now to put in writing and on the net my thoughts and predictions. The left liberal media, as usual, are criminal in their misuse and perversion of language. They are labeling Anders Behring Breivik as either an extremist Christian, a fundamentalist Christian, a far-right nutcase, etc. Let us look at the facts. A fundamentalist Christian is one who believes in and follows in the footsteps of Jesus. No human being can find a single verse in the New Testament inciting the followers of Jesus to slaughter anyone. Hence, he is most definitely not acting out the precepts of fundamentalist Christianity. This should and must be pointed out in all communications regarding this matter. On the other hand, this man is most definitely a Norwegian nationalist who is worried sick at the fact that his country is being flushed down the sewer of political correctness by allowing his nation to be flooded with Muslim immigrants. Muslims who will never integrate in any society that does not follow Sharia. His is a political and not a religious act. Furthermore, he is not a nutcase, nor is he out of his mind, no matter how horrible his actions were. From his perspective, he is making the ultimate expression of rebellion against the current left-wing political establishment elite, who are willingly and willfully destroying the very Judeo-Christian liberal foundations of his people. That is why he did not attack Muslims. He slaughtered the children, relatives, and supporters of the very politicians running his country. He has started what I believe to be the first step of a European civil war, a war that I predicted on numerous occasions in my radio talks, that will be initiated and developed by ordinary men and women in Europe who have had enough of sucking up to Islam, Muslims, terror and Sharia. They know that these left-leaning liberals are aiding, abetting and colluding with the very Muslims who publicly and very clearly declare their intentions to Islamize, subjugate or exterminate all those who are not Muslims. During and after the Geert Wilders kangaroo trials in the Netherlands, I asserted that the peoples of Europe are worried, that their politically correct leaders are out of step with the people, that they are out of touch with facts and or reality, that the people will revolt. What is happening in most European countries as we speak are new, offshoot political parties whose agenda is to limit and even reverse the flow of Muslim immigrants who are gaining 15 to 20% of the electoral votes even though they have no political track record. In summation, this terrorist is not misguided. On the contrary, he is an extremely focused, calculating, selfless, single-minded man. He has temporarily and intentionally turned himself into a highly organized and efficient killing machine to make a political statement, no matter how vile his deed was. From his perspective, he is only countering the shallow and discredited tactics of the liberals who are supporting the very enemies of democracy, the Muslims. Already, the left-wing liberal media are trying to make him into a Nazi. It is ironic that they are labeling him a Nazi as if this were an insult. Is not Nazi, after all, an acronym for National Socialist German Workers' Party? Nationalist Socialist Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, commonly known in English as the Nazi Party, abbreviated from the pronunciation of National Socialist. Is not Nazism, after all, part and parcel of socialism? I would like our listeners to ponder this carefully. They are doing their utmost to hide the fact that Angela Merkel of Germany, Sarkozy of France, and Cameron of the United Kingdom have already admitted that multiculturalism has utterly failed. In fact, they are wrong. As usual with left-wingers, they either pervert the meaning of words or are too stupid to understand them. Multiculturalism is very successful. It only fails with Muslims. In Europe, there are ethnics from India, Vietnam, China, Japan, Korea and others who are part and parcel of the fabric of Europe and add a very beautiful multicolored rainbow to it. Each of the above have kept their traditions but integrated into and among their host peoples. The odd people out are the Muslims, who are totally and unambiguously prohibited from ever integrating with any human group that does not follow Sharia. For those who are in doubt, I challenge any human being on earth to disprove the following crystal clear Quranic verses. Al-Anfal 8.55. For the worst of beasts in the sight of Allah are those who reject Him. They will not believe. La yu'minuna. These beasts that Allah is mentioning are all unbelievers. That is, all non-Muslims called kuffar in Arabic. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Fight, qatilu, those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden, which has been forbidden by Allah and His Apostle Muhammad, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Islam, even if they are of the people of the book, Christians and Jews, until they pay the jizya, poll tax, with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. Just to make sure that the listeners would believe what I'm revealing, I would like to put forth a challenge worth $50,000 to the first person who can show us all a single operative verse in Muhammad's Quran that demonstrates any compassion and mercy to all unbelievers. Unbelievers represents 80% of current humanity, whom I call Ummatul Kuffar, or nation of infidels, all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Jews, atheists, agnostics, etc. That is, any and all those who are not Muslims. 50,000 for just one little verse. Any takers? Al-Tawbah 9.33. It is He who has sent His apostle with guidance and the religion of truth to proclaim it over all other religions. Al-Imran 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him. These verses remind me of Hitler's Mein Kampf, the Nazi master race creed. Al-Bayna 98.6. Those who reject the truth of Islam, among the people of the book, Christians and Jews, and among the polytheists, will be in hellfire to dwell therein forever. They are the worst of creatures. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O ye who believe, take not the Jews Yahud, and the Christians Nasara, for your friends and protectors. They are but friends and protectors to each other, and he amongst you that turns for them for friendship is of them. Al-Imran 3.118. O ye who believe, take not into your intimacy those outside your religion, pagans, Jews and Christians. They will not fail to corrupt you. They only desire your ruin. Rank hatred has already appeared from their mouths. What their hearts conceal is far worse. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone listening who has not absorbed or understood the hate-mongering, war-mongering, misogynist, racist, vile, and most assuredly ungodly verses that I just recited from Muhammad's Quran? What Anders has done is most certainly not his normal nature or pattern of behavior. He has actually intentionally targeted the appeasers and supporters of Islam with the bitter taste normally experienced by the usual victims of Islam. As a rule, when Muslims carry out such atrocities on each other or outsiders, most people in the rest of the world have been programmed to shrug their shoulders and indeed turn a blind eye to anything that may possibly further offend or upset the perpetrators of these acts. What happened in Norway is a shock simply because blind supporters of Islam are not currently accustomed to experiencing firsthand the extreme violence this very rare case inspired in this young man out of sheer frustration and anger, bottled up without lawful means of expression in the stifling politically correct death throes of the Western world. For the last 65 years, these left-leaning political parties in Europe have been practicing social engineering upon their own people. They have been under the utterly misguided idea that all humans are equal. Humans are equal under the law. They are entitled to liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. Otherwise, they are not equal. Some are more productive, inventive, and or creative than others. Because of these erroneous policies, the standard of education in Europe and even in the United States of America has plummeted because of the assumption that the standards should be lowered for the new immigrants so that they do not feel unequal. Although I have nothing but revulsion at the monstrosity of his actions, nonetheless, I fully understand where he is coming from. During his trial, he will prove to be very sophisticated, articulate, and forthright. His mission, as he perceives it, is to save Christian Europe from Islam. Believe it or not, there will be more copycat acts like his in many other countries conducted by both Muslims and nationalists. Whether the leftists like it or not, Europe will not be the same after this horrible event. Europe will undergo an even more traumatic experience during his trial.
The following is the most important extract from Muhammad's sermon to his followers. His last will and testament just before he died in the year 632 AD. O people, understand my words which I convey to you. I leave behind me two things, the Quran and my example, the Sunnah. And if you follow these, you will never go astray. Most people, whether followers of Muhammad or not, do not know that Muhammad's Sunnah is actually considered and acted upon as equal to the Quran, and in some cases overrules Allah's instructions. For those who do not know, let me explain what Sunnah is. Sunnah is an Arabic word that means habit or usual practice. The Muslim usage of this term refers to the sayings and living habits of Muhammad. The Sunnah of Muhammad includes his specific words, habits, practices, and silent approvals. It is significant to the traditions of Muhammad and Islam because it addresses ways of life dealing with friends, family, and government. In the context of the biographical records of Muhammad, Sunnah indeed often stands synonymous to Hadith, as most of the personality traits of Muhammad are known through descriptions about him, his sayings, and his actions. There are instructions in Muhammad's Quran that are not followed because the Muhammadan exegetes decided for their convenience to follow his Sunnah instead, that his Sunnah overrules Quran. Case 1. The stoning verse. The case of the stoning verse or Ayat al-Rajm is a perfect example. A verse that does not exist in the Quran but only in his Sunnah. Al-Nur 24.2. The woman and the man guilty of adultery or fornication, flog each of them with 100 stripes. Sahih al-Bukhari 8.825, narrated by Abdullah bin Umar. The Jews came to Allah's Apostle and mentioned to him that a man and a lady among them had committed illegal sexual intercourse. Allah's Apostle said to them, "What do you find in the Torah regarding the Rajm, stoning verse?" Deuteronomy 22.22. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die by stoning, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel. Then Allah's Apostle ordered that the two persons be stoned to death. I saw the man bending over the woman so as to protect her from the stones. Why don't the followers of Muhammad not comply with Allah's perfectly clear decree, but follow the one of Muhammad's Sunnah? How is it possible for any believer to abide by Muhammad's Sunnah and not by Allah's command? Why would Muhammad's Sunnah overrule Allah's explicit edict? I repeat again, the answer resides in the fact that the scholars of Islam, when it suits their agenda, consider Muhammad's Sunnah equal and sometimes superior to Allah's revelations. Sahih al-Bukhari 8.816, narrated by Ibn Abbas. Umar ibn al-Khattab said, "I'm afraid that after a long time has passed, people may say, we do not find the verses of the Rajm, stoning to death, in the Holy Book, and consequently they may go astray by leaving an obligation that Allah has revealed. Lo, I confirm that the penalty of Rajm be inflicted on him who commits illegal sexual intercourse if he is already married. Surely Allah's Apostle carried out the penalty of Rajm, and so did we after him." The scholars of Islam exhibit an unusual split intellectual disorder syndrome that they suffer regarding many of the Quran and Sunnah instructions and contradictions. Omar asserts that the stoning was to be applied only to men or women who are married and yet fornicate. This punishment did not apply to men or women who have consensual sex when unmarried. Yet contrary to the letter and spirit of all the above, the enforcers of Sharia stone adulterers to death, be they married or unmarried, overruling both Quran and Sunnah. Case 2. Subjects of hijab and niqab. In the Quran, the term hijab is invariably used to mean a screen, curtain, divide, to separate the guests from the females of Muhammad's household. The story that explains the reason for the particular revelation of this verse is mentioned in detail in Bukhari Hadith 8.255/7. The Arabic word hijab is used in the Quran 4 times, as in the following verses: 7.46, 17.45, 38.32, 42.51, to describe a screen, a divide, a separator, a curtain, a veil of separation. In none of them is the word associated with any kind of dress or costume, covering the whole body of anyone or anything. Al-Ahzab 33.53. O ye who believe, enter not the Prophet's houses until leave is given to you. Such behavior annoys the Prophet. He is ashamed to dismiss you, but Allah is not ashamed to tell you the truth. And when you ask his ladies for anything you want, ask them from behind a screen, hijabi. That makes for greater purity for your hearts and theirs. It is crystal clear from the verse above that all of his instructions are to do with Muhammad's personal annoyance at the behavior of his guests. As usual with Muhammad and his Quran, an instant made-to-order revelation was descended to turn his personal objections into unchallengeable divine sanctions, emanating from the unsuspecting supreme pagan god of the Kaaba called Allah. By no stretch of the imagination can any intelligent being construe that this verse implies or means to cover the body of the female believer with any clothing. It only admonishes that there should be a separation between the guest area of the home of the believers from the private area. While the idea of the hijab was to create an atmosphere of modesty among the females and males of the believers, the male Muhammadan exegetes created an incredible set of lies to control their women in body, soul and mind, rendering them totally subservient to their will. To prove my point, I put down a challenge worth 10,000 pounds to the first human being who can show all of us the word hijab or niqab in the Quran as describing the covering of the believing woman from head to toe. Case 3. Wine prohibition. In the Quran, wine is called khamr and is mentioned explicitly in the following 5 verses only. Al-Baqarah 2:2.19. They ask thee concerning wine, khamri, and gambling. Say, in them is great sin, ithmu, and some profit, manfa', for men. But the sin, ithmuhuma, is greater than the profit, naf'ihima. In no way is this verse a clear and uncompromising edict on the two personal practices of drinking alcohol and gambling. I would like to point out that the adjectives used above to describe the usefulness or harm of drinking intoxicants and of gambling are in the form of admonitions, advice, and not as direct and unambiguous commands or prohibitions to desist from either of them. Moreover, it does not make sense to use the adjective sin, which is a moral concept, in contradistinction to profit, which is an economic concept. In fact, the Arabic word manfa' should have been translated to benefit and not profit, and the opposite should have been harm instead of sin. Nowhere in the Quran is the word haram prohibited associated with the drinking of wine. Nor is there any punishment for being intoxicated. The punishment of 80 lashes was mandated by the later followers of Muhammad from his Sunnah, which represents a man-made ruling and not one from Allah. Yet once more, Sunnah overrules Quran, if not equal to it. Al-Nisa 4.43. O ye who believe, approach not prayers with a mind befogged, sukara, until you can understand all what you say, nor in a state of ceremonial impurity. The word sukara means intoxicated. The verse does not prohibit the drinking of wine. It is only pointing out to the believers that they should not attend prayers while under the influence, nor should they attend when unclean. The Quran advises in this verse against drunkenness during prayers only. This means that the Muslims are actually permitted to drink some alcohol in between the times of prayers, though the number of prayers per day would limit drunkenness. However, this further implies that after the night prayer, the final one, Muslims can even get drunk. Al-Ma'idah 5.90. O ye who believe, wine, khamru, and gambling stones, and divination by arrows are an abomination of Satan's handiwork. Eschew such abomination that you may prosper. Satan's plan is but to excite enmity and hatred between you with intoxicants, khamri, and gambling, and hinder you from the remembrance of Allah and from prayer. Will you not then abstain? Yet once again, abomination means detestation or repugnance, and the verb used is eschew, meaning avoid, which is a warning and not an outright prohibition, haram. Al-Nahl 16.67. And from the fruit of the date palm and the vine, you get wholesome drink, sakara, and food. so-called believers and unbelieving kuffar in the whole of the Quran. There are only 5 instances where the word khamr is used explicitly, and only in Al-Baqarah 2.219 is it frowned upon but not prohibited. Once again, Muhammad's Sunnah supersedes the Quran. As I had conclusively revealed in several of my chapters, every single letter, word, ayah, verse and surah chapter in the Quran are actually the product and discretions of Muhammad's mind, representing his alter ego, his autobiography, but cleverly projected into the unsuspecting mouth of Allah to give them the aura of sanctity and divinity. Allah, Satan and Gabriel are most certainly the multiple voices of the ventriloquist Muhammad.
Ladies and gentlemen, we meet once again to discuss another of the most sordid of subjects, about Muhammad, Islam, Muslims and their misdeeds. I watched as many videos of the encounter as possible, both from people who took pictures from the ships, as well as those taken by the Israelis from helicopters and sea vessels. Any unbiased and fair-minded person would see what I saw. Men on the Marmara wielding clubs, metal poles, daggers, slingshots, Molotov cocktails, and other offensive weapons waiting for the Israeli soldiers to land on the ship. The instant these soldiers hit the deck, they were surrounded and attacked by gangs, who were hitting them with everything they could wield in their hands. They threw one or more of the soldiers overboard or to a lower deck. Of course, all this was done in the usual name of peaceful Islam and humanitarian aid. The Israeli commandos had paint guns to defend themselves with. No machine guns, no grenades. Paint guns with sidearm pistols as a last resort. The men who attacked the soldiers took the sidearms of some of them and used them to shoot at the Israelis. The Israelis finally retaliated in self-defense. If the Israelis had truly wanted to use excessive force, their commandos would have been armed to the teeth, and not with paint guns, and hundreds would have been killed. Better still, they would have used helicopter gunships to kill the Hamas supporters, without endangering a single Israeli soldier. 5 of the ships of the flotilla obeyed Israeli instructions, and not a single person was hurt. Only on the Marmara, which was the flagship of the flotilla, was primed by the Turkish government to act violently and provoke the Israelis, suffered casualties. I would like any Muhammadan Muslim listening to this chapter to try to refute what I'm revealing, not with insults and the usual threat of physical violence, but with proofs based entirely on facts and reality. The actions of the Islamists on the Marmara should have been anticipated by the Israelis. Unfortunately, they underestimated the willingness of the Turkish fundamentalists on the ship to use violence for political and propaganda purposes, irrespective of the fact that the Turkish organizers had publicly declared that they are on a mission of peace. All of the violence occurred only on board the Turkish ferry Mavi Marmara. All those who were killed were members or volunteers for the Islamic Jihadi group that owns the ship, called the Humanitarian Relief Foundation, IHH. The relationship between Mr. Erdogan's government and the IHH ought to be one focus of any international investigation into the incident. The foundation is a member of a coalition that was formed to provide material support to Hamas, and that was named as a terrorist entity by the United States in 2008. In discussions before the flotilla departed, Turkish officials turned down offers from both Israel and Egypt to deliver the alleged humanitarian supplies on the boats to Gaza, and insisted that Ankara could not control what it described as a non-governmental organization. The IHH has certainly done its best to promote Mr. Erdogan. All the peoples of the Islamic world should want a leader like Recep Tayyip Erdogan. IHH chief Bülent Yildirim proclaimed at a Hamas rally in Gaza last year. Mr. Erdogan seems to share that notion. In the days since an incident that the IHH admits it provoked on his behalf, The Turkish Prime Minister has done his best to compete with Iran's Mahmoud Ahmadinejad and Hezbollah's Hassan Nasrallah in attacking the Jewish state. On the personal level, I am never, and I repeat the word never, surprised at the wanton behavior of Islamists anywhere and everywhere in the world. They are, after all, just emulating the depravities of their mentor, Muhammad, the alleged best male that was ever created, his Quran and his Sunnah. What really shocked me and revolted me is the Western media's frenzy of gang-raping Israel and Israelis, who were only attempting to defend themselves against the terrorist Hamas in Gaza. The Western media exhibited an obscene degree of hypocrisy and mendacity, compounded with a pathological and depraved indifference to facts, reality, morality, justice, fairness, and language. They colluded and continue to collude almost en masse with the very Islamic forces that will utterly destroy them and any democracy under Sharia. They deliberately perverted the explanations of each and every video that clearly showed how the Turks on the Marmara were preparing themselves for a premeditated violent confrontation. Hamas, which is committed to the destruction of Israel and the slaughter of the Jews, is blacklisted in the United States and the European Union as a terrorist group. Yet the Western media totally ignore these facts. As a fundamentalist Muslim movement, Hamas does not harbor hate for the Jews only, but also for all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, atheists, Zoroastrians, etc. For those of you who believe that Muhammadan Islam is a religion of peace, please tell me how. After listening to a very small sample of the following verses from Muhammad's Quran. Al-Imran 3.19. The religion before Allah is Islam, submission to His will. Al-Imran 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him. And in the hereafter, he will be in the ranks of those who have lost. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O ye who believe, take not the Jews, Yahud, and the Christians, Nasara, for your friends and protectors. They are but friends and protectors to each other. And any who amongst you that turns to them for friendship is of them. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Fight, qatilu, those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which had been forbidden by Allah and His Apostle, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, that is Islam, even if they are of the people of the book, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. Al-Tawbah 9.73. O Prophet, strive hard, jahidi, against the unbelievers, al-kuffara, and the hypocrites, al-munafiqeen, and be firm against them. Their abode is hell, an evil refuge indeed. Muhammad 47.4. Therefore, when you meet the unbelievers, alladina kafaru, smite at their necks. Can any of our audience explain the phenomenon of the Western media, totally ignoring all heinous acts of violence by Islamists, inflicted almost daily against Christians, Hindus, animists, Baha'is, Zoroastrians, etc., all over the globe, yet are blindly but vocally supporting the very Islamic aggressors if and when Jews, Christians and others act in self-defense? Where is the logic, morality or justice in our media that they are actually helping Ummat Muhammad, the enemies of 80% of humanity of Ummat al-Kuffar, against their very own freedoms? Where in any Muslim country can they find any freedom of the press, of political diversity or of religious beliefs?